listen through in the morning, windows down in the night. We know all the warnings, eyes can't understand why. We gon' speed through the lines. Baby, I'll take you on for a ride. Get high, get wild. Shut up and drive, can we just shut up and drive? 반손은 박스바퀴 다른 손은 우리의 밤. We can talk for the night. Give me something to make me leave it all behind. Heart is racing for you on this road. 또 터져가 차분해 또 너의 미소를 다시 번지고
Oh baby, can't you see?
Oh my God, you know what? I'll just try. Oh my God, you know what? Like 우리 맨날 봐 너와 함께 걸어. Oh my God, you know what? Like can't you see my beam and lights? Yeah, it cuts through. Baby, we're on the highway now. Yeah, this is our life. Cartier, Louis, Beetle, Westside, 살지 따라하지마. License required. LAX to ICM back in July. 뜨겁지 sound, I don't go back, no rewind. 난 한번 보여 pedal to the metal till the yellow lines blur. I'm speeding through time and it doesn't matter where we go. It doesn't matter where we go. Heart is racing for you on this road. 또 터져가 차분해 또 너의 미소를 다시 번지고 in the night.
Oh baby, can't you see?
Oh my God, you know what? I'll just try. Oh my God, you know what? Like 우리 맨날 봐 너와 함께 걸어. Oh my God, you know what? Like 내게로 달려갔던 그 밤 절대로 잊을 수 없는 날 너와 함께하는 모든 순간 빛이 나.
bass drum 내 기분에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 찬사 올리고 건배 이런 flow 바쁜 세상을 견제 When the beat goes 태도는 못칠 건데 Ay 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 look at my lay back 오랜 시간에 쫓기지 않게 This night gonna be crazy 시덥잖은 인생 사는 제발 내일 얘기해 It's time to rock 쓰고 질러 눈치 보지 마 큰 시끄러운 사회가 준 고질병 빌딩 깊이 박혀버린 dance flow 위를 뚫고 닿길 바래 우리들의 보여 Hey this so what you gonna do 숨 죽여야 생존 가능했던 부 바꿀 수 있는 건 오직 너만의 move 스피커 뛰어넘는 목청의 볼륨 쓰고 질러봐 목이 터지도록 밤새 speak your mind That's right just spin around 어지러운 밤이 먼저 지쳐 집에 갈 때까지 쓰고 미쳐봐 새님들에게는 들려봐 부대에서는 zero 쓰고 질러봐 태어나서 처음 밟은 구름처럼 달고 Hit the bass drum again 분위기에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 찬사 올리고 건배 오늘 밤은 one take 되돌릴 수 없게 my friend You know we got no time for hesitate Then now take that red pills Feel like living in the mattress 맞아 즐겨 춤을 추는 객기 yelling 뿌리는 champagne Let us get funky Hey this so what you gonna do 숨 죽여야 생존 가능했던 부 바꿀 수 있는 건 오직 너만의 move 스피커를 뛰어넘는 목청의 볼륨 To the left, to the right 이끌이들은 좀 더 흔들어봐 To the left, to the right 목소리는 더 높였어 You know what 쓰고 질러봐 목이 터지도록 밤새 Speak your mind That's right Just spin around 어지러운 밤이 먼저 지쳐 집에 갈 때까지 쓰고 미쳐봐 새님들에게는 들려봐 부대에서는 hero 쓰고 질러봐 태어나서 처음 밟은 구름처럼 달고 drum 내 기분에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 찬사 올리고 건배 Girl flow 바쁜 세상을 견제 When the beat goes 태도는 못 칠 건데 Ay 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 look at my lay back 오랜 시간에 쫓기지 않게 This night gonna be crazy 시덥잖은 인생 사는 제발 내일 얘기해 It's time to rock 쓰고 젤러 눈치 보지 마 그 시끄러운 사회가 준 거제병 빌딩 깊이 박혀버린 댄스 플로우 위를 뚫고 닿길 바래 우리들의 보여 Hey this so what you gonna do 숨 죽여야 생존 가능했던 부 바꿀 수 있는 건 오직 너만의 move 스피커 뛰어넘는 목청의 볼륨 안 쓰고 질러봐 목이 터지도록 밤새 speak your mind That's right just spin around 어지러운 밤이 먼저 지쳐 집에 갈 때까지 안 쓰고 미쳐봐 새님들에게는 들려봐 부대에서는 zero 안 쓰고 질러봐 태어나서 처음 밟은 흐름처럼 달고 Hit the bass drum again 분위기에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 찬사 올리고 건배 오늘 밤은 one take 되돌릴 수 없게 my friend You know we got no time for hesitate Then now take that red pills Feel like living in the mattress 맞아 즐겨 춤을 추는 객기 yelling 뿌리는 샴페인 Let us get funky Hey this so what you gonna do 숨 죽여야 생존 가능했던 부 바꿀 수 있는 건 오직 너만의 move 스피커 뛰어넘는 목청의 볼륨 To the left, to the right 이끌이들은 좀 더 흔들어봐 To the left, to the right 목소린 더 높였어 You know what 안 쓰고 질러봐 목이 터지도록 밤새 Speak your mind That's right Just spin around 어지러운 밤이 먼저 지쳐 집에 갈 때까지 안 쓰고 미쳐봐 새님들에게는 들려봐 부대에서는 zero 안 쓰고 질러봐 태어나서 처음 밟은 흐름처럼 like
vibe and sound.
Don't tell me when to stop.
Good times to make your vibe get down, 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 get down. Don't care if you're the talk of the town. I'm what they're all talking about. Good times to make your vibe get down. Step true with a big vibe and sound. Good times to make your vibe get down.
Attack the dance floor, 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 attack the dance floor like a bulldozer. Keep it going now. Push it, push it, push it. Push it, push it, push it.
Don't care if you're the talk of the town. I'm what they're all talking about.
Push it, push it, push it. Push it, push it, push it.
With a big vibe and sound.
Push it, push it, push it. Push it, push it, push it.
Hit the bass drum 내 기분에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 찬사 올리고 건배 Girl flow 바쁜 세상을 견제 When the beat goes 태도는 멈출 건데 Ay 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 look at my lay back 오랜 시간에 쫓기지 않게 This night gonna be crazy 시덥잖은 인생 사는 제발 내일 얘기해 It's time to rock 쓰고 질러 눈치 보지 마 큰 시끄러운 사회가 준 고jet병 빌딩 깊이 박혀버린 dance flow 위를 뚫고 닿길 바래 우리들의 보여 Hey this so what you gonna do 숨 죽여야 생존 가능했던 부 바꿀 수 있는 건 오직 너만의 move 스피커 뛰어넘는 목청의 볼륨 안 쓰고 질러봐 목이 터지도록 밤새 speak your mind That's right just spinning around 어지러운 밤이 먼저 지쳐 집에 갈 때까지 안 쓰고 미쳐봐 새님들에게는 들려봐 부대에서는 이뤄 안 쓰고 질러봐 태어나서 처음 밟힌 울음처럼 나의 groove Hit the bass drum again 분위기에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 찬사 올리고 건배 오늘 밤은 one take 되돌릴 수 없게 my friend You know we got no time for hesitate Then now take that red pills Feel like living in the mattress 맞아 즐겨 춤을 추는 객기 yelling 뿌리는 champagne Let us get funky Hey this so what you gonna do 숨 죽여야 생존 가능했던 부 바꿀 수 있는 건 오직 너만의 move 스피커 뛰어넘는 목청의 볼륨 To the left, to the right 이끌이들은 좀 더 흔들어봐 To the left, to the right 목소린 더 높였어 you know what 안 쓰고 질러봐 목이 터지도록 밤새 speak your mind That's right just spin around 어지러운 밤이 먼저 지쳐 집에 갈 때까지 안 쓰고 미쳐봐 새님들에게는 들려봐 부대에서는 이뤄 안 쓰고 질러봐 태어나서 처음 밟힌 울음처럼 나의 groove
done with basic browsers.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
When I was a player, if I was to make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Secret on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
With my new phone company, Menace Mobile, our pricing structure will be so confusing, it can only be described as evil.
That isn't evil. It's just typical phone company stuff. Besides, people just switch to Verizon.
With their new Simplicity plan, there's just one plan and one price.
What now?
And it's only $30 for a single line.
$30! So you're all choosing Verizon. Traitors!
Introducing the Simplicity plan, $30 for a single line.
Can you hear me now?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart. He still doesn't die! You cannot step the faker and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He dropped it well as the arcade storm, doing so much work in Genji! They are just going to ace them!
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with League of Legends Esports, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
Hello everybody and welcome back to MSI for another day of the bracket stage. We're hyper excited. We have great matches on our hands today once again, and I'll be hosting the first series with Emily, Ox, and Dracos. How are you guys doing?
You know, we witnessed some historic League of Legends yesterday.
Yeah.
Some would say records were broken.
A
few records were broken.
Some things don't change also, but we're going to touch on this later. But first things first, Team Secret Wales. Amazing performance yesterday against Top Esports. Historic for the region, Emily.
Yeah, it was massive. Like, to see them come out, especially with people saying, you know, LCP is really struggling with the breakup of CFO. And not only that, for it to be a Vietnamese team, if you guys remember, VCS actually only merged with what was the PCS last year. And it was just great to see Team Secret Wales, who said last year they were so disappointed they weren't able to show themselves at Worlds, they weren't able to show themselves at First Stand, to show up and beat Top Esports. Warhorse going crazy. Used to coach in the LPL, so used to coach some of the players on Top Esports.
And especially considering going into yesterday, they hadn't been a single game win for the region.
Yeah.
So there was the worry that if they got 3-0'd, they would leave the tournament and the region wouldn't have a single game win. But what a big performance that came through clutch for them.
Absolutely, and especially with so much inexperience from this lineup, especially on the MSI stage. They all got their chance to shine. We will see them in the next round, and it is exciting. Something a bit less exciting.
Yeah, you know, Dracos, I wanted to ask you your thoughts. I'm looking at the top, see that little 3-0 against, which team is that? Is that Gamers 2?
Look,
Gamers 2, oh my god!
Honestly,
you know what? It is actually Gamers.
Honestly, I wish. Because, like, look, coming into this tournament, after First Stand, double 3-0s against LCK, people said HLE was built different, but I didn't understand that it was coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb. Yes, Genji, the coughing baby in this circumstance. The old man in the wheelchair playing a no-tempo game. We got completely slaughtered. And you want to know what the worst part is, Ox? You want to know what the worst part is? The one consolation prize we should have had is we reverse sweeped an LPL team. Oh, but lo and behold, it's the only team on the face of the planet that measures success not in wins, but in the disappointment of their fans. So to both of you, I'd say pretty successful tournament for Top.
Wow.
Wow, that was mean.
I'm sorry.
I'm still sad.
I feel deeply wrong.
Do you want to hand me one of those?
Which do you want? I think they're both good.
I'll take this one.
Okay.
You know what? I'm gonna follow up on this, and I actually wanna have some reactions on like how our favorites in the tournament have been doing. Thank you, Draco, speaking for all European fans here. I think it was completely deserved.
The Top Esports, they're not
they're out.
They're not doing anymore. They're out. They're gone.
No, but that's what I'm talking about, the top teams, Ox. That's
not Top as a team.
not Top as a team, top teams. But yeah, you got that Amumu crying. I think that speaks.
Yeah, I got mixed up because their name's Top.
Yeah.
But they're not on top. No.
All right. Well, with G2's demise means that HLE is doing quite well. We had high expectations for them, so yay.
Let all the pain go. We'll move on. HLE absolutely slaughtered G2. And look, I want to highlight Zeka. I think we could pick a highlight role for any individual player on this lineup, but Zeka to me stood out so much. You guys highlighted it wonderfully on the desk. The Lulu ult feeling like an Alistar ult, feeling like a Gnar ult. This man making the most of a lot of ultis that didn't seem like they would be that good. Solo playmaking here. And the fact that he didn't just do this on the Sylas, a pick we know him to be incredible on, but the control mages that have been more recently added to his champion pool is just a reminder of how dominant this player can be, especially when the pressure is on. This is a man who turned it on in that Miracle run, and he is once again reaching those heights here at MSI, and they're slaughtering the competition.
Yeah. And I was going to say, it just adds so many facets to their draft, right? With Zeka having improved his champion pool so much, not just recently, but like over the past year, like few years. And I think it was proven yesterday when he locked in LeBlanc. Me and Ox are just like, I don't know about this. And then he had a stellar performance on it.
You know, I'm so confident in him in a best of 5 now that goes all the distance, but he hasn't needed to show that yet because it's been pretty quick.
What about T1? Reigning world champions back to back to back with the addition of FaZe, of course. Had a bit of a tricky first close series against PLG. The game one was great, but drafts Ox once again, but we're used to this sometimes with T1.
It was close, but the standard for this team is so high, and I think they let themselves down in some of their approaches to the game because we've seen them so bot lane centric, playing through Pays, playing through carrier, trying to get them ahead. I don't know where they're playing through with this draft. Like all of the like top lane matchup, you're playing Zahen into Bins. Jack's not going to be a good time. We saw what happened mid. Faker struggling into Knight, and then bot lane. Pays had like 20 souls at 20 minutes. Viper bringing out the Vel'Koz, and it just felt like there was no pressure from the lanes, which means Owner just cannot do anything. And we've seen times before where T1 have had some drafts that haven't helped them out. They've had to reevaluate, but I just didn't see what the plan was with this one. They've gotten here by playing through their bot lane, by their laners having value in team fight. There was no value here. There was nothing. Get it away.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, Emily. Well, if T1 wasn't doing well, kind of means that BLG was doing good. And even if it was like 5 games, I feel like they got a lot of answers. Very uncharacteristic BLG also in the way they won sometimes. How do we feel about them emote-wise? What is the temperature check on them?
They're feeling pretty good.
Yay, happy vibing.
We were really focused. We don't have any positive emotes.
I was going to say,
we have one nice one.
That was Europe.
I don't have a, yeah.
That one, I mean, this one's kind of neutral. It's just shocked. You know, this one could be good.
Yeah, this is crying at how long you've waited for BLG to be pulling out series against T1. You know, finally, yes.
Okay.
Return to BLG dominance.
Top Esports T1 and then BLG. Okay, what made them good?
I really want to, I really want to highlight Kindred specifically in their final draft because it's a pick that Shun can play. He can pull it out at any time. He's 42 and 18 now on it, 70% career-wise. Most of those games did come with his time on IG Young back in the day. However, I loved how BLG set up for this, right? So here, he already is at 3 marks, and that's because they did this invade on bot side. The bot lane is now swapped to top side. It's going to be really important for the Kindred as she's moving up here. So as we play this through, a few really important things are going to happen here. First of all, the BLG bot lane is going to hit level 6, and that's going to be huge later on because as Shun is spotted on a ward at Raptors, he is then going to go contest the red. Face checks here, and Owner thinks he has the kill, so he's going to flash over, immediate Kindred ult pop. I just loved how they prep for this, right? Like I said, the bot lane had swapped top. Both of these two have ults. So On's Encore is actually going to extend through Shun when Owner moves over here. And Viper's arrow is going to hit. It's perfectly set up. This gets him that all-important 4th mark that essentially turns Kindred into like a really formidable champion on the map. Also first blood because they'd been playing just really well around their lanes up to this point. And I just love how BLG set it up around this very signature pick for Shin.
Yeah, I think overall when you look at how good they were, the team setup as well is what really stood out to me because you can look at Shun in isolation and say, wow, that's a fantastic game. But without the support of the team, Kindred doesn't look like this. People in solo queue aren't getting marks like this. It is a team-wide effort, and when they can come together around him on a comfort pick, a niche pick that we often don't see in a Game 5, pretty confidence-inspiring for BLG, especially as they go up against in the future. Maybe a T1 rematch, maybe up against HLE. Have to see, right, how the rest of the tournament folds. Pretty likely against HLE.
Bro, they're gonna have to take on the Lions first. Like, come on! No, but I'm looking at this jungle matchup here, especially because if I'm looking at someone to make things happen in the early game, I am looking at Inspired. Now, do not get fooled by those stats. They may look similar, but the trajectory for both of these junglers to get there, very different.
Yeah, and I think Inspired has been such a leader for this team. He's been the engine. This hasn't necessarily been the role for Shun, even though he had a phenomenal series yesterday, but I feel like so much of the success is going to come from Inspired, who's often been very good at adapting to what the enemy jungler is doing, finding angles, and I think given how BLG were playing, especially in that Kindred game, he's going to need to be on top form today.
I completely agree. I think there's a lot of pressure on him, and I think the thing that is difficult for this lineup is that oftentimes we talk about Inspired as the point man, but we don't talk about him as the sole provider for the team, right? And he wasn't. It was him and Guma. I would love to say more names than that, right? Berserker, excuse me. I get them mixed up sometimes because they're both so good.
They used to be both on T1.
Yeah, fair enough. Bit of an oopsie there, but luckily, I feel like the Lion solo laner now. I guess that's just how it happens. But that's the struggle for this team is I think they can. There's a world where they can get a game, but not at the level of performance that we saw from them previously. The Furious series is not enough. We need to see best performance, and then we need to see some new picks, some creativity, and then they might be able to get it across the line.
Do you not remember when Big Doke solo killed Bin at Worlds, and it definitely wasn't because Bin tunneled under the tower.
Oh god, that Rek'Sai play.
Bin versus Bollywood Bill, the rematch, we're gonna see that in a bit, but before that I want to get a vibe check on Lion, and I caught up with Inspired ahead of their game in the Verizon post-game pre-game interview. Game day? Let's listen. Inspired, thank you for joining me ahead of today's game. First things first, scrim check. How are you guys doing?
Not the worst.
Not the worst.
Yeah.
Okay. Any? What were the learnings from previous series? I know that you were pretty frustrated when we've talked about it. So
yeah, I think
anything you're
just
looking at?
stay calm during the game.
Okay.
And let's try to stick to what's been working for us in the past. I think we're overthinking a lot of our decisions because of the practice roles and stuff like that. I think just we'll try our best to just stay calm, and hopefully what we are good at will work.
How do you stay calm against BLG?
I think just turn the nameplates off.
Yeah.
Just play.
Yeah. Is it that easy? Because I often hear players say just turn the nameplates off, but like obviously, I feel like you're able to do it. But like, how do you make sure that your teammates are going to be in that mindset as well?
I mean, I'll try my best to tell them to think like that. But sometimes once you see how enemies play, even though the nameplates are off, you can kind of tell that they are really good just by the decisions they are making and how well they are playing on the line. Like they're not crossing the line of inting, but they're also pressuring you really hard. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how is their form looking today. They look pretty good against T1. But who knows? It's another day.
What makes it hard playing against BLG? Because for me, they're this like fast-paced team, always keeping up the tempo, and it's pretty hard to follow up and keep up with them in that sense.
Yeah, as I said, it's hard to recognize when they are making the mistake and when they are actually making a good play, because the line is very thin and they are playing very aggressively. That if you try to punish them on a timer that they are not overplaying, it will backfire really hard. But you also can't let them be in your face all the time, because then they will just take way too much that they should. So yeah, I think we have to find a good timing and pull the trigger on a good timing. Hopefully, first of all, we need to survive laning phases and then go into the fights, and hopefully we find that opening.
Surfing that fine line, pretty tough against an opponent like this. Tell me more about Shun, because you have a pretty good take on like all the high-skilled junglers, and I'm just wondering, like, what do you think about him? Obviously, he's great, but what makes him great?
I mean, it's just in your face all the time.
Yeah.
Like, I think they're just very good as a team of using the jungler. The jungler is always there where he needs to be, wherever matchup they're playing towards, and it also doesn't feel like they make too many mistakes when the jungler is not around. They're just waiting for a good opportunity and playing well off of each other. So I think it's, in some sense, it's kind of easy to predict where he's gonna be, because he's always there where the action is. But there's nothing you can do about it, even though you know he's somewhere, but they're all playing well together. It's like, what do you even do to counter that? So I don't know. I think just we'll try to play our best. Hopefully it's enough.
Stay in his head and then wait and see. Thank you so much, Inspired. Best of luck today.
Thank you.
Just a fantastic interview with Inspired. I want to go back to the second to last answer. The laners need to survive, because we need to look at the numbers here. And this is, I'm not trying to drag Lion when I bring this up. It's just, if we want to see this team play at their best, they really need to step it up, because that, you showed that beautiful telestrator. Why did that work? Because the laners backed up the jungler. If this man is left on an island, if he has no support, it's not going to be the 1v1 Shun versus Inspired that we kind of want to see. It's going to stop before we even get there.
Yeah, and I mean, they seem to have trouble against Furia, right? And we talk about this BLG team as a tournament favorite, and we're like, you need to find a way to deal with their solo laners. This is a much tougher test than Furia.
You know what? Upsets can happen sometimes. Let's see what they can do, but I want to know what the fans think here in our MasterCard fan prediction. Is there any hope on the side of the fans? You know what? Better than I thought.
Yeah, 32.4%. Shout out to you, Lion fans.
Yeah. Is it hoping? Is it coping? We'll see.
I mean, BLG still won, you know.
Yeah.
Double the votes, so...
Yeah, I just thought it was going to be more lopsided.
It's going to take a massive improvement, though, from the Furia series here for Lion to do something BLG looking spectacular so far in the first series we saw between them and T1. It is our first matchup of the day. Let's see what happens as we hit the stage.
Okay, little guy. It's going to be okay, I promise.
Aww.
많은 기대를 받고 있던 T1, BLG에게 패배하며 탈락 위기에 놓였습니다. 월드 챔피언 탑라이너 도란과 그에 도전하는 929.
BLG에게 패배하면서 저희의 부족함을 느낄 수 있었던 것 같고 앞으로의 경기를 더 섬세하게 준비할 수 있는데 도움이 될 것 같습니다. 일단 아직 MSI가 이제 시작이라고 생각하고 좀 남은 경기들은 좀 분발해서 좀 좋은 모습 보여드리고 싶습니다.
Knight just ints it under the tower.
골리앗 T1과 맞붙는 퓨리아. 과연 이들은 희망을 이어갈 수 있을까요?
He's gonna get knocked down and solo killed by Gigo.
I think the key to beating Doran is kind of lure him into the bad plays that he wants to do. Just let him play the game to just make himself do a mistake. So I think that's one way to break T1's connection.
버서커와 바이퍼, LCK에서 커리어를 시작했던 두 바텀 라이너 한국으로 돌아와 대전 무대에서 격돌합니다.
제가 뭐 어릴 때는 이제 바이퍼 이제 선생님 영상을 보면서 공부도 많이 하고 배운 점도 많지만 지금의 저는 충분히 바이퍼 선생님을 이길 수 있다고 생각을 해서
Berserker played out of his mind.
하지만 선생님의 가르침은 아직 끝나지 않았습니다.
버서커 선수에게 우선 여기까지 오느라 되게 고생하셨고 그렇지만 BLG 만나게 돼서 유감이고 저희가 이기겠습니다.
BLG have just bought too much grace through this early game.
서로 다른 길을 걷게 될 두 선수. 이제 고향 땅에서 마침내 마주하게 됩니다.
일단 제가 작년에 LCK에서 떴을 때 그렇게 좋은 모습을 보여주지 못했다고 생각을 하고 있는데 근데 이제 지금도 그렇게 생각하고 계신다면 후회하게 되실 것 같습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2026. It's time for another day of double best of 5 international League of Legends competition. Later today, an elimination match between Furia and T1. But before we get there, it's time for BLG and Lion to face off. Both won their opening matches, and now it's time to see who is going to emerge triumphant here. I know a lot of people are predicting BLG in this one. A powerful team, an international competitor that's always making those deep runs, it feels like. And Lion are going to have a hell of a battle in front of them. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Dagda for this best of 5 as the teams take the stage.
Yeah, both teams coming off the back of hard-fought series. Despite Lion getting the 3-0, Game 1 and Game 2, they definitely had to work for that victory. And BLG just coming off the back of that T1 victory, they are going to be making sure they want to stamp their dominance here at MSI 26.
Absolutely. It's what the analysts were talking about at the top of the day. If Lion want to stand a chance, they're really going to have to show us a more refined form. They're going to have to show us them at their best compared to what we saw in those opening Furia games where things were real scary for a long time.
But we did get to see a little bit of that adaptation coming through from Lion, right? Like, we got to see the Lee Sin coming through for Inspired, where he's way more active in the early stages, wanting to try and play for this, like, covering topside for Dokla. And I think that's where we'll see a similar story coming in today of Inspired trying to be more active to match Shun in the early stages.
All right, let's see what we get. I am excited to see what the drafts look like. In particular, I want to see what Lion can do to match the power of the BLG solo lane, specifically Finn and Knight in that series against T1. You're talking about going up against the team, the organization that has the most world championships by a country mile, and BLG taking them to 5 games. So much history between those two teams. BLG emerged triumphant after 5, and so much of it was because of Finn and Knight.
Yeah, and I think that's where my curiosity in the draft kind of stands, because we saw Isles not look very comfortable on the Camille. So you now putting bans in towards that as line, because that then opens up more for Finn and Knight in those solo lanes. So that could definitely unleash the power of what has been the biggest strength of BLG over the course of their domestic split. But we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is, because yeah, it is a tall task for Lion going up against one of the tournament favorites.
All right, let's do it. We're into draft for the first time here. BLG chose the blue side. Lion chose second pick. So they want to make sure that they're getting that final counter pick here. I respect that sort of approach, looking particularly, I'm hoping, for a counter pick in one of the solo lanes. Let's see how it shakes out. Jungle focus from BLG, Nocturne and Vi, their first two bans here in this one, while Lion are going to get rid of the Poppy, while also removing that menacing mage bot laner in the Ziggs.
Yeah, it feels like to me BLG are basically saying, look, we want to try and remove moments for Inspired to be active in the early game. Get rid of the Nocturne, who's strong in those invades early, Vi, who's very good in those ganks early, and maybe even a Lee Sin ban might be tossed in here as well, based on his performance the other day, but we'll have to see. Whereas on the other side, yeah, Lion still trying to focus a little bit more on getting rid of the Ziggs, getting rid of those AP carries in the bot lane, but we know the Viper kind of has a few in the back pocket now after bringing out the Vel'Koz the other day.
Exactly. The Orianna here going to be the final ban in phase 1 from BLG, wanting to keep that one away from Saint. And Saint and Dokla, I think, both had a bit of a struggle of a series up against Furia. These guys have had some high highs, they've had some low lows domestically back in North America, and I feel like all the North American fans watching now really want to see them play at their best, play at that higher level, because anything less will simply not be acceptable against Knight and Bin.
Yeah, well, Knight might get his hands on the Rise here with Cassiopeia and the Aurea ban. Maybe they're trying to bait it though, and Nivea is still left open if you want to try and take that for Saint, but Rise incredibly strong at the moment. But looks like Bin just going to go towards the Jace here, and traditionally we've seen that Jace more focused when we have like the Ziggs in the bot lane. You can go for this poke style, but with Ezreal still up and available, maybe BLG want to try and go back towards that style they played in game 1 versus T1.
And I feel like, though, for BLG, this is also such an extra threat because this is a team that has so many options in draft, right? They have deep champion pools. They have flexible champion pools. The Jace can still go to either one of the solo lanes. It's scary stuff.
Yeah, we've seen it domestically where they're happy to put that Jace towards Knight as well, but it's even just a flexible playstyle as well. Like, we've traditionally looked at them as, you know, unlock on, play for solo lanes. Last day, they got Shun on carry, and we're like, wait, we're just going to play for this Kindred, right? It feels like everyone on this team can step up to carry, but there's that Lee Sin that we were talking about. So Lion feels like coming in with this plan already of, right, we're going to be proactive in the early stage. We're going to have Inspired try and interact on the map, as it's the Cassante that's locked in the top line.
Okay, so we've got Lee playmaking early on. You mentioned how the Vi and the Nocturne, those are bans from BLG to try to slow down Inspired early, but Lee Sin obviously capable of making tons of plays. Cassante to try to answer potentially. I'm expecting into that Jace, expecting it to go towards Bin, just be able to survive the lane, endure that onslaught that can be so oppressive for so many matchups.
Yeah, I fully agree. Looks like with the Rise taken though, I'm curious what the answer for Saint is going to be. Like, do you end up going back towards something like that in Nivea, or do you try and go for something a little bit different? Because we haven't seen it brought out a huge amount. He does have 2 games on it, and we've also seen things like the Galio as an option here, which could support something like the Lee Sin in that mid lane, with the taunt, with the setup that you have. But on, the Camille was left open, and he is going to be very happy to get his hands on that one.
This pick has been so strong so far in this tournament. A couple of exceptions to that, though. Isles was one of them. His Camille definitely didn't feel up to par with the other Camille performances we've seen in the tournament. So that one going to go over to On, but the response from Lion is the Shen.
And I like it. I mean, if you just can't hit people as the Camille, that kind of gets 2 thumbs up, and looks like that's the game plan. And that was the curiosity for me coming into this, was what's the answer if the Camille is let through? Well, it seems Oz has been practicing that Shen to make sure you've got the Spirit's Refuge, you've got access to that ultimate at level 6 as well to try and cover if he's not able to keep pace with On, which honestly very few supports in the world are able to do. So already, like, I love this. Lion have come in with a game plan.
And now both sides still have AD carries yet to pick. So we'll see the Ezreal banned out on the Lion side here in the second half of the draft. Syndra going to be banned away by BLG. You're keeping that away from Saint, but you're also critically keeping it open for Knight later on in the series, since you already have the Jace and the Rise. You know that that solo laner is already locked in for Knight, no matter how they want to allocate that. And Knight Syndra is so well known, you're like, I don't want you to take that away from him early
Yeah,
on.
exactly.
So let's just go ahead and leave that open for future games. Skarner banned out by Lion.
So still putting a little bit of focus towards the jungle there for sure, and I think that makes sense, right? And basically what you have is a composition online that wants to get up close and personal, and you have what I imagine is going to be poke coming through from BLG to work alongside this Jace. So getting rid of champions that once you dive in, we get a lot of value in this sort of situation. So curious to see what the rest of the game plans are going to be for Shun, but yeah, line. There it is, the anti-ban, going to be the last one.
Taking their time on that one, but yeah, removing the anti, so double mid lane bans from BLG here in the second half of the draft. I'm expecting Lion to, I'm actually curious what they're going to do here, because they already know what the solo lane matchups are. You wanted to go for last pick in the draft as the Lion side.
Yeah, the biggest problem is, like, the answers for Ryze kind of low damage for a large portion of the game. Like, I was going to say the Galio and kind of the Anivia in the early stages, so instead they're just going to go for the Talia, still have that Weaver's Wall to try and match that side lane pressure, and hopefully cut off some of the retreat angles for BLG. But we were talking about that long range poke, well, the Mel left open, and this has become just such a staple combo at MSI.
This champion has lost one game so far. I believe she is currently at a 6 of 7 win rate in this tournament. We'll see here as soon as I'm expecting it to be locked in on the BLG side. Yes, 6 wins, 1 loss. This champ is so powerful on this patch, and seeing that locked in with that Camille combo like you're talking about, this is scary stuff coming from BLG.
Yeah, just the question of, I was going to say what the jungle is. You want something that can be aggressive and link up with this Camille in the early stages. So Xin Zhao, the Jarvan, also a good answer here, especially when you already know that Talia relatively immobile. The only thing is that Unraveled Earth can cause you some issues on trying to find the engage tool. So we'll have to see what if he is locking in, it is. Okay. So there you go. Like, decent poke with the Mel and the Jays, try and play from range, and then once you do get up close and personal, you can get value from the Ryze, from this Camille as well, being able to lock people up. So BLG going to be wanting to get very aggressive in the early stages and once again play around their solo lanes like we expect.
Yeah, that range power, man, you already said it, but with Mel and Jace together, that can create such a dire dance around objectives if Lion isn't ready. And the final pick of the draft here for Lion will be the Tristana for Berserker.
Okay, so they're going to fight fire with fire in that bottom lane, basically saying, look, Mel has range, but if we just jump on her head, there's not much she can really do. So immediately, we're going to have some attention down towards this bottom side. And again, we talked about Line have this game plan coming in. You get the Lee Sin early in the draft, gives you the opportunity to try and play aggressive. You go for that weak side for Dokla, and it's all going to be about trying to get Berserker ahead in this bottom lane.
And I was reading some reflections from Dokla after their series against Furia, and even he was saying, yeah, we weren't playing super coordinated, we weren't playing our best. If we keep playing like this, we're gonna have a fast ticket home, even though they won that first series against Furia. So as someone from North America, I'm glad to see that Lion is also perceiving that first series as, yeah, it was a win, but it wasn't a win that you're going and you're writing home about how you're so proud of it. It's one that they got it, but they know that there's a lot to improve on, and I hope that they have improved since that matchup against Furia, because BLG, you mentioned it at the start of the draft, one of the tournament favorites, many people predicting either them or HLE to be the team to beat here at this competition. And considering BLG already took down T1 in that best of 5, they have proved that they are certainly not to be underestimated.
Yeah, and I'm curious now to see how this bot lane is going to go, because we have a bunch of first-timers coming in with both the Mel as the first time for Viper and Isles first time in that Shen. So there's some questions on both sides. We'll have to see who can try and get the better of each as BLG immediately start to step forward when to spot it where Inspired is.
Global power rankings up there at the top. BLG ranked at number 1, Lion ranked at number 16. So bit of a gap between those metrics. BLG with Knight and Bin in particular. I know I've been talking about these guys, but man, I can't stop talking about these guys. These are two of the best solo laners in the world. A lot of people currently ranking Knight as the best mid laner, the best individual performing player in pro in the world right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to when he's coming in with an average of nearly 7 kills from the domestic region to MSI. Like, this guy has been absolutely insane. So I think that's where a huge amount of the focus has been. And even he had some stellar performances up against T1 as well, where he's able to get that early lead. So We'll have to see his, Isles.
Ooh, that was an early flash back from Viper. Isles trying to get aggro at level 1 here in the 2v2. Yes, he gets the Summoner spell out of Viper, also on spending the Ignite, but it does cost Isles his heal too, and he now also losing a big chunk of HP for the attempted play.
Yeah, immediately though, alarm bells should be ringing for Inspired. Like, this now becomes a focus for you. Try and get on towards Viper, abuse the fact that that flash is down. You can see Berserker and Lions knowing they have the level 2 already stepping up, especially when you can see they've just spotted the Jarvan on the Raptors. He'll be moving towards that top end and should open up that space for you.
All right, Berserker and Isles. Okay, staying safe enough for now. The Solar Snare forces the taunt defensively out of Isles, so Viper and On take the opportunity to step forward now, knowing there's not the engage opportunity there present for the Lion support, as Inspired is here in the top side river, jumps over the wall of the Grub Pit and might just make a stop up here in the top side looking for Bin. Dokla finds the knock up there with the third in Tofo strike, but he misses the Pathmaker for the follow-up CC. Inspired's made his way into the fight now. Bin trying to figure some sort of a move out here. Inspired needs a little bit more damage though. Bin getting away for now, but no sir. First blood over to Inspired.
That's what I'm talking about for Inspired. Getting active in the early stage, but they interrupt On.
Now down in the bottom lane. Yeah, we got some trouble here for Isles. 150 HP left. On also very low. Isles dies first. On dies second. He tries to flash to get away from it, but it ain't gonna work. Viper down to 200 HP as Berserker is still firing. Another Solar Snare lands, and it's a double kill back over to Viper. He guns Berserker down.
BLG's bot lane just undo some of the work Inspired did. 2 kills to Viper in the early stages, and you've seen what this Mel can do with an early lead. And at the start, it looks reasonably good. You get the level 3, you interrupt the dash from On, but Viper focuses the wave, gets his own level 3 for the bot lane, and then as you work forward, it's a late exhaust on towards Viper, who is just waiting for cooldowns now to come back up, and it's as Berserker steps forward, there's just enough damage in the kit to take him down.
Yeah, Viper having that burst right there at the end, getting the cooldown back for the Radiant Volley. Berserker's already trapped in Solar Snare, nowhere to go. Inspired now trying to secure his own blue buff, but BLG has other plans. It's an invade coming out from Shun and On. These two pieces of the BLG chessboard that so often are roaming together, making plays, facilitating the carries to get fed, to get to the point where they can just slam their opponents with that skill that we've seen them demonstrate so many times. They won't be able to steal the blue buff away this time, so Lion can at least keep their resources to themselves for now.
And that's why it's so terrifying seeing Viper get these early kills, because the game plan is unlock On, get him on the map and try and play towards these solo lanes. Well, with those 2 kills, it now becomes significantly more difficult to not just have Viper push you off of waves, clear out every sort of wave that's stacking on that bottom side.
Yeah.
So now you have to figure out a new plan, and even Shun getting into that bottom lane to cover for a potential gank on the bottom side, like as he was threatening that blue buff, like you can see BLG want to try and protect the sanctity of this bottom lane now.
Yeah, when the bottom lane mage gets fed, it means 2 things. It means, 1, you're also going to be, hold on, Isles goes back in for the taunt, as now Lion is going to full send it here with the 2v2. On very low, the explosive charge about to detonate. Berserker jumps in and he's already found the first kill. Viper under pressure. Berserker bloodthirsty, and he shuts down Viper. It's a 2-0 in the bottom lane for Lion.
It's a 3-1 Tristana. Line take a bit of a beating on the first bout, but they didn't hear no bell. Immediately going back in and getting the 2 kills for themselves. Massive turnaround. And you can see how it started. Like On saw that he had the setup with Viper. Isles does a good job of body blocking, and immediately Berserker jumps onto them knowing all the cooldowns are gone. Viper can't do anything to block it, and they get the turnaround.
Okay, back to live though. Knight making a play up here into the top side. Dokla under pressure. Isles coming in looking to save his top laner, but he can't quite do it. Isles with the taunt underneath the turret. Shun trying to flash away, but the turret is heated up. Lion making a 1-for-1. And Saint and Inspired have arrived. BLG still plenty of health on the remaining 3 players here. It doesn't look like Lion will be able to force anything else, but a great roam from Isles to make that an even trade.
You say maybe nothing else, just interrupting the back on there. Isles still trying to interrupt here as well. So, as you say, like, you get the assist onto Dokla, which keeps him within touching distance of Bin. When it comes towards that gold, when it comes towards the experience, you're able to set him up, and you get the turnaround kill as well. So, nicely done by Lion, and this is what we wanted to see, because think about what the talking points for Lion were coming out of LCS. It was, this is a slow pace, they're glacial. They're not really going to play in the early stages. Man, we're at 8 kills in 6 minutes.
Yeah, this is a very fast pace, specifically for Lion, like you're talking about. Berserker also being 3-1 now on this Tristana. We talked about how, yeah, if Mel's fed, she's just going to be able to clear waves. It frees up Shun and On to go elsewhere, to play around Knight and Bin. But if Berserker is this massive point of pressure that can just force take turrets and create problems, well, now BLG just might have some of those problems of their own to have to solve. Still no focus on neutral objectives here early, but I can kind of understand that. I feel like if you're Lion, you're trying to make plays, catch these guys off guard, make the game really scrappy. And if you're BLG, this is a team that also likes to play for gold instead of focusing on those early objectives.
Yeah, and I think as well, they've also managed to do this while keeping Oz out on the map, right? Or sorry, in lane to get experience. So he's about to tick over to level 5. Once the Shen ult comes online at level 6, that ability to try and play for that gold that you're talking about becomes significantly more difficult. But Inspired here, trying to help out Dokla.
Yeah, Dokla trying to get a setup here onto Bin. Inspired still waiting over the wall. You can ward hop over the wall and then try to get a Dragon's Rage angle onto Bin, but it would have required setup from Dokla, which is what he was looking for, but couldn't quite find. You mentioned the Stand United, but there's also Saints Weaver's Wall. There is a lot of cross-map play potential here for the Lion side after Isles hits that level 6 that you're talking about. And I feel like if Lion wants to win this one, that's something that they're going to have to use to catch BLG off guard.
Yeah, especially as BLG go for a play, if you can bring the numbers advantage there, especially as you talk about the mobility of not only the Weaver's Wall, but the Lee Sin as well. Very quick to get to some of these fights, so we'll have to see what the plan is, because 3 members of BLG on this top side, and Dokla trying to step away.
Yep, Bin jumps in immediately to the skies, but Dokla tries to turn it around here a little bit. Shun has already showed up, Inspired nearby. Hook shot over the wall coming in from On. Dokla tries to go all out, but it ain't gonna work. Inspired staying alive for now. Dragon's Rage back through 3. Lands another Sonic Wave. Resonating Strike to follow it up. Berserker is here. Shun continues retreating. On trying to get enough space here for himself. Has the explosive charge on his head, but disengages in time. It's a +1 for BLG.
Yeah, Lion tried to get that reset and move up towards that top side with the swap, but unfortunately, that little bit too late. BLG managing to make that play happen and get away as well. Does mean it will be the Void Grubs going across to Inspired, but BLG happy, as you say, to get that gold.
I feel like if you're Lion, you're at least happy to deny the Void Grubs to BLG since they're playing with a Ryze and a Jace, 2 champions that love to kind of just move in this 1-3-1 type of style, with Mel spamming Radiant Volleys on waves to just clear that out in wherever Lion might be focusing. So keeping the Grubs away should hopefully slow down some of that turret-taking potential with the split-pushing strategy. Lion still up by a little bit of gold, and honestly, especially comparing this to the performance that we saw in those first couple of games against Furia, I feel like Lions seem much more cohesive, much more coherent in this opening game.
Well, much more cognizant as well of what BLG are trying to achieve, right? Like, they are going for the lane swap, they're just a little bit too late, right? And it's constantly thinking of where is Shun going to be, how can we try and cover for some of these invades? This is where it does get a little dicey. Isles on his own here.
Yeah, he's about to face check. Nope, drops the ward in instead. Good move there from Isles. Does not get caught unaware by the Camille and Jarvan camping in the brush. They still do have the control ward there in the banana brush, so they will maintain vision over this area, secure the Scuttle Crab in the bottom side for themselves as well on BLG.
It might even be more, because with Berserker now starting to steadily open up that lead, 800 gold, he has that Hex Optics completed, first item on the map. That gives you that moment to push in on this bottom side, maybe look for Dragon as well. Now, Lee Sin has moved towards this top side as Inspired's camps are spawning there, so maybe another minute before they get there, but I expect that's where Lion are going to try and put that next point of pressure.
They've got to be able to protect this Tristana. Hex Optics already done. Combine that with how, as long as he's farming, as long as he's leveling up, you're continuing to get the range through the passive. The Trist could become the hyper carry that they need. And during the regular season in North America, myself and a lot of other people saw Berserker as far and away the best AD carry in the region. This is a guy that you can trust him to have his hands in the right place. The team just has to make sure that they are protecting him, that they are getting him there. Isles on the defense with that Spirit's Refuge, like we've been seeing in some of those early bottom lane 2v2s. The Shen will need to be locked in to make sure that BLG can't take Berserker out before the fight starts.
But I mean, look at the amount of vision that they have invested to do just that, right? Like, when you look at it on the map, you have this ward here to spot anyone's coming in to River. You've got both wards across here to set it up. You got a pink up top. You got another one here. Like, Lion have basically got all their bases covered to make sure that they can spot out exactly where BLG are trying to interact on the map. And that lets you kind of set up for, let's move the Taliyah into position with the Weaver's Wall. Let's get ready with that Shen ultimate and make it difficult for you to play it. Even Inspired is sitting in this bot lane. They want to make a play on Viper if he steps up.
See if they get the opportunity. Isles clearing out some vision as On can't quite stop him. Important to note, you mentioned it earlier, Isles level 6 now with the Stand United. On still only about 25% of the way to his own level 6 on the Camille, so no Hex Tech Ultimatum available on that one. And Inspired and Berserker, as soon as they place that control ward, they are going to see that the plan is exposed. Shun here in the mid lane. Nope, not going to get the chance to make a move on Saint. He backs up in time.
Yeah, and that's kind of what everyone has been doing online, just stepping away, making sure you're not giving that moment. Like every time that wave is cleared out on bot side, Berserker has been stepping back towards his tower, and it is making it difficult for BLG to try and make these plays. So I think for BLG, that's where their new frustration point is. Like, how can we try and get that push to move Knight across, to try and have, as you can see here, Viper and On step up into this position. But again, like, those first items have started to come through across the board, but BLG just feel like they have that moment on the map. And Line, not going to contest. Tristana has swapped up towards the top side. They're looking for turret plates for her instead.
Exactly. It's a late first Drake. It's not like you're going to be playing around some 22-minute potential Dragon Soul, even if they stack everything up. So first Drake does go over to BLG. No contest, as you say. Lion trying to overload the top side here. As the response, Dokla going to step forward with that third Intofo strike primed. It means that Bin has to walk all the way back. Accelerated Shock Blast also blocked by the Cassante, who does have his Iceborne Gauntlet fully completed. Gives Berserker some firing time onto the tier 1 turret. Meanwhile, in bottom lane, it is On and Viper getting the wave shoved up themselves. Viper will, of course, get a little bit of time with these turret plates. There is a difference, though, in Mel taking turrets versus Triss taking turrets. Yeah. It's not quite an even battle. Yeah. And you can see Dokla and Berserker putting in the work up here, and that is first turret, 12 minutes and 45 seconds into the game for Lion.
Yeah, and again, I think this is what you want to try and be doing as Line, right? Like, moving people around the map, making sure you're able to use the advantages. But hold on, Saint has been caught in the mid lane.
Yeah, Saint caught in the Hex Tech Ultimatum, but now his team's going to back him up. It's Isles and Inspire with a beautiful Dragon's Rage! Knight, take a knee! Saint stands tall here in the mid lane.
Lion are omnipresent this game, turning that play in the mid lane around, making sure they have to get the kill. On does find Isles, though, and I'm not entirely sure that On is alone here. Shun can move across. Oz realizes it. Just want to try and get some vision down.
Yeah, luckily, even though both of these supports are more like battle supports than something like a Lulu, it's still a tunneler versus a Kindle Gem. There's not a whole lot of lethality here in the itemization. Let's take another look at this attempted play, though, from BLG.
Yeah, again, you see Inspired kind of just hovering in this mid lane. Isles was there. They knew that the Shen was around, but the flash, On predicted it. Knight was not ready for that one. Gets caught by the taunt, and it's the kick back from Inspired that steps up beautifully there.
Lion coaching staff got to be happy with that one, being able to foil BLG's attempts, get one back on their own, getting some money into Saint's Talia. You can see he's got about 300 stacks towards evolving the Archangels into the Seraph's Embrace. First item on that one, wanting to make sure that he has the shield to be able to survive some of the dives, some of the plays from this Jarvan, from this Camille.
But I think we're going to be looking at a dive on this bottom side now. Tristana moving down, Inspired there. Shenult available.
Okay, Dokla finds the third Intofo strike, but again, the Pathmaker not quite where he wants it. Goes to the all-out, but a nice flash away from Bin. Dokla very low, has to flash back away. Dokla stays alive thanks to Stand United. Lion spent 4 men to do it, but they get the play they're looking for.
On now, trying to keep Saint from being able to reconnect with this mid lane tower. Saint wants to try and clear out the wave and stop Viper from getting some of these plates, but might be a bit dangerous with Shun waiting in the wings. Should just be able to clear it.
Yep, he sidesteps the Solar Snare. If the Solar Snare would have hit him, then you have Shun over the wall, you have On ready to back it up. He's dead for sure. But avoiding that one means he can clear the wave out. Meanwhile, Knight is going to find the opportunity to shove waves, to grab plates up here in the top lane as Dokla finally comes to answer him. But Berserker has already taken the second tower in bottom lane.
It's the Void Group Tristana you were talking about. Like, it. Oh, hang on.
Oh, that blink and you'll miss it. Shun, On, and their backup in Viper, just absolutely smashing Isles as he walks a little bit too close to that brush. And the timing is beautiful for BLG. The Rift Herald has just spawned, and now this is going to be their opportunity to grab that objective, try to equalize some of these turret counts.
Oh, Inspired wanted the kick for the setup, but Bin transforming there, just getting the move speed to keep himself out of dangerous way. But Dokla kind of needs to do the same as BLG. They have control on that top side, and they want this tower.
Yeah, Knight's going to take that third plate immediately. On trying to continue to supply the pressure here. Dokla hits him with a third Intofo strike. Hex Tech Ultimatum to try to stay alive, but On! He's dizzy up there against Dokla, who manages to grab himself a kill on the BLG support.
Look, Big Dokes doing wonders when it comes towards those dives, or people trying to get past this tier 1 tower on top side. Amazing stuff, getting the kill, shutting down the play, open up line now to make some moves towards the mid lane. there's some silliness coming in on BLG's side here.
It's a cardinal sin in League of Legends, man. Disrespecting Cassante underneath the turret. This champ has so many tools to make plays around turrets. You've got to give him the respect he deserves. Meanwhile, down here in the bottom lane, Bin is going to mine some money. Here from plate number 4, takes that one out. There was some nice turret crust for the bonus damage, but Saint will show up in time to prevent Bin from taking the entire turret.
But there's more members of BLG here. Knight has already started to move down with Shun, and the Vision hasn't spotted them.
Oh, Isles could be in a little bit of trouble here. Does manage to disengage before Viper can show up, provide the necessary damage alongside On's lockdown, but the Rift Herald is summoned. Honestly, it's not even going to need to get the charge here onto this tier 1. We'll see if they try to pilot it somewhere else, try to still get some value out of this, or maybe it just ends up being a scary Shelly that forces Lion away so you can force the turret down yourselves.
Yeah, basically BLG try to use that timing window that it would have taken the top lane wave to hit the tier 2 tower to overload that bottom lane and get the tower for themselves. As you say, not the best Rift Herald play in the world, but they do manage to get their moment and will get the go down a little bit back in their favor. But it was 3 turret plates that were taken by Dokkan on the top side, and now it's the dragon fight that Lion are interested in.
Exactly. That first Drake already went to BLG 5 minutes ago. Now the second one has spawned. Dokla already committing the empowered teleport to make sure that he shows up here. Did have the large shield to force BLG back. So this is just Lion. The same way that BLG secured Drake number 1 without any contest, Lion's going to do the same thing here on Drake number 2. Lion got the top lane tier 1 turret from their opponents. Now BLG's going to do the same thing as the Weaver's Wall is reflected by Rebuttal.
Yeah, I think it's an equilibrium triangle we're looking at.
Yeah,
I don't know if I got my geometry down.
We're doing some sort of math over here. There's some sine, cosine, tangent going on, but nobody ends up dying to anything. The game practically dead even in terms of gold right now, Dagda. This is a very close game 1.
Yeah, I think the main focus is kind of where that gold is, though, right? Because you can see a 1k gold lead for Berserker on that bottom lane, and this Tristana very much accelerated as... Yeah, it's an acute angle at least anyway. I know. It's been a while since I did the trigonometry, geometry stuff.
Always funny to see stuff like that get reflected by Mel. But, On stepping, okay, he steps up, but Isles goes ahead, completes the recall. You're talking about Berserker having that largest individual gold lead in the game. He's got the Infinity Edge. He's also got the Zeal in inventory. Berserker's Greaves completed, obviously, in the little boot slot, thanks to the quest. And you can see here on your Coinbase gold grind, Bin versus Dokla, the contest up there in the top side. It is a slight advantage for Dokla going up against one of the best top laners in the world.
And I think that speaks volumes to the way Lion have played around this top lane, right? Like, Dokla did a good job individually to try and nullify the matchup, but we saw Inspired up there early to make sure that they could take out Bane, not let him get this early gold lead, and it has really kind of shut down what BLG wanted to do, but...
Oh, that's exactly what BLG wanted to do! They make their move. It's a 1-2 punch from On and Shun to set it up, and Viper knocks it down. The Fed Tristana eats dirt, and BLG are looking to snowball it into more. It's a 4-man death ball down mid lane. Isles goes in, finds the taunt flash, right back onto On. They need more damage, though, as he flies back in. Saint's already killed him. Lion making a 1-for-1. It's not an even trade because it's the Fed Trist for the support Camille, but it at least stops what BLG is trying to do.
And top lane tier 2 pressure for BLG as well, so they're getting quite a lot off the back of this. 2 plates for Bin. Starting to get him a little bit of gold lead as well. And this is what I was saying, like for BLG, they want to try and play through sides and then quickly overload one portion of the map with Knight, with these plays, especially when you've got that Hextech ultimatum. And unfortunately for Berserker, it took that one step too far forward and BLG punish.
And we're going to hit a pretty big power spike here for Knight specifically very, very soon. He has 2 stacks left to go on his Rod of Ages until that procs, and he just completed his Seraph's Embrace with an already fully stacked tier. So this is going to be a very, very strong rise. And back in North America, Lion is a team that even if they would fall behind early, you already mentioned how they play very slow. Yeah. That's true. Even if they fall behind early, they would find ways to out-team fight their opponents. There is, however, a difference between out-team fighting your opponents in North America and out team fighting BLG, and that will be the challenge for Lion to overcome.
It's also outplaying on the map on a champion like this. This is where his comfort is. Like, he was always known for his plays like the Rakan. His Bard is probably the best Bard in the LPL right now, but when he's on the Camille, it's trying to find these little moments to find picks. He's so good at cheating the plays on the map, like getting in, getting vision before you even expect it, or being in a position that you aren't ready for. And this is where, when you have compositions like this, where Bin can get pushed in the side, where Knight's able to get control in the side lane with this 2-item spike. Now On gets to play for everywhere on the map.
Also, critical item in Viper's inventory, the Seeker's arm guard ready to go. Knight just hit 10 stacks on his Rod of Ages, so he gets the free level. That's going to put him almost an entire level ahead of Saint right now. I also like the Serpent's Fang, second item here on Inspired. There are a lot of shields on the enemy team to work through, so trying to cut down on some of that could be the difference between getting one of these kills and missing out. Next Dragon going to spawn here in about 60 seconds. You can already see both sides. Lots of pings here, Daejeon in the bottom side river.
Yeah, it's mostly about trying to fight for vision. You're getting some wards slightly past river for BLG, but that defensive pink line ward you're seeing on your screen right now, helping to clear that out and not actually giving too much information across. So the bottom side river is a bit dark for BLG, but they feel comfortable stepping up to take this mid lane tower.
Yep, that tier 1 is not long for this world. They will take it down. Destroyed by Viper there, and it's now BLG taking the lead in turrets for the first time this game. Lion did take the first one back up there with the tier 1. BLG has been doing a good job keeping pace with them, but this is now finally the time where they leapfrog over and take the lead. 22 minutes into the game also means if we have a big team fight and something goes real crisscross, Baron is on the table.
Yeah, well, we're going to have a big team fight. As you say, Dragon just about to spawn, and this is kind of the value of Viper in this sort of situation. The wave clear on the Mel, she can do it solo, whereas for Berserker, he needs that support because we just saw if On is able to make the play what happens, but here's the gank top.
Yep, it's BLG again, looking to make the first move. Dokla goes all out, tries to put some pain back into Bin, but there's so much damage, Knight takes him down.
So the push will just continue on that top side for BLG. Viper able to keep the control over mid because you can see Inspired is taking the Dragon while all this is going on. Even the push for Saint on that bottom lane needs to be answered for Bin, but there's that Baron start you were talking about, Flowers.
And this is the thing, because the Dragons were so slow in this game, first Drake not being taken until 12 minutes, it's not like grabbing second Dragon feels like you're really winning the game, but BLG is going after the Baron. Lion still has Saint all the way down to the tier 2 in the bottom lane. They're not even going to try to contest this.
Yeah, they didn't even try. Saint started walking up and the call was like, nope, not even going to try. We don't have our full team here with Dokla dead. We don't have a front line to try and face check this. Instead, we're just going to look for turret plates on that bottom lane. And I think that is kind of like the big difference that we've seen this year with the Baron is that like teams haven't just been able to get like a one and done on the Baron. It's kind of more of a slow grind where you will get a couple of towers, but maybe not completely blow open the game. And I think that's what Lion are banking on here.
Yep, Baron certainly doesn't have the power that he used to. It's not the, okay, they got it, we have to hold on for dear life to just keep the base intact. But we'll see how much BLG can accomplish with their Red Bull Baron power play. They've got that for the next 2.5 minutes. Unfortunately for them, that's not going to overlap with the Drake timer or anything that kind of guarantees them control over the Rift once that spawns. Lion, though, still only a 2-to-1 Drake count, so not anything to worry a whole lot.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem for Lion is going to be trying to hold on to these outer towers, because what we've constantly seen is that it's impossible for Berserker to really step up and commit onto these waves. There's maybe a play towards Oz in the bottom side, but yeah, essentially what we're seeing is like Mel just solo being able to push in on this mid wave, whereas Berserker always needs to have kind of Isles in position with him, or the Talia, or like Inspired, basically to help him push out this mid wave, which means you're constantly getting the shove that's letting On move around, that's letting Vision to be cleared out. That just means that Lion are always petrified of where this gank squad from BLG is, and it may be Saint who may be about to feel it next.
Yep, Saint trying to clear out these Baron-empowered waves, but far easier said than done. Shun and On both hovering in the jungle of Lion. Because they know they have been in the mid lane, they want to be able to join either one of these points of pressure. Isles will step forward to guarantee that Viper and Knight have to take just a step back. Saint Seismic Shove will not collide with On, as Berserker and Dokla kind of being assigned with bodyguard duty here to make sure they can't just dive after Berserker while he clears these waves.
But there is also some nice like vision in behind BLG there, so potential for Dokla to look for some sort of TP play if they do overextend. Like you can even see him backing off the vision there.
Isles with the taunt flash, they immediately go in, they found Viper, that is a massive pick. Can Lion get anything else off the back of it? You know they're looking, they're hunting, they want more. Weaver's wall flies in, Saint hops off, they're going after Bin, Inspired on the chase. Not going to fire the Sonic Wave here just yet. Bin forced to flash to escape the Lee Sin. Dokla also still looking for an angle through. Inspired, another Sonic Wave flies out, but he's not going to land that one. They fire the Stand United, hoping that the Sonic Wave would have hit, so that as soon as Inspired jumps in, Isles arrives right on top of him. But since there wasn't quite the distance they needed, they do not get that play. Still, nice pick on a Viper coming out from Lion.
On once more here, though. We've seen Lion step away.
Yeah, On looking for the opportunity to maybe get a counterplay. Saint is down to 1/3 health and no mana. Dokla's juggling On around, though, goes all out. And On is all gone. Dokla picking up another one. BLG trying to get something back. Catch Lion unaware on the retreat, and they may have just done it here. Going after Saint, down to 300 HP, flashes away. Safeguard from Inspired to keep Saint safe.
It doesn't end up committing with that Cataclysm, so Shun just steps away, and it's Saint who lives to fight another day. But BLG now on this mid wave, again Lion collapsing in behind. BLG might need this round warm.
Dokla looking, but remember there's no all out. Harder to make a play here with that Cassante. This is a really close game. 26.5 minutes into the game, we don't even have a 1,000 gold difference between the teams.
Yeah, it's incredibly close, and I think you can kind of feel that pressure, especially with the way BLG tried to extend that fight, right? Looking for these quick picks, trying to catch you on these timers that Lion weren't aware of. But, I mean, you heard it in the interview. Inspired was like, this is the thing that we need to be most aware of, and they managed to turn it back, get that kill on towards On, keep themselves safe. The biggest problem for them, though, Knight just completed that actualizer. This Rise, now very, very strong.
And on the other side, though, I will respond with Berserker has completed. He was kind of building 2 items at the same time. He started building with the Zeal, you remember, after the Infinity Edge, but then he switched over to complete Bloodthirster first, and then now he's completed his Navori Flicker Blades after. So 4 fully completed items on the Tristana. Really scary stuff.
The problem is we're so late in the game, he kind of needs that last Whisper still, right? So even though he's gone for the Bloodthirster because he's like, well, I'm getting jumped on, I'm getting this Hextech Ultimatum, which is making my life miserable, it means that he's not going to be able to dish out as much damage as he would want to in this sort of situation. So we'll have to see in these upcoming fights what he can do, but that's why he kind of wants the Bloodthirster.
Exactly. That's why you buy BT. You take one of those, the shield eats half of it, you heal up the rest. Saint coming in here, goes for the seismic shove off of the Weaver's wall, forces the flash out of Knight.
Yeah, On, I believe, also spotted on that ward there as he starts to try and make his way around Dragon. Lion, though, honestly, in a front to back like this, I think they're in a good spot. Would love to try and close that distance relatively quickly, but no Weaver's wall might make that tough.
All right, Dragon's already been started. Shun in the pit, Inspired, a little bit injured, but still healthy enough to try to contest this one here for the 50-50. Sonic Wave has already landed, Resonating Strike about to come through. It's going to be secured by Inspired. Neither side fully committing for a fight here just yet. On maybe looking for an angle here with a hook shot, jumps over the wall, but does not engage. Lion continuing to just disengage this one. They've already got the objective. They're on Soul Point now with an Infernal Rift.
Nice job by Lion to secure that, because I was a bit nervous about their engage. They didn't have that flash on Isles. They had no Weaver's Wall, which meant they were heavily reliant on some magic happening from Inspired to try and start that fight off in their favor. But instead, they get the Dragon, they get away, and set themselves up on Soul Point.
Scary, scary stuff. 2,000 gold lead individually for Berserker. Infernal Soul, so annoying. Yes, you don't have the same poke power as a Jace and a Mel, but Talia can still poke. Long-range Tristana, as you're almost level 18, you can get some long shots there too. This Infernal Soul could be very scary for BLG if they don't have a plan 4 minutes from now.
Yeah, super interesting to see Viper's build though. Went for the Bloodletter's Curse, so basically wanting a little bit more of a bruiser stat line when it comes towards the all-in potential that Lion do have, and while also providing some of that magic shred as well.
For Knight.
Yeah. It's just that, like traditionally you'd see, you know, more of your Abyssal Staffs and that kind of stuff. So, or sorry, Void Staffs. So definitely an interesting build to see.
Well, let's see where we go from here. Again, 4 minutes until that Dragon Soul for Lion will spawn. Baron back on the map, and there really wasn't a whole lot of effect, a whole great efficacy for BLG with that first Baron that they secured. It's kind of exactly what you were talking about. It's just not the same type of super buff that it used to be. So now there is still a mountain of crust on this tier 1 turret in the mid lane for BLG. Lion have not been able to hit this thing in a very, very long time. That turret score remains 3-2 as it was 10 minutes ago when I mentioned BLG taking the turret leads. So neither side has really been able to push forward, make a lot more momentum happen for themselves. But I feel like we're kind of approaching this critical mass, Dagda. This game has been so close for so long. We're going to get one big team fight that really just goes one way or the other, and that's going to decide game 1.
Yeah, I think the big focus here as Baron spawns is that Knight still doesn't have that flash available, whereas basically every other summoner spell is up and available. So definitely going to be a bloodbath when we get into this. It's just a case of can Lion get on towards Knight easily.
And so interestingly enough, because you already pointed out the lack of armor penetration, the lack of a Last Whisper item for Berserker, still not going for it, goes for the Hex Drinker instead, recognizing the large damage threats of both the Rise and the Mel. I'm not going to lie though, if you end up getting engaged on by a Camille and an Actualizer Rise, I don't know if it's actually going to be enough to help you. Berserker already popping the flash, trying to get himself away as Big Dope's going to get bursted very, very low. Executed by the Golden Eclipse. Lion trying to get away for now as Berserker's in a little bit of danger. Does taunt up Shun as now the root down onto Inspired. He's in a little bit of danger here. Viper firing back. Inspired looks for a little bit more, but he's going to be knocked out of the Guardian Angel. Now the dive right back onto Sane. Isles and Sane in some danger. Ben Griffin the kill onto Isles. BLG, they're so damn good. Lion are eviscerated 5-0.
It was so close until it wasn't. 5-0. BLG just sent Lion packing in game number 1.
What did I say, Dagda? I said this game has been so close for so long. It's going to come down to one big fight. And for BLG, it won't get any more extreme than a 5-0 that will end this game right here, right now. BLG, 32 minutes in, takes game 1.
It was slow pace in this game with both teams trading back and forth. But at the end of the day, BLG, as you say, they find that fight, just the setup. And where did Dokla go? He's the tank and just got eviscerated in the middle of it.
He disappeared right in front of our very eyes. Let's toss things back over to the analyst to break it down for us.
Oh man, it gotta be so frustrating for the Lion. They had it for so long. They had it for so long. They kept the game close until the last minute, and it came down to this one team fight. I was holding my breath. Honestly, the entire game I was like, no, can they do it? Can they do it?
I was so ready to talk about how smart giving that Baron was, because I was like, this is such a classic Lion thing. They know they can make a play elsewhere, but no, it comes down to this team fight, how BLG just immediately collapse, pick off Dokla, and then they're able to... I'm just so mad.
Viper with a stasis as well, baiting Inspired in. Because the thing is, Dokla dying obviously isn't good, but one death isn't going to make or break the game. But then they try and turn it around, try and salvage it. BLG, see blood in the water. And it just feels so frustrating because I feel like 90% of the game... I mean, look at the goal graph. They were doing great, and then it's just one mistake. That's all you get against a team like BLG.
That damage graph, though, you can see that the game was going one way. But yeah, Bin did some stuff, as he does. But yeah, that's the thing. It comes down to small details, small team fights here. And that's what Inspired was saying, but I do want to give them credit, though. Lion had things going for so long. I want to look at that bot lane maybe, Dracos, and see what happened there, because it came down to details.
I'm such an absolute fanboy. I've got 2 clips here. We can run these two all-in bot lane 2v2s back-to-back. And the significance of the interactions, I'm going to gloss over a bit, because there's a couple key things that I want to highlight. But let's just get right into the first clip here. Watching back, if you're an NA fan, you've seen this one before already, but we've seen Shen versus Camille. Shen good into Camille top lane, good into Camille support. Big reason is the interrupt there, and in a sustained fight, Tristana, one of the few AD carries who really has enough damage to kind of finish this fight out solo. Now, as we're going to stop here, unfortunate error from Berserker's about to happen in a few seconds. Sorry, spoiler alert. He has flash. He's not going to flash here. A little bit frustrating, but for me, the second that I saw this, I thought this was going to be the end of the laning phase. You had a good fight, but ultimately, Viper's getting more out of this. He completely outplays you here. But this next fight is the big one that matters. The thing I have to highlight here, this is the thing that I'm like, oh my god, yes, Berserker. I want every AD carry in the world for the rest of the tournament to look at this. This Mel is 7-1 because you keep picking Caitlyn, buying Berserker's Greaves so you can dodge one skill shot and losing the lane anyway. This man comes in, crucially, bam, pickaxe, up against Hextech instead of useless boots that do no damage, that let you dodge one skill shot just to lose the lane anyway. And this man, despite being down, they go for the re-engage. They know they have the favorable 2v2, and he fights it out. So as we play, again, you could highlight the nuances of the 1v1, but if you know the matchup, you know it already. I'm not worried about that. What I want to show is the confidence of Berserker, the recognition of his own strength, and a decision to reinforce the value in an already winning 2v2, because this right here, this performance in lane, is no longer just about Lion or this series. For the rest of the tournament, I think Tristana is on the map as the premier AD carry option into the Mel. Because the biggest problem with AD carries is they don't exist till 4 items. I don't give a damn till maybe 3. Mel is at 1. At one item, she is relevant, and she kicks your butt all through the rest of the game. But finally, thanks to Lion and Berserker, this feels like an answer to a champion that just seemed unstoppable.
And you know, I feel like part of it is with mages, you're about that poke, that wave control, whittling them down. Tristana, you can circumvent that, just jump in. I saw Codyson tweet about this and saying this is the mage counter. We've seen it so many times in mid lane, seen it in bot lane as well, and just saying, you know, they may throw poke at you. You can just jump immediately on them if you have the engage backup.
Yeah.
What are we
Oh no, I was just gonna say, like, I loved their prep. I love that this looks like a completely different team than the team that went against Furia. This is more of what I was expecting to see from them initially, because they also just, not only with the creative picks and finding answers to things that we've already seen in this tournament thus far, but just the patience with which they played out the early to mid game and recognizing when they could seed objectives and when they could take objectives or make a play was a lot more of what I expected from them in the Furia series, where they looked completely uncoordinated.
And I feel like it doesn't just come down to patience, it's picking the right fights, keeping up with the tempo, and that's something that Inspired was saying, and especially what makes it hard when playing against a team like BLG is being smart about everything you're gonna do and being proactive while doing it. I did not expect that from Lion coming here today.
I think as well, you cannot get demotivated by this. It's a best of 5. You lose this game. It's going to feel frustrating, but you have to go, look, we did a lot of good in this game. Our approach was right. We made a mistake. That is fine. Think of the positive and take that in a game too, because we've seen teams really crumble after they lose a game where they really should have won. They felt like they were in a winning position. I think Lion has to take the good away from this and not let it shatter them.
I completely agree, and we've already seen much more than I expected. Solo lanes have cleaned up. They brought in some innovation to help them combat BLG, and the decision-making has been better. This was supposed to be a blowout. It's not a blowout. It might still be a 3-0, but it's a very different kind of series now that we've seen this level of performance from Lion.
BLG takes game 1, but I wouldn't feel defeated if I was Lion here. We see hopes on the side of North America, so let's see if they can bounce back and bring the same kind of fire. Bring that Lion again on the Rift. We'll see it for them too.
Like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart. He still doesn't die! You cannot step the Vega and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! We blocked it well with the Arcane Storm, doing so much work in GG! They are just going to ace them!
When I was a player, if I was to make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고,
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Red Bull gives you wings.
With a big vibrant sound.
Don't tell me when to stop.
Good times to make your vibe get down, 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 get down. Don't care if you're the talk of the town. I'm what they're all talking about. Good times to make your vibe get down. Step true with a big vibe and sound. Time to make your vibe get down.
Attack the dance floor, 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 attack the dance floor like a bulldozer.
I mean, now they're coming there.
Yeah. I'm coming.
Look this guy.
I'm coming low flash. Jaraban low flash. Look, coming slowly, guys. Look, coming slowly. Nice.
It's BLG again, looking to make the first move. Dokla goes all out, tries to put some pain back into Bin, but there's so much damage. Knight takes him down. Inspired, he's in a little bit of danger here. Viper firing back. Inspired looks for a little bit more, but he's going to be knocked out of the Guardian Angel. Now the dive right back onto Sane Isles, and Sane in some danger. Bin gripping the kill onto Isles. BLG, they're so damn good! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2026 here in our best of 5 between Lion and BLG. BLG obviously heavy favorites coming into this series, but game number 1 was so close for so long. Just about a little over 30 minutes of gameplay where the teams were neck and neck, barely 1,000 gold apart from one another. But when push came to shove, it was BLG pushing and shoving.
And now we got to see what the response is going to be from Lion as we get into Champ Select Power, are presented by HyperX. And this is going to be an absolute doozy. Like, you've already got your answer to the Mel was this Tristana. So now, do you have more in the tank? Because we know that, like, we've got the Vel'Koz coming through for Viper. We have some of these other picks that he can try and play, but the Tristana is one and done. So now I want to see what the response from Lion is as we get into game 2.
Well, luckily, Mel is also one and done. The champion that is now up to 8 games played, 7 games won. She's pretty strong.
Yeah, but you've still got like Ziggs and Vel'Koz that are like you know, definitely not Mel in disguise. Yeah, it's like, that's actually what that Vel'Koz skin is, you know?
Just pretending to be Mel. Well, now let's go ahead and hop in here, see what our bans look like. It's Varus, Vi, and Akali banned out by BLG. Lion going to focus that bottom lane here early, getting rid of the Bard and getting rid of Viper's Ezreal.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. I mean, obviously Viper, insanely good on that Ezreal. And the Bard has been, as I said, I think On is the best Bard in the LPL right now. He's been absolutely insane on that champion. It fits his stall down to the ground on like being able to roam around, play for those solo lanes. And especially when he's able to like cheat his vision control thanks to those magical journeys and that. He's just a menace. But the Orianna was left up and available. Was actually banned by BLG last game, but they get their hands on it this time.
Exactly. It was their third ban in that first phase in game number 1. Now this time around, they're going to leave it open. Guaranteed that Knight gets to have that one. Nocturne, the last ban of the first half here for Lion. So what do they want to go with? How do they want to play this? Because honestly, the game number 1 performance from Lion was 95% good. Yep. It fell apart in the last team fight, and as soon as that fight was over, BLG pushed and they won the game. But up until then, that game was so close, and I want to see Lion continue to keep up with BLG.
And I think it relied on 2 things. One, Inspired being able to get active in the early stages on the map, like getting that play towards bit in the top line, helping out Dokla on that weak side, and making sure that matchup was stable. And secondly, Isles. I think Isles had a great performance on the Shen, as there's Miss Chim Chim, as I think him being able to play around on this early map, covering a ton of the plays that On had, that was the other part of it, right? So if you can find that early pressure for Inspired and Isles once more, I think that's where Lion can maybe push BLG back a little bit.
All right, well, Lion's first 2 picks, they're going to copy a control mage here in the mid lane, pick up the Victor for Saint, and then locking in the Skarner for Inspired. This was also a champion that was banned in game number 1, albeit in the second half, if I'm remembering correctly, but Inspired will get to pilot that one here. It's all about the angles for the Ishtal's impact. It's all about getting creative, tunneling through the walls, finding the ganks that might otherwise not be expected. Yeah. But on BLG's end, they're going to say, all right, it's
the arch
time
nemesis.
For the, yeah, exactly. We've got the, well, that lore's retcon now, but we've got the old school arch nemesis battle of the Seraphine versus the Skarner. Seraphine Ashe, of course, has been such a power duo. It feels like all split long. They can be so oppressive. Ashe sets up Seraphine so well. And also, if you're saying that one of the reasons why Lion was able to keep up with BLG was Inspired being able to be where he needed to be at different points, follow the movements of Shun and On, Ashe is so good at tracking the enemy jungler.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's where it's going to be hard coming into the rest of this, because you already kind of banned away in your own right some of the answers that you could have gone for here online. Like traditionally we see like Caitlyn Bard as an answer in towards this in the bottom lane, but with the Bard taken away, and now maybe things like the Caitlyn band towards Berserker as well, with the lack of focus on the AD carries, yeah, I think this bot lane pool going to be very pinched and difficult for Lion to answer.
Meanwhile, on the Lion side, they're going to go ahead and ban out that Renekton. They want to remove one of those safe kind of evergreen top laner options that Ben can just slam and kind of play into anything.
It's also, you're into Mbessa. You want no Nahar, you want no Renekton, you want nothing's going to beat her in the early stages. Like, let her come alive at that later portion.
Exactly. Renekton versus Mbessa, traditionally not a very fun matchup for Mbessa in the lane. So Nautilus going to be banned out by BLG. This is one of those types of picks into Ashe Seraphine that people would take, kind of just the all-in, full send it. Okay, they're going to be oppressive if they're able to maintain their structure in the lane and their range. So just try to all in them, just try to burst them down. Not going to allow that to happen. And Lion are also going to ban out the Vayne.
Interesting. So, yeah, because you already have the Mbessa locked in, because at this stage, not a huge amount of, like, engage for Lion. Like, as you say, Skarner can, if he's able to run at people, but you're running into Seraphine, you're running into Orianna, you're running into Ashe. It's not the best time. Yeah. So I'd expect you to try and focus on a bit more of those engage tools, but I imagine we're going to see like a Rel ban or something along those lines here. Maybe even the Alistar in that bottom lane, just to try and remove more of that. Tramp tool actually going to be the Lucian. But I think Lion have to focus on having a bit more, because Mbessa, since the nerfs, just not really that engage tool that you're hoping to be anymore. And same when you come towards the Skarner.
Well, we've got the Ziggs picked up for Lion. So while BLG was focusing on let's ban out the things that can all in our Ashe Seraphine, Lion is instead going to say, no. If you want to play ranged ability spam, we will play ranged ability spam. And that's the way it's going to be. Ziggs locked in for Berserker down here. We'll see how well he can pilot that one. As over on BLG's side, still need to see that top laner What's it going to be? Top lane and jungle, please. The Gnar locked in for Bin.
Yeah, Bin going to be happy with this matchup, being able to try and abuse that range in the early stages, and then having the opportunity to try and leap away if MSI ever goes for the all-in. Going to be very nice, as Shun going for the Naafiri as well, basically saying, hey, look, we have strong lanes that we can try and play around, but you do have, like, Victor, chance to outrange the Orianna in the early stages, and Ziggs, depending on the pairing here, might be able to answer for some of this push from the Ashe and the Seraphine post-level 3. So I'm curious to see just how much this Naafiri can get done in the early stages.
I also like having something like Gnar when you have Seraphine, because Naafiri dives, but she usually dives the very back line. Gnar dives in and he kind of mega Gnars everyone. And Seraphine's going to send the Encore straight through that. But the answer from Lion is Pyke for Isles. Okay, remember, Pyke's death from below does kill you through shield.
Yeah.
So if Seraphine is trying to shield people, if Orianna is trying to shield people, you can still find the execution, but this is not a champion that's one of those like pro play staples. It is one that we've seen a couple of times here so far at MSI with we'll call it mixed results.
I also don't see it in Isles' play history. Like, I think this is the first time that he's going to be bringing the Pyke to the main stage. And
to slam it against BLG at MSI?
And look, I wasn't convinced by the Camille performance the other day, so I'm really hoping that this Pyke is going to do much better.
Well, to be fair, I was also unconvinced by the Camille performance the other day, but I think the entire series overall against Furia on that first game day for Lion was very messy, right? There's a lot of those that they would want back, and I think that although they did lose game 1 here in this series, again, for 95% of the game, it did feel like they had a plan. It felt like everybody was on the same page. It felt like they had a way that they were planning on playing this game out. So I'm hoping that Isles' Pyke is the same thing compared to the performance that we saw on the Camille the other day.
I'm also hoping Berserker Ziggs is the same, because honestly, massively impressed by Berserker on the Ziggs. I think he was really good. The satchel charges were great. The zone control and that ultimate usage was fantastic. So if Isles is able to kind of get out on the map and interact in the same way he did on the Shen, I think you do have a decent fallback plan in the late game with some of this long-range damage from Saint and Berserker.
All right, let's see how level 1 starts to shake out for us here. As BLG are going to wander slightly into the enemy jungle a little bit, but Isles going to see him come and go ahead, back away on this one. Checking summoner spells and everything, all seems to be pretty normal. Important to note, though, since Berserker is on the Ziggs, taking the teleport in the bottom lane, that is going to give them more options for rotating around the map as the game goes on. Viper, of course, just running the Ghost double mobility summoner spells on that Ashe, very powerful.
We've also got the Lethal Temple for Bin in that top side, so definitely trying to see if he can get a couple of those auto attacks to set himself up for success in that top lane and really punish Dokkan when it comes towards that early laning phases. Shun, just clearing out, is going, down towards this bottom side, so it'll just be a full clear, it looks like, for both junglers, but it is kind of separated now with Inspired, going to end up on this bottom side, and with this Pyke here, maybe that's a window for opportunity.
Yeah, because if you're playing Pyke, he's not going to have nearly the same pressure on the wave that something like Ashe and Seraphine is going to have. So you should be pushed in by Viper and On early on before Berserker can insta-clear the wave.
And I think that's why it's a little unfortunate that you did see nice Viper and On moving down to that bottom side, because it meant that Lion had to give up position on the first wave.
And you can see on the left side of your screen here as we split to the tri-lane camera, the experience gap. Lion versus BLG, international appearances. BLG has so many more international games. The jungle is very comparable between Shun and Inspired. Inspired actually slightly taking the edge there, but every other role massively favoring BLG in terms of international games played. And I think that that's something that's very important when you look at last game specifically, because it was so close 95% of the way. But then when it came down to the do or die moment, it's BLG making it happen. That's the team that has so much experience in these high pressure moments, so much experience in the whole game rides on this, and that's why they were able to execute and get that clean 5-0.
Yeah, but it's sometimes the moments that you have with those shortened games that really stand out, right? Like Bollywood Bin being able to kill Bin as he went underneath the tower on Rek'Sai, where it's FlyQuest with Inspired who are pushing them the distance in that game 5 versus Gen G. Like, these are moments where NA has stood up and been accounted for and nearly, taken down Goliaths in the LoL Esports space. But once again, they have to see if they can try and do it against BLG, as Isles starting to move towards this mid lane already. Knight low, but I don't think there's much more follow-up you can go for here.
Yeah, I think the main move for Isles is probably just to guarantee that if BLG is trying to punish Saint as he gets the wave crashed in, Lion wants to make sure that there's no actual punish there. Shun is going to come around from the side, though. Saint, you okay, brother? First Dark and Dagger already hits. Shun continuing the chase. Saint on the run. Inspired trying to kill off his wolf to get down here. Saint escapes, but he has to flash to do it. Now Inspired has showed up. Slams him into the wall here with Ishtal's impact. Shun still trying to get away here on the Naafiri. Does not have the flash. It's first blood over to On, who rotates first. And it's BLG picking up 2 kills. Shun stays alive, and BLG are on the board.
The heal and the shield from On, just enough to keep Shun topped up so he doesn't go down. BLG react fast, and you see it here. Like, Saint, I think does a good job here of waiting so long for this flash, so then you can actually get both your jungle and support here to help out. They go on towards Shun, but just look how much comes out from On here. The flash forward gives the heal, then the shield. There's no real damage left as Isles has already gone through most of his rotation. Aspired in the same boat, and then nice, just the crown on top there.
Yeah, On with the absolutely clutch roam to not only get the first blood for himself, finish off that kill that almost got away with Saint, but then saving his own teammate. Ben's going in for the auto attack. It's a solo kill in the top lane. Lethal tempo Gnar. Put the emphasis on the lethal. Dokla's out of there. This is a disaster early game for Lion. BLG said, all right, you had your fun game. It's all serious business now, and they are taking no prisoners.
Yeah, not Dokla's tempo in the top side is Isles. We'll just spot out Chun backing away, but you've already got On in position to try and cover. Massive win coming through on that top side. You'll see it in the replay, just managing to clip him, I imagine. Oh, actually, Dokla went for the heavy trade. Thought he had more in the tank, but Bin, so much damage thanks to that lethal tempo. The flash forward sets him up beautifully.
That was just a blunder from Dokla. Yeah. He goes in too far. He puts himself in a spot where Mini Gnar feels empowered to jump on his head and say, no, man, you're done. That was too much. Well done there from Bin to punish Dokla, and you know Dokla's going to want that one back.
Dokla level 6 though, as Bin does jump forward once again. So Bin still needs to finish out these creeps. But yeah, that's super unfortunate, because now Bin going to be in a position where he can start to leverage this early lane. As we're still waiting here, Dokla fishing for a bit more. No, he's just going back away. But yeah, the advantage that you get with this now is being able to push forward, look for turret plates, try and get even more out of this, especially with the early tabbies. You're so strong into this matchup.
Bin just perfectly comfortable here with those shoes like you're talking about. Looking across the map, Berserker does have a gold lead for himself down there in the bottom lane. Of course, that On had to rotate over, make sure that he contributed to that big scrap that was in the bottom side river. Gives Berserker the opportunity to probably just shove Viper in with the power of that Ziggs early on. But I think BLG will be perfectly happy making that trade, having On leave the bottom lane there for a little bit. Inspired trying to maintain control over the top side river here. Remember that in game number 1, the dragon stacking was very slow. Neither team really prioritized that objective. The first one is alive, and since it's mountain, that generally gets prioritized less here as well because it takes longer to secure, because it's so tanky. So I'm expecting probably a similar story here in this game, although you can see a ping in the dragon pit right now. Red ping coming out from Lion.
They're just unsure as to where Shun is, because Shun has done a little bit of an unusual pathing where you can see his wolves are still up, but his Gromp is gone. So Inspired in trying to keep track of where he was, because he just hit that vision cone, thinks that, oh, Shun is actually cleared from top into bot lane, but we haven't spotted him anywhere, so he must be on Dragon, because he didn't contest the crab for level 6. But instead, Shun, you can see kind of leaving some of these camps a little bit hilter-skelter over the place. He still hits 6, but they've now lost track on line as to where Shun is.
Camps are worth money, Dagda, but they are also worth confusing your opponent. What is more valuable, money or confusion? That's the name of the game. As Bin goes in for the Mega Gnar on Dokla, immediately reverts to mini form, continues chasing him, wants to get that last hit there for the hyper proc. Misses the boomerang though, and Dokla's very thankful for that because his health bar is already pretty compromised here. Does still have the public execution if Bin goes too far. Fires it off, but no, Bin just walks to the side. So easy there, avoiding that potential engage. Inspired waiting around nearby, so now his pressure's also not going to get much. Downtown arrow coming in from Viper. Shun's there, Knight's there, Saint is out of there as the kill goes over to Knight.
BLG just playing so well. The arrow from Viper connecting on towards Saint, and Shun in a position to try and cover both sides of the equation. If Inspired went top, he was there, but was happy to take a mid laner for his troubles.
And now with the resources spent, you don't have the arrow, you don't have the Mega Gnar, you don't have Shun's ulti. You're going to see BLG back away from the grubs. Inspired's going to try to secure those for now as Knight goes ahead, takes his recall. We'll see if he wants to walk back to lane or try to teleport, maybe make a play to try to contest here at these grubs. On is in the area, but so is Isles. Shun hanging around nearby here too. Inspired tries to go for the Ishtal's impact, uses Impale to force out the flash from On. It's still Inspired and Isles with control over the grub pit.
Yeah, On trying to be annoying there, and Inspired's like, I'm calling your bluff. You do not have anyone in behind you. But Bin getting a nice trade there. Also, Viper, while this was all going on, managed to take some turret plates in the bottom lane as well. So BLG at least trading for the early grubs. Still though, I think Line, especially when you've got people like Dokla who in the later portion of the game want to get quick access to turrets, can get a lot of value from this Void Grub.
It's still a scary early game. 9 minutes in, we're at just about a 2,000 gold lead because of plays like this.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting beautiful cinematics here as the arrow towards Saint. Incredible. Shun ready to follow up with the ultimate as well. And I like, Saint had no chance. He has no flash, he has no way to get away from this, and BLG just bullying the line mid laner.
Yeah, once you're an immobile control mage hit with a max range arrow, you're pretty done for. As Isles coming down in here to the bottom lane, trying to make the play onto Viper. Nice sidestep away from the stun, flashes onto the other side of the satchel, and evades the bouncing bomb. He's got his juke boots on, and Viper walks away from it.
Might have opened up line to try and go for this dragon, though, as Viper has to look for the reset. There's the shockwave.
Yeah, Knight going in after Saint here, continuing to just put damage into that health bar here with the clockwork. Wind up, one more hit would have got him. Saint stays alive from drinking the potion as On is about to die down here in the bottom lane. Berserker takes him out as Inspired arrives. Viper down to 200 HP, but Shun is hanging around in case Lion goes too far. You can see Saint completes his recall there as the arrow fires out, collides into Berserker. Shun shows up, but he's not going to fully commit for this. He does have the Hound's Pursuit, but since Lion is still nearby and he used Call of the Pack for the extra speed and the extra distance, Shun does not want to overcommit.
Still though, Lion make the play, they get the kill, they get the dragon, so, well, in theory, as I can see, Shun is kind of hovering around, does know that this is going down. TP from Knight in towards the mid lane, but with no shockwave, I think it's a bit of a lackluster attempt here from BLG.
Yep, Inspired. Well, Shun is over the wall, wants to try to contest him for this one. The Impale connects, though. Isles trying to come in and help, but no, Shun just steals it away. He walks in, he's trapped in the Scorpion Sting, but it doesn't even matter. As soon as it expires, he smites it down, and it's Lion who end up looking foolish.
Yeah, because it looked like Lion had basically made the call of, hey, we don't want to deal more damage to Dragon, like keep it healthy, we just try and kill Inspired, but not sure if it was just the AoE from Berserker or what it was, but the Dragon going low enough. Big win for Shun as he managed to get the steal.
Yep, and both of our junglers do have their first fully completed items now. Hextech Proto Belt for Inspired. Very cheap item, very powerful. As Isles does find a nice pull onto On here in the mid lane. Gravity Field's gonna stun him off, but a nice shockwave coming in from Knight to turn things right back around. Saint is down and Knight is on a killing spree. The golden left hand slams his fist into Lion's jaw, and BLG are running this second game.
Knight showing why he picks up Dark Seal early every game. 4 stacks, 4 kills, and bodies are hitting the floor in front of the BLG mid laner.
Beautifully played from BLG, On buying enough time for Knight to get over there, save his support, get the 2 counter kills. We're going to go all the way back here in the rewind, see Shun steal the Drake.
Yeah, because there's obviously a lot of burn both from Skarner and the Neferi here. But, oh, it's damage from On that just sets it super low. Yeah, oh, must just be the bleed damage basically coming through from Shun that ends up getting it low enough. But On basically saying he meant to do this as he ends up getting caught. The charm is good, the shockwave even better. And at this stage, you've already used so much, and Isles just barely short of that level 6 as well. It means he doesn't have the execute damage. But Knight able to finish him off in the end.
You can see some frustration on the face of Saint. Knows that getting the play like that turned around to a 2 for nothing. It's a 3K gold
But
lead.
look at the experience on Isles. Like, he's been so close to that level 6. A couple of the kills that have nearly gone the way of Line would have tipped him over the edge and really kind of changed some of these early plays. But unfortunately, needs to start picking up some of this experience so he can actually be more impactful on some of these plays.
Yeah, he needs the ulti. The ulti is the difference there, probably between making that work and what we saw just happen. It's now a 1,500 gold lead for Knight, largest individual gold lead on the map. 3K is a bigger gold lead in this game at 13 minutes than we had the entirety of game 1 until the game-ending fight. This is BLG dominating the early game here in game number 2. Saint gets away for now, does evade that last hit from the
TP
ball.
behind.
TP coming in, Lion trying to make some kind of a play. Mega Inferno Bomb, not a whole lot of value there, as now we're going to see BLG look to maybe try to turn it around, but no, nice shutdown going over to Saint, as he now has to escape. Ben arrives here with the TP, trying to get something back. It's BLG here in a 4v5 as Inspired grabs 2 with the Impale. Lots of damage on the BLG. Inspired might have died, but BLG is collapsing. Shun has to try to flash away, but Dokla's already killed him. Ben's the last man standing. Lion just got 4 for 1, a massive play. Saint, what the hell? What? Saint takes a turret shot, it's a 4 for 2. It still favors Lion.
Still a massive turnaround for Lion. A 2,000 gold swing back for the LCS representative, and it's just a good call. BLG don't see the movement from Line to try and get in behind them here. It's the immediate TP with a single creep on half HP before it dies. Dokla gets that teleport in, and then it's all hands on deck. It's Dokla who tries to go for on, I believe. Actually, no, just immediately goes for Knight. Knows that flash was burned to kill Isles earlier on. And everyone moving away here. Saint with a good flash away from Bin. But watch this. Inspired with that setup. The tumble through, the depth from below doing so much work here. And Line get a ton of gold back. And then we cut the tape. And then we
don't watch
tape.
this part. Don't watch this part. Don't watch. Yeah. But everything up until that part was really good. everything up until that part was really good. That's the kind of move you got to make. And Inspired, that protoplasm harness that I was talking about earlier, that was actually really big in making it so he lived long enough for that Impale to keep everybody in place and allow them to find their counterattack. Mega damage coming out there from Berserker in that fight too. 3,400 Inspired on Skarner. You can see here a 3-0 record with a 40 KDA.
Yeah, not
bad. He's pretty good on the champ.
Yeah, You know, I'd take that KDA.
Yeah,
you know,
it's not bad. Not bad. It would show up in big golden sparkly letters on OPGG.
And I think it's showing well here as well, right? Like the fact that you end up with that massive Impale that sets up for the play, like Inspire looks comfortable. And what it started off as that 3K gold lead that Drew was talking about, down to 1K, significantly closer. Now it is like very shared across the board with Berserker kind of holding on to that main lead. But that's also what we saw a lot in the last game, right? Where it was kind of Berserker on the Tristana versus the World, and that was enough to keep them within arm's reach. Now Lion want to try and contest.
Yep. Lion trying to move up, challenge BLG here at the Rift Herald. Mega Inferno Bomb finds damage only onto On. As the Herald is secured by Inspired, On gotta be careful. No, he's caught in the gravity field. On is about to die here to the Arcane Storm. Saint grabs the first kill. Isles looking to make it a second here with a knife, but instead he is punished. It's a 1-for-1 trade, support for support. Battle Herald is already engaged. Shun goes over the wall with a massive shockwave. Shun kills 2. Lion, they lost track of Knight and Shun. And now Knight trying to get away here with 100 HP. Viper's got him slowed. Protoplasm Harness ain't gonna do it this time, as Inspired is about to fall, and Lion overplay their hand. BLG swift to punish with the Shun Knight combo.
The pack separated and BLG saw the weakness. They jump onto the remaining members of Lion. Has been whiffs on the Meganar, but here's the support.
Okay, right back into Mininar. The timing is nice here. Uses the hop to get over Dokla, but now Dokla could be in a little bit of danger. Isles still trying to find the kill here. Bin's 1v2ing. They gotta bring in a third man. Lion, they do manage to get their kill, but that was so sketchy.
It may still be, as here comes Shun.
Yeah, Shun wants to try to clean up whatever's left down here. Isles and Dokla getting themselves away, but now Berserker, that Ziggs that you were talking about, the point of power for Lion, shut down with kill credit over to Viper.
And showing that no good deed goes unpunished. Berserker TP's down, doesn't get the assist, ends up dying at the back of it as well. Lion, again, they found some moments, but BLG answering back, that gold lead growing, this tower in the bot lane gonna fall, and Knight should be able to catch that wave in the top lane that Saint teleported to.
Man, oh man, what a crazy sequence. I'm sure once we get the replay, we're gonna have to go all the way back to the topside river because it really was. It looked like Lion might have had a chance to maybe chase and punish something, but as soon as they separated, you just send in the dog bomb, the ball strapped to Shun. As soon as he collides with the target, the shockwave makes it happen.
No
now
way.
an arrow flying into the top side. Saint sidesteps it. Knight staying alive for now. He tried to flash behind the Impale, but the AoE goes to the side. It still catches him, and Lion have the first kill here in the fight. Knight down. Dokla's also arrived here with the teleport. Public execution 3 seconds away from being available. Bin with the Gnar bar charged. Hits Meganar on that one, clears out the wave. Lion finding a nice pick and getting everybody out.
Lion starting to move across towards this mid lane as well, so you can see On and Shun trying to move here to protect Viper on the mid lane towers. Inspire goes in.
Yeah, Inspire tries to tunnel through the wall, but Shun's still okay for now. However, a lot of pressure still coming in. BLG bring Viper into the fight. Shun tries to get a bit more damage, but no, he's going to be shut down by Saint. Now Viper dies too. Lion's finding even more as On tries to get away, but no! The power siphon rips out his soul, and Lion just about tie the game up.
Once again, Lion find the picks they need to get the goal back into their favor. Insane play across the board, in particular when you look at how they set up the control, the zone control in that fight. Saint getting so much value from that gravity well. We'll see it here as we start to come in, because Shun on his camp. Inspire thinks, hang on, we know Bin is just clear top wave and Meganar, he can't come in. So Inspired immediately starts to set up. Dokla moves through here, but as Viper showed up, see this gravity well means that Viper can't actually follow up on a lot of this. He gets stunned, and then immediately Dokla is able to follow up as Shun try and goes for the re-engage. Lion playing so well around the choke points in this area.
Lion not willing to lay down and die. BLG have had such an explosive early game here, but I'm so impressed with Lion's ability to hang in there and find those angles. This is what they would do domestically in North America. I talked about it a bit in game number 1. Even when they're behind, it's their shot calling that brings them these opportunities for fights to get back into the game, and now they're overloading the top side. Saint still just trying to clear the waves in mid. Everybody else hanging around top, but the turret has already been destroyed up there in the top lane.
Yeah, we have a bit of a split map situation going on right now as Inspire going to clear out that top side. You got the same for Shun, who wants to take some of those camps in bot lane, but now On moving here, trying to get in on towards this mid lane.
Yeah, BLG wants to put pressure onto the turret. They'll at least take out that third plate. Isles coming around from the side means BLG does want to back up, not overcommit on anything. Inspired just punches Shin. Not a whole lot more to do here as both sides, again, playing cautiously. BLG, they could afford to play a little crazy, a little scrappy earlier. They were up 3,000 gold 12 minutes into the game. Now it's dead even at 21 minutes. BLG are going to have to make sure they're giving Lion the respect they're due, but the Impale's already there. The Mega Inferno Bomb on! He doesn't get hit by death from below. Isles quickly misses the ulti, and now Lion's going to try to run, but Inspired's already been killed. The Baron's on the map. Lion tries to make the play, but a slight miscalculation. They don't get the kill, and instead now it's BLG moving over to Baron.
X marks the spot where Lion thought they had it, but instead it's BLG who are able to step away, find themselves in front of the Baron. So much is still available, including the arrow in a couple of seconds.
All right, On is very low with HP. Keep that one in mind, but he's got a lot of shields, a lot of healing. Lion trying to stop this. Berserker over the wall with the AoE damage. Arrow's not going to find a target here. Bouncing bomb still looking. Public execution again, going to miss. Bin goes in for a 3-man Meganar. Tosses 3 of them back, but Dokla's already killed Viper. Saint falls now. Shun barely staying alive, but he is executed by the Baron and Berserker. It's 2 dead on the BLG side, 2 dead on the Lion side. A bloodbath in the river is an equal trade.
You'll take that as Lion. Denying the Baron as maybe more here.
Oh, beautiful bone skewer into the Ishtal's impact. Lion find another one. Nicely done there to ultimately give themselves the advantage, and they get Knight's teleport at the end of it, or he would have been dead to rights too.
But look at the timer as well. Now you've got the opportunity with a Dragon in 50 seconds to move bot lane, push out waves, set up vision. And it's this start here where Bin trying so hard to try and play up into this position, Isles dodging away. But in fact, as Bin goes in, he actually exposes his backline because he goes forward. But Dokla is like, great, I've been pushed on to the backline with Saint. Immediately burst out Viper. You don't have the health bar to try and continue forward. So it is end up being in that 2-for-2 with Bin almost helping Lion getting that reposition.
We've got ourselves another close one here, Dagda. It was looking like the classic close first game, and then the second one ends up being a blowout here at the start. But no, the Coinbase gold grind showing you that it's actually Saint up 300 gold overnight over the LPL's best mid laner. As Lion now, they don't want to allow BLG soul point. That could complicate things here in the future, so they've got to try to find some sort of an angle as this Drake is about to spawn. Dokla teleporting in, has the empowered shield ready to go, but the Drake has already begun by BLG. They've got it down to half HP. Bin is about to die. Gets over the wall, stays safe for now, stays alive. Inspired jump into the pit, but no, it's Shun getting the credit. Dokla's going to be taken low by Bin. Meanwhile, over here with the junglers, both on the front line, both down to about half HP. Dokla's already been killed by Bin. Inspired here with the Impale. Finds the kill into Viper, but a nice shockwave coming back from Knight to make sure Inspired falls too. Everybody on Lion trying to scatter, but no, it's BLG coming up big in another fight. It's a 4 for 2, and Shun's not done. Isles is forced all the way home as BLG make their way on a soul point and head towards the Baron pit.
Again, Lion trying to force their way in. It's a nice job to turn on towards Bin, but keep your eyes on how Knight plays this fight. Ends up incredibly slow on the ult usage, which actually catches Lion out, because here, on flashing forward, you expect the shockwave. That's why Saint goes for that, the Zhonya's, but Knight waits patiently, and as they try to jump in here, that's where the shockwave connects. Now you've got the damage from Shun, and it's the follow-up bit Bin just barely clipping onto Berserker there that really seals the deal for BLG.
And Bin winning out in that top laner battle at the very start of the fight too, eliminating Dokla, making sure it's a 5v4, guaranteed victory there for BLG. Now they've got Soul Point, now they've got the Baron, now they've got to get out of town because Lion's trying to find some sort of a punish, but BLG have already evacuated the area. Isles trying to look for some sort of a chance here at a Bone Skewer. Shun jumps back in. Inspired on the front line, but he's got to be careful. Taking a lot of damage there from Viper and Bin over the wall. Inspired! He's too far forward. BLG have already found their first kill. Make Berserker number 2. Saint's about to be 3. Shun falls, but BLG will avenge him in style. Isles the only man left again. Knight with a flash forward. He wants the full ace, and by God, he's gonna get it. 25-17, 5,000 gold lead. That's BLG.
The Scorpion couldn't find a rock to hide under. BLG with the dog delivery system may have just brought themselves a Game 2 win off the back of that play.
This is, if nothing else, going to explode the gold lead as it rises now to above 7,000. Here's another look at Lion trying to find an angle.
And they're basically saying, look, BLG hasn't reset. Maybe we have a moment, but with Inspired separated, and On and Viper doing a ton of work to keep the rest of Lion out of the play. Inspired is overextended. On steps up again to try and set up alongside this arrow. And it's Shun flashing forward, the dog delivery system, catching Saint as well. Sure, Shun goes down, but it's BLG happy to take that trade.
Exactly. You send the dog all the way in. Yes, he's got to go up to dog heaven, but that's okay. He'll look down on the rest of the team with a big old smile because BLG are 7,000 gold up. You can see the frustration on Dokla's face. Knight on Orianna here in 2026. This entire year undefeated on the champion, 8-0. Another 40 KDA. Dagda, and he's got 24 pages in his book. He is writing a death note full of Lion names, and he's not quite done. The pen's still got plenty of ink in it, and it looks like we've still got another 45 seconds of this Red Bull Baron power play that's already plus 5,000 gold. Enchanted Crystal Arrow not going to find a target there as Shun goes in with a Hound's Pursuit. He just wants to kill Isles. He's bleeding him down with the Darkened Daggers. He gets the kill. Shun's a 1-for-1 trade on that one. Just a full send out of the BLG jungler. Meanwhile, Inspired behind BLG, setting up for maybe a flank angle. Saint is still in the top lane, pushing the tier 2 of BLG, and he has no teleport. There's no way for the Victor to get here quickly, so BLG is just ransacking the base. Mid lane inhibitor already down, bot lane inhibitor turret about to fall next.
Basically hoping that Saint can get back in time and Inspire can then come in behind them. Won't get spotted on the wave. Here you go, Saint has reset and bought items.
Okay, Inspired is here. On Viper and Bin, trying to get out safe. Bin forcing Inspired back to create space for On and Viper, who are now regrouping behind their top laner. Viper fires the volley forward, slowing down Dokla. They've got the enemy Ambessa down to half HP. Nice sidestep of the boulder there from Inspired, but Bin goes in for the Mega Gnar, only onto the enemy tank. BLG continuing their retreat now as everybody from Lion has showed up. Isles jumps in straight to his own demise. Inspired now trying to continue his retreat as On flashes away from the Arcane Storm. Bin already had to trigger his Sterax. So he's low, but he's continually getting healed up by On, and Shun has now rejoined the fray. The darkened daggers fly, and Lion's about to die. Shun and the rest of BLG continually charge forward. Saint has to try to get himself away, but the flash won't save him. Inspired dies next, and nobody's left standing on Lion. BLG gonna march it in.
BLG find their moment with some big swings in the team fights, thanks to Knight on the Orianna and his line, watching their Nexus crumble.
Knight will remain undefeated on that Orianna here in 2026. BLG will move to match point with an 11,000 gold lead, taking out Lion in game 2.
You cannot give Knight the Orianna and expect to come out looking clean, but it's BLG who have definitely had some tough times against Lion here, but they're still looking good, and I want to hear the analyst desk break that down.
I have conflicting opinions about this game because it started horribly, then it got good, and then it went back to normal. And yeah,
I just want to follow up on what Dag just said. I think for a game where you gave Knight Orianna, absolutely illegal decision, by the way, should never be allowed, very questionable. That wasn't too bad. That was kind of like the best you could hope for.
There were windows.
I think obviously the positive for Lion is they made it competitive as they did game 1, but they're still 2-0 down in the series. That's the tough thing about.
Yeah.
It's weird because look, I'm from North America, but I'm not an NA pundit. I feel weirdly proud of Lion. I don't know if that's reflected by my North American peers. Maybe it's getting too close now where it's like, okay guys, you can clearly win a game. Please just get it over the line. But I'm still just impressed with a lot of the good things that are going on. But there's obviously still a decent amount of room for criticism.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the frustration for me, especially as someone who watches both, has watched all the games of both these teams, is how Lions still are able to get some of these setups and play patiently enough around their composition and then still manage to fumble it. Sometimes even in the team fights where, you know, you kind of do expect that to happen, a lot tougher opponent than their opponents in North America. I do want to go over, however, kind of a quintessential BLG play that combines the Viper Ashe and the Knight Orianna. So every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, BLG are going to make a really great play on this attempted gank by Isles. So the first thing that's going to happen, you want to pay attention to the Ashe. She's going to be firing an arrow and also firing a hawk shot this way that's going to end up spotting out Isles on this roam. So as Knight feints towards the top side, they actually see him there. Isles thinks he's going to be able to go in for this, and then the Ashe arrow is going to go through. Knight rotates back, lands the shockwave. Again, this is why you really just, especially with this composition, do not want to give this champion to Knight, not only because of the undefeatedness, but also just because of, again, the way that BLG combines stuff like the Ashe Orianna, using the vision, using the cross mapping with the arrow, and then also Knight rotating back down, landing the shockwave. This is just a play that we've seen from them, and we've seen how coordinated they can be, even if they're not even in the same place.
And it comes down to what Inspired was telling me ahead of this series, the fact that BLG is always going to be in your face, ready to fight back, and especially the fact that you have to be ready for that jungle mid lane duo, Shun and Knight, running the show every time when it comes to re-engaging and finding those opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, look, we could have made this entire post-game segment just an endless roll of shockwave, dogwave combos, all to use over the wall. But we're going to belay that for a little bit to talk about this play specifically, because Ox, I know you had some beef.
Yeah, so Dokla goes for this initial play onto Bin, chunks him out, but doesn't commit the ult. He gets run down and killed, and even though this was initially good for Lion, they had them trapped in the pit with a Victor with a Ziggs. This feels fantastic. Bin gets to walk back into the fight, and that puts so much pressure on Lion, and I think Dokla, if he just committed the ult when Bin was jumping over the wall when he's locked in that animation, taking him out of the fight, all 4 other members of BLG were trapped in the Dragon Pit, and I think it was much more playable, and there was an angle for them there.
Ultimately, though, wasn't enough against these guys. And I like what you highlight there. There's a moment where Bin is locked in that jump animation, where it is a free ult for Dokla. He doesn't feel like he can pull the trigger. And sadly, I think he had overall a solid performance. It was a nice kind of comeback. But the story that has been the case for the entire series thus far is like, Lion good, but still so many little individual mistakes. And it is getting frustrating.
Yeah.
But again, when you look at Shun and Knight on the opposite side, even without the little individual mistakes, you're still playing against a Goliath mid-jungle duo.
I think what's frustrating is it feels like you have to be flawless against this team to beat them, and you see exactly why. We were talking about the dog wave. It just felt like every single time there was an opportunity for them to push the game ahead, BLG take it, and if you make that little misstep, every independent member of BLG has the opportunity to take over and carry. Even On and the Seraphine was getting phenomenal ults this game.
Yeah, and with compositions like these, again, they're just so comfortable executing these. They're communicating very, very well around fights. And I think that is kind of a bit of a level up we've seen for this BLG team. They are a bit more well-coached than, you know, for example, last year's BLG, right? And it does come down to when they lock in a composition like this with so many answers, provided that they are all communicating on the same page, the quick ability to be able to coordinate is so massive.
Yeah, and again, I think the final fight this whole game,
yeah.
This feels a little rude to Isles to run this one particularly.
Yeah.
He did not have the best Pike game, but this is kind of just yet another reminder of how good BLG are in these teamfight circumstances. Playing on the edge there, that Victor Alt could have done a lot more work, but even before we got into this replay, been really respectful of what Inspired could do, really outpacing him, make sure he doesn't get caught by the ult. So even when Lion managed to mount a bit of a defense here, they're just too far behind in the fight overall. And for once this entire series, the dog wave doesn't connect, but the fight's already won.
Listen, we knew it wasn't going to get easy for them, and I feel like from the first series they played into this one, still massive improvements from Lion. Is it going to be enough for them to take a game? I don't know, but I applaud the resilience so far. BLG taking us to match point here. Let's see if Lions can fight back after this.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with League of Legends Esports, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
Coming in from Knight to turn things right, back, around. Saint is down and Knight is on a killing spree.
Yeah. I will have to fight.
Look into. Look. No. There's no flash. There's no flash. Okay, that's good. Look slow, Napiri. I'm looking Napiri.
Napiri, no W, I think.
The darkened daggers fly, and Lion's about to die. Shun and the rest of BLG continually charge forward. Saint has to try to get himself away, but the flash won't save him. Inspired dies next.
Lion fans, fear not. We've got one of the best LCS fans in the world with Miss Chim Chim. What do you think so far?
So far, I think they've put up a really good fight. We just got to be able to finish it. That's all we got to do. We're fighting.
We have a war cry. Do you have some words for the LCS fans who are, I don't know if they're staying up or if they're still up to watch, but...
We need all the energy we can get, guys. Please, cheers, send your little spirit fingers, but America's got this.
Just a little more, Lion. Let's go.
We got this.
Awesome. Thank you.
I love the energy there from Miss Chim Chim. Welcome back, everybody, to MSI 2026. We are now 2 games in to our best of 5 between BLG and Lion. And despite the fact that both games have been a close battle, despite the fact that I have been impressed by Lion being able to keep things really neck and neck with a contender like BLG, they haven't managed to get it across the finish line. It's BLG triumphant in the moments that matter most, and it's BLG now on match point.
And we were just talking in the break, like, this seems to be the speciality of BLG. Just every single member can step up when it counts, and all you need is one of them to make that difference. Whereas on Lion's side, still kind of waiting for that magic moment to happen. I think Inspired has had a great series thus far, like keeping control in the early stage. His team fighting has been spectacular, but he needs to really try and find that special sauce here coming into this to see if he can break the back of BLG.
All right, let's see how our draft is going to look. BLG banning out the Varus and the Rumble. Meanwhile, over on the other side, it's Vayne, TF, and Poppy banned out by Lion.
Interesting. Okay. So very much top lane focus. So maybe saying once again, hey, look, we're just going to try and take something that's a tank top side like the Sion for Dokla. Not give anything in the early stages across that Bin can try and answer with, especially with the Rumble banned by Bin here as well. That I imagine would be the focus here.
All right, what do we got? Okay, the Akali going to be kept away from Saint. As let's see what we end up getting here. Lion wanting first pick this time. They have taken last pick in both of the previous matches. This time around, they want to have their choice.
And I think like they have done well with this, but when you're 2 games deep and it hasn't quite worked out, look, let's try something a little bit different, right? See if it's going to work. And the Nocturne for Inspired, definitely something that can be a playmaker here.
And this would explain why the bans in this first phase are also different, because remember, the Nocturne has been banned out in both of the previous games. Now that they have the first pick, they want to prioritize it for themselves. Obviously, you don't have the Knockwave combo with the Orianna, since that's now removed through Fearless, so we'll see what they want to combo with it. But also, Viper gets his Ezreal. This has been banned out so far in the first couple of games as well. And by the way, so has On's Bard. So if they can manage... Yep, never mind. They're going to manage to lock it right there. Ezreal Bard for the bottom lane of BLG. That's some scary stuff.
That is definitely a comfort pick for BLG in that bottom lane. The push is there for them on the roams. The Temper Fates as well can try and slow down some of this pick potential from Lion with this Nocturne. We'll have to see how they pan this one out as we're still waiting. I imagine, the response to the bot lane will be the Nautilus. Try and grab that one early for Isles to ensure he's got that good matchup.
Yep, remember the Nautilus was banned out by BLG as responses to the potential Ashe and Seraphine bottom lane that they were running in the previous game. Not going to be banned out this time. So we have some strong engage options, particularly single target engage options for the Lion squad. Nautilus ulti plus Nocturne ulti. You can put somebody in a world of hurt with those, but what else do they want to pair with it?
Yeah, especially like looking at Knight in the mid lane, I imagine you want some sort of mobility here based on what you're seeing. Now with the Cassiopeia on the other side though, mobility may be at a premium when you look towards that mid lane pool, as the Renekton immediately taken here for Bin, knowing that they're going to be able to even ban away more champions and make Dokla uncomfortable in that top lane if they need to. But honestly, with the Gnar, the TF, the Vayne, the Rumble gone, there's very few picks including the MS that are like left to go into that top lane. Barris gone as well.
Yep, 4 of the most standard top lane champions in Jace, Gnar, Cassante, and Mbessa, all already off the table just through Fearless, is going to do a lot. So I want to see how much BLG wants to pinch this top lane pool in the second half, or if they even care. Right now, they don't. It's going to be the Misfortune banned out. They don't want that being paired with the Nautilus for the powerful all-in potential. You hit a dredge line, you immediately drop the depth charge, bullet time over the top. They're trapped in a lot of that damage.
Kaisa probably the next one to go as well on BLG's side. Good into the Ezreal, plus adding to that dive potential that you already have on the line side would make things very difficult for the likes of Knight and Viper. So I imagine that'll be the call. There's the LeBlanc gone though.
Okay.
Caps didn't look so good in this matchup.
And
then we kind of saw Zeka show him how it was done yesterday. So makes sense that the LeBlanc is respected.
We'll keep that one out of the way. Also worth noting that there is the potential to have the Cassiopeia flex to bottom lane. We have seen that before in this tournament, so I'm just going to put the little asterisk on that. You do expect to see it mid, but it could possibly be a swap. We'll see if BLG wants to respect that, or if they want to just keep focusing towards the bottom lane instead here with the bans. No, okay, they are going to look towards the top side, get rid of that Mundo that could be just a giant meatball that it's kind of hard for Renekton to appropriately punish enough to stop him from becoming the massive wall of hell.
But honestly, I think that may be the answer, is just put a bigger meatball in towards Doka, right? Like, look towards the Ornn, look towards the Sion, just say, cool, we've got engaged, we've got decent setup, and you're going to just lose gracefully. And I think Doka has been doing a good job of kind of doing just that. Like, hasn't gotten a huge amount of attention towards that top side of the map, but it has opened up Inspired to really start trying to find some footholds in this game elsewhere.
Okay, final ban of the draft. It's the Wukong being kept away from Shun. Vi still up and available. Could be pretty standard stuff. I mean, honestly, when you're looking at BLG's composition that's been drafted so far, it's not really feeling like you're very far into Fearless at all. Like, these are all very popular picks locked in up until this point. They will go ahead and pick up the bye for Shun, and that means they're going to be saving their last pick in the draft, this first game in this series where they've had last pick, for counter pick for Knight once they know for sure the Cassiopeia is going mid.
I prefer the Sivir option here if they want to go for it, or the Xayah. The Spell Shield going to do a lot of work. Jhin, unfortunately, like, you open up with the curtain call, Temper Fate bonks you on the head, and you're like, well, I guess I'm sitting here for the next couple of seconds doing absolutely nothing. So, yeah, I prefer the Sivir in this case. Even just in the matchup, you get decent wave clear and can follow up relatively well. Plus, like, the fact you can buy so much space with this on the hunt as you kite back with things like Cassiopeia and that from this Renekton buy, I think get a lot of value in the fight.
I always like on the hunt more when you have champions that do not have mobility built into the kit, because the less mobility you have, inherently the more valuable move speed is. So yeah, Cassiopeia duo really nice on that one. And okay, we're not going to go with a Meteor Meatball. No. We are going to go with Zahen in the top lane for Dokla.
Yeah, Shiny Xin Zhao going to be going to the top lane, and I don't think this is the best of matchups though for the Zahen. I think you can struggle because just the raw damage output from the Renekton in the early stages, the ability to try and trade effectively with the health bar always kind of favors the Renekton in the early trades. You do get online a lot later and can kind of outplay some of the dive potential here on BLG. But I think there's going to be some early focus here towards Dokla to help him out.
And that last pick of the draft for BLG is the famous Knight Ahri, paired with the Vi in the jungle, one of Ahri's best friends in all of League of Legends. This is a scary mid-jungle combo, and these guys are clearly on the same wavelength. We remember the play in the previous game in the topside river where Lion lose track of how far they're splitting, and it's Shun and Knight immediately counterpunching for 2 kills. This Vi Ahri combo is a recipe for success.
Can also nullify a lot of that Nocturne presence in a team fight as well, because now you jump in as Nocturne, Ezreal dashes away, Ahri dashes away, and then it's like, well, I'm on Renekton Vi, I guess, maybe the Bard. I don't know if this is the key targets, right? So I think this is where Inspired is going to have his work cut out. Will still be good when it comes towards the presence Nocturne can have on side lane pressure and push, which is a lot of what Knight and Bin will want to do as we get into the mid game.
Right.
Keep that in check, have the Nocturne play towards sides, but it's still not going to be wonderful when he gets towards fights. I think that's where he might struggle.
Yeah, we talked about back in game number 1 how BLG is a team that feels very comfortable playing in 1-3-1s. They know that their solo laners are incredibly skilled. They trust them to handle those individual assignments. Maybe Nocturne is how you try to counter that. Maybe that's what gets it done, because Lion has been close so far in this series. They've given BLG a fight, but it's BLG both times so far triumphant.
It's also very strong in these early levels if you want to look for the potential dueling. especially as you look towards Vi on her camps. If Inspired is able to get in the face of Shun, I think that should give him that advantage. And already, I think that's the game plan here from Lion, right? Inspired will be spotted thanks to that ward, but they want to split the map. Shun immediately booking it to the other side of the jungle will also be spotted.
Yep, he wants to make sure that he is not going to end up chickenless, so he will steal away that camp from Lion as his is stolen away. Of course, Inspired is the first to the camp, so he will have first move towards the lanes. Does tag Knight with a Dustbringer, but now it's Inspired and Saint coming to collapse on Shun, who's still trying to clear out these last chickens. Does hit his level 2. Saint is going to steal away one of the tiny ones. Shun still trying to make his escape here as Inspired and Saint both collapsing. Inspired wanting to get in the way of the Vault Breaker, but he can't do it. Shun, nicely done to escape.
Okay, so one camp per one camp, and we kind of go back to even Stevens. So not too bad on either side, but you can kind of see already, Lion, this I imagine is going to be the continued game plan, because Inspired can now clear through his top side, and actually with the push on bottom lane, potentially look for another invade with Isles having his support. So we'll have to see how BLG try and respond. At least Knight having push in the mid lane for the moment means he should have some support.
Down here in bottom lane, the 2v2 continues with priority over the lane, currently possessed by Berserker and Isles. You talked about it during the draft, how Sivir is going to have that extra wave control, that extra shove potential up against something like the Ezreal, which could open up opportunities for Isles to roam. I think that Isles' game on Pyke in game number 2 was not what Lion would have wanted, so hopefully we'll have more success here on the Nautilus as Knight is forced to flash over the red buff wall to safety, as just what I'm saying, Lion's support unlocked to make the rotation towards the
this is what I was talking about, right? Because you end up with this trade for Shun where he goes in to try and invade. They now have full information on where Shun is going to be, so it's almost like a fake coming through from Saint and Isles, where they're like, we are going to look for that potential invade, and Knight has to respect it because Inspired might be there with the pathing that they saw. So now Lion still in the position, honestly, with the Inspired having the quicker clear, where they could push this out and maybe look for something, but they should definitely be able to secure this bot lane crab for themselves.
All right, Bin's got Dokla shoved in, just like you were talking about. The early lane, not going to be the most pleasant experience there for Zehen up against Renekton. Of course, this champion has very powerful scaling later on with the ability to fill the blood well up, have that resurrection in the big fights, but Renekton, traditionally that dominant laner that will make that scaling difficult. Isles, again, just kind of looking for any opportunity to interfere with BLG. He's got Inspired right behind him. Is going to see that ward that got placed down over the wall by On. Tries to put a hit into that one, but will not be able to exterminate it in time. Shun and On trying to secure their buff here. Let's see if we... Okay, the teleport coming out now, as it'll just be Viper making his way back down into the bottom lane. Cosmic Binding onto Inspired. Lion really, really wanting to control this jungle, this second chicken camp spawn for BLG. They bring 4 men to do it, and they will get it done.
Yeah, so the red buff, I believe, went to Inspired as well off the back of that. So they got 2 camps in the midst of it, and this is really well played by Lion. This is the value you can get from this Nocturne, and why it's banned away so consistently. So they spotted Shun moving into the enemy jungle, they cover that play, they then go right. The only thing Shun can do is move back into his top side and clear bot, but Inspired has the faster clear, so able to clear his bottom side, get in to compete, and now gets the Raptor respawn. So Shun basically is nothing to do now for the next few minutes because he's no camps on the map.
It's a real bad feeling as a jungler to just be stuck in that, well, I'm not really sure where we're supposed to go, but you do see the gray hourglass up in that top side there around the Gromp, so he is pathing towards where that first camp is going to respawn. Still very even game state here, no kills super early, but the biggest gold advantage is Inspired in the jungle, but actually a very similar gold advantage up there in the top side for Bin's Renekton, who has just controlled the lane against Dokla.
Even opting in towards the early Bramble Vest is not what you really want for this Zehen either. He wants to be picking up those brooders or items, but Dokla massively struggling, and this is what we're talking about, right? Like the early presence from this Renekton is so strong as Saint.
Oh, Saint flashes forward, he wants to get the solo kill tonight. The poison will not be. It is! The first blood goes over to Saint thanks to the poison from Noxious Blast plus the Deathfire touch. Saint just solo killed Knight's Ahri.
Huge play from Saint in the mid lane. I thought this was going to be one of the most one-sided matchups that we had on the Rift today, but Saint with the Cassiopeia getting the kill onto the Ahri.
That was huge coming out from Saint, but now he has no flash to try to get away. He hangs around too long. Shun ends up taking the kill.
as On goes on a magical journey through the wall. Inspired, that is such a rough one because the paranoia cooldown is so long early. When you don't get anything out of that ultimate, you're really not happy with it.
Still, though, could actually look for a little bit more as the Dragon is here. I wasn't sure as Alls cancelled the reset if they wanted to try and invade on towards Shun, but with only the two of them, it will be the Dragon. Still, though, like, the funny thing is, Inspired uses the ultimate. I think he actually has the ultimate back up before Shun hits level 6 again.
Yeah, yeah, Shun a full level behind Inspired just because of the massive camp disparity. 4 or 5 camps Inspired has over the BLG jungler. So Dragon secured. This is by far the earliest Dragon of the series so far. Not even 6.5 minutes into the game, and that one is already locked in for Lion. As Isles and On both still hanging around this mid lane. Saint, no flash. Knight's flash also still on cooldown. Bin versus Dokla. Bin's just going to pop the Dominus to continue to maintain dominance here in this top lane. 70-44 in the farm count. You already mentioned it, but Dokla also having to spend that first big chunk of gold on an item he doesn't really want. And here's how Saint got the kill on Knight.
Yeah, Knight ends up stepping up, has the Q already connected, so there's a lot of damage and just not respecting it. Also, I didn't quite see where the charm went. So
he shot it.
Just missed it, did he?
Saint sidestepped it to the left.
Sidestepped it, right, yeah.
Yeah, Knight fired it off. Saint managed to sidestep it, predicted it well, and then the follow-up is right there. Yeah. He chases him down.
And Knight had no flash to try and get away from it, so nicely done by Saint there. And unfortunate for Saint in the follow-up after, because he had unlocked the ultimate but didn't have enough mana to actually use that to keep the rest of BLG away. So it did end up dying, but you can still see he pushed in that wave, still has the lead for himself in that mid lane. I think this now kind of opens up Lion a little bit more to try and fish for plays.
But it also was pretty critical from the BLG side that the counter kill onto Saint went to Shun, because Shun being so far behind in experience, being so far behind just in terms of his camps this game, he needed that kill to stay relevant. And you can see that even though he's down 20 farm right now, he's up a whopping 30 gold. But at least that's a state of parity with Inspired.
Yeah, I do want to highlight, though, just how much vision went onto that top side of the map there for BLG, because he got on, he just snuck his way in, and 1, 2, 3, 4 wards to spot out if Inspired so much as blinks in that top side jungle. So you can already tell BLG hyper-focused on trying to keep track of Inspired, but have they lost them?
Yep, Inspired's already down here in the bottom side of the map. Viper's trying to get away. Plenty of damage, but not quite enough just yet. Viper's staying alive for now. You gotta be kidding me! BLG keep their AD carry alive. Inspired still on the hunt. Viper still on the run. As now they turn their attention over to On instead. Saint has made his way into the fight. Viper takes a kill, though, as he brings Inspired down with him. BLG playing this beautifully. They turn this multi-man dive from Lion on its head. They get kills on Isles and Inspired both. Viper survived so long.
Lion fumbled it so badly on the play. Viper's arcane shift got away from the hook from Isles and honestly kept him alive for so long in the fight. We'll catch it on the replay. Because as this comes through, Inspired starts by tanking up the tower as he goes underneath. I don't mind this, but watch the arcane shift here. Isles tries to go under, but misses. The arcane shift had started, so the hook goes into the wall. That's not the lockdown you need. Berserker ends up tanking the tower afterwards. He's not tanky enough to set this up, so they have to entirely back away. And Viper gets so much poke damage as he runs away here. Does end up falling in the end to Berserker, but they tried to turn on towards the support afterwards. Like, that was just messy stuff from Line.
And they are punished. 1,500 gold lead now for BLG as On goes on a magical journey through the wall, looking to lock up Saint. A good use of the miasma there to slow him down. Saint gets away, not a whole lot of damage there. True shot barrage to add insult to injury to this top lane deficit that Dokla is currently experiencing. At least he's finally building towards the items he actually wants now. But over on the other side, Bin has even gone for a cull. He recognizes this lane is no threat. There is nothing that's going to stop him from behaving however he wants in this lane. So he's just going to go ahead and accelerate his own economy with that one. Already got it down to 44 stacks. Berserker, his own call, down to 24, and he's the lone gold lead on the Lion side, so cashing that in might be what... Okay, all right, now it's gone. Now it's gone, fair enough. But hey, the minions are walking up. Watch.
Yeah. Okay, 24.
It'll swing back. It'll get there. Just 10. There we go.
There
we go. Hey, there we go. All right, cool. So he's the lone gold lead on the Lion side once that call cashes in. Berserker has had large individual leads in both games so far for himself. but they still haven't been able to deliver. And Berserker is going to have to put up strong individual performance if Lion wants to get one of these games across the finish line and prevent the clean sweep.
The thing is, though, Lion have phenomenal scaling when it comes to this composition, right? Like, Saint, Berserker, Dokla, all going to be amazing when they get towards, you know, that 3+ items. Their biggest problem is trying to keep things in check for the moment. And I think they have done an okay job, but like Bane is massive. And if Shun and Knight are actually able to sync up now, I think it becomes a little bit more dangerous. 10 seconds on Dragon as well, which is why we're seeing Lion active in this area.
Yep.
And Inspired looking at a potential move to bot lane, but Viper respecting it as they see multi-members of Lion in the area.
Importantly, On also still level 5. Needs just a little bit more experience, a couple more minions to hit that level 6 and unlock the Tempered Fate. As BLG are going to step forward here. Lion with Inspired and Berserker both on the objective. Knight and Shun making their rotation over as the TP is about to arrive. It's Bin. And as soon as they see the Croc, they've got to back away. Lion wants nothing to do with this guy.
Especially because Bin had that top lane quest completed, so had the TP shield coming in as well. But Dokla, I think, going to be very happy for a moment of respite up here. Try and get some gold as well, because he has been struggling to get much up here.
Yeah, for Dokla, you're happy enough with that. You're saying, look, guys, it's a Chemtech Drake. We don't really care that much about it. Dokla gets a chance to breathe here for a moment, but that breath might be cut short. Nope, Ben's not going to go in for anything crazy, just instead wants to tend the wave, clear that one out, and get back to business as usual up here in this top lane as Knight will see if he can just get this wave shoved up down here in bottom side. Saint trying to do the same over in mid as On is roaming around the top part of the map. Once again, looking towards Saint.
Dokla, though. They're going for the trade. Doesn't quite get over the wall to follow him as Dokla's able to hop over. But yeah, you can definitely tell that this is now going to be the focus for BLG as they separate out into this 1-3-1. Bane is huge. Let's try and use that advantage with 2 plates already taken off that top lane to try and force a play towards him.
Yeah, we've got first items getting completed across, honestly, the whole scoreboard. Even the Locket of the Iron Solari completed for On the Bard for the extra shielding in the middle of these big fights. So Dokla, however, still, unfortunately, just a Phage and a Longsword.
And it's also still with the vision control for On that top side. He's been doing a really good job of finding these moments to get vision for Bane, but
oh, there's your wombo combo. Shun and Knight going in after Saint. He tries to use the Petrifying Gaze, but Knight predicts it. He makes sure he doesn't get caught in the hard CC, and BLG get the 1-2 punch with a mid-jungle combo.
Yeah, Shun and Knight, excellent on this combo, and you're seeing there just why the Vi stuck around the bottom side. Saint wasn't expecting it, and it's the immediate jump, and you called it in the 5 flowers. Knight sidesteps, predicts the ultimate, had On waiting in the wings if anything went awry, and it's a smile for the BLG mid laner.
They're going to be happy about that one. Over a 2,000 gold lead now. Inspired shows up to make sure they can't do any more damage to the turret as On goes ahead and takes his retreat. We've got the Rift Herald here spawning in about a minute. But like you said, this whole time, On has been maintaining so much vision control over the topside jungle of Lion. He knows that Bin is always going to be pushing. He knows that top lane belongs to BLG, so you've got to protect this area. You've got to place deep wards because it's Nocturne, and now those are going to pay a secondary dividend in setting up for the Herald.
Because Bin is about to take a second plate now, just in that minute's time that we saw that play on bottom side, and now finding Dokla with the coal popped.
Yep, Dokla's in some danger, already stunned up there with a Ruthless Predator. Has to use the Grim Deliverance defensively, trying to get himself away as Inspire goes in for the dive here yet again, looking for the move onto Viper. Plenty of damage coming out. It was Knight, excuse me, as the kill comes through. Saint making sure they land that one. And it's Saint's revenge down here in the bottom lane. Knight gets knocked over. Dokla even using the teleport to come down here and join up for it. But that means the top lane tier 2 is completely undefended.
It's a good call from Lion, though, because they knew that Knight didn't have that ultimate available. It was only the flash, Inspired able to follow, so they get some sort of trade back, because I think that play was dead in the top lane anyway. With Shun there, Bane had just popped Cole, he got 3 plates, first tower gold, and that gold lead just ballooned from an 800 gold lead 30 seconds ago to a 1.8k lead for a Bane. He is massive on the map, so Lion needed to find something elsewhere.
Yep, Shun already starting up this Herald. He's got Bin walking towards him back from the base. Any fight that Bin is involved in, Lion either has to have just a supremely superior angle or they cannot do anything about it whatsoever. It's a 2,000 gold lead across the team. It's a 1.7k lead for Bin. It's just he is the difference in this game right now.
Yeah, the difference is Lion, both mid and bot lane, actually having a little bit of a lead for themselves. Again, does bode well for them. They are the late game insurance here, but unfortunately for Lion, the late game is looking awfully far away because you're just getting so much pressure on the map. With Viper happy to sit on mid wave, on moving around, Shun finding ways to solidify a lead. Like, he can play so well around Bin and Knight in these side lanes, and that's what we're talking about. Inspired kind of needing to be there to cover the side lanes for when that play happens, but they've just been so desynced in the jungle clears, it's been difficult to do.
4-3, kills are close, but gold is not. 30 seconds till the next Drake spawns. It's 1-1 on those counts. Again, a more accelerated Drake game than what we've seen in the previous 2 in this series. And it's BLG moving in, Shun and On, the playmaking duo, setting things up so that BLG will have their opportunity for the trigger pull when they see it.
You can see what Inspired has to try and do right now, right? He's just sitting down on this bottom lane, trying to make sure they can cover in behind his top laner. So then if a play happens, they can actually be there. But it means that, you know, he can't get to his top side. You're getting Bin isolated again in this 1v1 where he's actually just stealing away Krugs there as well. So it is just making it difficult for the follow-up. Actually, maybe he didn't. Maybe the Krugs hadn't spawned, but still, like, you can see just how difficult it is for a line to cover the map.
Inspired going in after Bin, though, trying to make the play on the BLG top laner who pops the dominance nice and early. They want to try to get Saint's Petrifying Gaze, but Bin had already turned around in time. He's chasing after Inspired. Who's hunting whom here in this play as Bin has to continue his retreat. Now the Berserker has showed up, and Inspired working together with his team, setting the kill up for Berserker. Down in the bottom lane, Dokla's gonna die here too. It's a requiem for top laners. 17 minutes into the game as they both fall to multi-man plays from the other team. Saint gonna push the tier 1 turret top. Meanwhile, Knight is going to take the tier 1 turret bot.
Still been worth a little more in that trade, but unfortunately for Line, they're not going to be able to get the tower off the back of it, so would have loved a little bit more, but it is BLG who are extending that gold lead. The TP as Oz is moving bot lane. And honestly, kind of a bit of a bluff. There was no backup behind him. Saint could have technically TP'd in, but still, you get the teleport out from Knight.
Yeah, Knight losing that summoner spell, at least feel good for him there. BLG also securing the Drake during that top laner and turret exchange, as now Inspired finds himself in a whole world of hurt. Viper's ready to join On and Shun, and that's an easy pick on the Lion jungler. It's going to reward them with the enemy red buff as well.
BLG starting to pick up the pace again, just moving around Shun, finding plays, and we're kind of just getting this like counter punch constantly, right? With Lion trying to play on the opposite side of the map to BLG, but BLG are just picking up that little more every time. This time it's Inspired. They get the wave push top. Dokla trying to reconnect with the lane.
Yeah, but he's caught in the Tempered Fate. Not a whole lot of damage to follow this up with, though. Knight is nearby, but he's not close just yet. You saw in your Coinbase gold grind the nearly 2,000 gold lead for Bin over Dokla at this point. So really just the story of this game thus far as Isles shows up to try to help Big Dokes hold on to the tier 2 turret up here in the top lane. 19 minutes on the clock means just about 1 more minute to go until Baron will be around. Again, BLG, we remember back to the first game, they got the first Baron and it didn't lead to a whole lot. So Lion kind of just still trying to get gold wherever they can find it, trying to make sure that they don't allow BLG to balloon this lead, run away any further, so they continue working towards that scaling that you were talking about, that if we get to a point of the game where it's still only a 3,000 gold difference at 40 minutes in, and you've got the Lion team composition, you're going to be feeling pretty good.
And that's why we're seeing BLG trying to kick it up a notch, right? Looking for the invades. They now have that Rift Herald, which I imagine they're going to try and throw down in mid soon once you get that push on bot lane for Bin, and then take mid tower, start to get the deep ward, start to limit access to the map for Line. Because at the moment, I think, like Line, happy enough if you can get towards, 3 items for Berserker, which isn't that far away in this position.
No.
And so I think this is where kind of having Shun and Knight collapse onto mid lane shows you they really want to put that threat down.
All right, Baron's about to spawn. Dragon still 2 minutes away. Rift Herald summoned up in mid lane by BLG. Lion just trying to dogpile and kill it off before it charges, and they get it done. Nicely done from Lion.
Yeah, and good call from Lion, because we just said, look, you need to see BLG push out that bot lane with Bin before they try and make this play, so you draw members of Lion away, but BLG nearly trying to skip steps, and Lion collapse, stop the dive, and may catch a little more here.
Shortcuts can end up costing you sometimes, and Lion end up making BLG pay for a Herald that looked like it should have been a sure thing, but just couldn't quite complete the charge. Now that Bin's got the bottom wave shoved up, Dokla's down there ready to try to answer that one as Saint takes his recall, is not interrupted on that one with the True Shot Barrage. Saint at a very big power spike now for himself. 10 stacks on the Rod of Ages, fully evolved Seraph's Embrace, level 15 here on this Cassiopeia. Knight still only level 13 on the Ahri. So thanks to the Rod of Ages boost, more than a full level ahead for Saint.
And that's what I mean. Like, I think once you start to get these third items completed, I think you're in a good spot. Like, especially for Berserker, the Mortal Reminder, going to be doing a lot of work against people like Bin in these engagements. So I think it's a good shout. And as long as you can play this front to back, not give Shun and Knight access to, say, Berserker or Saint in these fights, I think you've got a good chance. Even if you want to, like, give up this next dragon, like we've seen it before, where sure they get to Soul Point, but I think Lion from their next position should be in a good spot. Although Berserker has just completed 3 items, so maybe they're feeling spicy.
Yeah, 3 items for Berserker. You've also got the Experimental Hexplate plus Stride Breaker combo for Nocturne that is just that core build that always feels so strong on this champion. Dokla still working towards his second fully completed item, but that's just going to be the story of the Zihin. It's going to take time to catch up. You will be behind the Renekton. Speaking of which, Bin with his Spear of Shojin creates a massive team fight problem if he is there, so Lion will have to make sure they are respecting him. If BLG wants to fight for this Drake, 10 seconds on the clock until it spawns. You can see Lion down in the area first. They do have Saint getting the wave shoved up. He'll slither his way up into the river now as Knight is just taking the chance to work on the tier 2 up here in the top side. Not really afraid of Dokla. He'll land the charm. A little bit of extra damage follow-up, but Dokla with the Tiamat can at least clear the waves out swiftly enough.
So it's actually BLG who are giving up this dragon, looking for more gold instead. See Shun in this topside jungle, so not really going to be looking for any sort of steal. Maybe look for a play in the mid tower, as it is just Isles who's sticking around, but with the wave gone, maybe just the tier 2 is all the BLG get here.
Yeah. Knight with those 3 Void Grubs should be able to take this one down. One more auto attack, and then it bleeds away. Yes, sir. 4,000 gold lead now for BLG. Lion ties it up, 2 Drakes to 2. Lots of defensive wards. Look at the Lion vision. There's not really anything even in the river. The entire map is owned by BLG up until you start to get towards those buffs of Lion. That's where their defensive vision is, trying to make sure they don't allow BLG to get those picks.
But the thing is, right, like BLG, I think, may be a mistake giving up that dragon. Like, you're the one who wants to try and force fights right now, because I think you had, like, Spear Shojin just about to be completed for Viper. You also had, as you say, like, some of those big item spikes for Shun and Bin. But it means now you're giving 10 minutes to Lion before they really have to fight for something. And unless you can hard force Barons and some pick plays around there, I think Lion pretty happy to play the pace of this game. So even if you do lose a Baron, I mean, you maybe lose like the mid tower and one of the tier 2s. So Lion, I think you just play this slow and don't give too much, but that may not be the call here as they move to the top lane.
Oh, Shun's gonna face check the brush, and as soon as he does, he's got the entire squad waiting for him. Shut down over to Saint. Money in the Cassiopeia's pocket. Level 16 acquired. Enemy jungler dead. Lions starting up the Baron themselves.
You still have Bin trying to TP in, wants to hit that level 16 off the wave, but just hit it there as he TPs in.
Yep, he's got it. True Shot Barrage flies through. Inspired down to 20% HP, but the Baron is down to half. Viper getting away from the Miasma for now. Knight with a lot of damage onto Isles. Inspired still very low. Isles trying to get the flash for the lockup. Has Bin versus Dokla on the other side of the map. Also Rage is on keeping himself alive here with the Tempered Fate, but now he's going to be in trouble. Isles right on top of him. Flash over the wall coming out from On as Dokla barely gets away on the other side of the map here at the same time. Lion in retreat. BLG stopping him here at the objective as Bin forces Dokla away as well.
The 3v5, and it's BLG who actually managed to get away with it. No one goes down. Flash is blown across the board, but they stop the Baron. And Bin never got a chance to actually TP in because Dokla tried to chase him down, which then forced both the flashes from the top laners. So it's a pick, and that's it.
Wow. Okay. Well, BLG doing a good job responding under pressure yet again. Lion finding that pick onto Shun, just having that death brush camped up here in the top side tri-bush. It was scary, but hey, BLG, now they've got everybody back on the map. Still 3,000 gold lead. Oh, Dokla, this might not be a very nice place to be. Shun and Bin over the wall, going right in after Big Dokes. He does not have the flash. He does not have his determination meter filled. He does not have a chance. 0, 2, and 0 now on the Zihin, dead for the next 45 seconds.
Yeah, Dokla unfortunately getting caught there. Should let BLG push out this bot wave and maybe look for the tier 2 in the bottom lane. And suddenly this lone tower, this tier 1 in the mid lane may be looking significantly less defensible. As Shun's starting to move forward, he got inspired, making sure to cover for any sort of play. But you still have to try and cover something on this bottom lane, or Bin will just get that tower.
Viper level 15 on the Ezreal, getting close to taking over to level 16 himself. As Inspired jumps in after Bin. He's got help on the way, but Bin's trying to turn this one around real quick. Slice and dice back over the wall as Berserker now going to get ulted by Shun, but a nice spell shield from Berserker. Make sure that it's not going to save Bin's life. Shun has to flash over the wall to complete the Vault Breaker so he doesn't get body blocked. Lion doing a good job there. It got a little scary. It did cost the flash from Inspired to stay alive, but they get the pick on Bin.
Viper trying to stick around though, there's the ultimates.
Yeah, depth charge coming in. Miasma right on top of the Ezreal. Tempered Fate's not gonna do it because Isles ends up pulling Viper right on back as Viper's down to 10% HP. On trying to get away now himself. Saint trapped in the wall there with the Cosmic Binding, and Shun shows up in the flank. Saint staying alive here thanks to the stasis. Mystic Shot isn't gonna collide with him, stays at enough health to take another shot or two. Very, very scrappy engagement here in the mid lane, leads to no deaths.
Lion really wanted a bit more off the back of that, but couldn't quite find it. So mid lane tower goes down, they get the pick on bottom lane for Lion. BLG, a 4,000 gold lead now for themselves, with Rabadon's death cap now completed. That Spear Shojin finally done for Viper as well. With 30 seconds on Dragon, Lion trying to take space back on the map. Zonya's coming through for Saint as he just burnt that Seeker's arm guard.
Exactly, you love to see that type of timing. You get value out of your Seekers, immediately you've got the next one ready to go. BLG gonna go ahead and start up the Baron now with just Viper and Shun. Meanwhile, Inspired making the play over here in the mid lane. Flash over the wall comes out from Knight, keeping himself safe and alive for now, but On can't say the same. Tempered Fate was not back off a cooldown. Lion with a full send, the 5-man dive here in the mid lane to take out the enemy support, take out the enemy tier 1 turret. Meanwhile, BLG, they secure the Baron with the Viper and Shun 2-man play. True Shot Barrage gonna get fired towards the Dragon Pit, but Inspired and Saint are already on the objective. It's going to be Lion first to Soul Point as Bin takes the tier 2 turret in the bottom lane. Viper applies pressure to the tier 3 turret up here in the top side, getting value out of the Baron immediately.
But basically saying, yeah, we don't care about this dragon. So 2 dragons in a row, they disappear. But it's Dokla who has to use that Grim Deliverance to get over the wall. The TP now in behind from Lion.
Yep, Inspired face checking the brush here with a spell shield. Inspired taking it out immediately, but Shun's gonna die right beside him. Depth charge onto Knight, Twin Fangs landing, and that's both of them sinking into Knight's throat. Saint finds another kill. Meanwhile, Viper's still in the enemy base. Gonna go ahead and take his empowered recall, get out of town, because Lion are finding these picks, but it is still BLG who managed to stay ahead in gold. It's not like this whole sequence of plays ended up slingshotting Lion back closer to parity because BLG got so much money from the Baron, from the turret push up there in the top lane. They took the inhibitor as well. Now Berserker has to try to deal with Bin, but the Ruthless Predator finds the stun. Berserker still running, has to flash to escape the croc.
And now with that turret down in the top side and the inhibitor down, you've got that point of pressure with the super creeps into the top lane. Saint will spot out that On is there, but that now opens up BLG to just use their champions in 2 lanes versus 3 and create more points of pressure. So for Lion, it's 2 picks. The gold lead stays similar, but I don't think their position is any stronger.
Guardian Angel completed on Shun. That's going to be a big tool in an upcoming team fight. Knight's Vow done for On. Powerful support itemization there. Meanwhile, we already mentioned that Hourglass that you were talking about for Saint. Infinity Edge,
that's
Flicker
the one
Blades,
for
Mortal Reminder. We've got 100% crit chance Infinity Edge Sivir on the Lion side.
Sivir just needs uptime. If she can find it, that's where she'll be able to take over a fight. But BLG haven't been giving her that time. They've been playing through multiple lanes. They've been playing for the map state, playing to take down these towers. And again, I think that's what we're going to see BLG do now. Lion trying to clear out this wave in mid, use the last dregs of this Red Bull Baron power play, as Shun sitting in behind them, but there's double super creeps in that top wave, so Lion have to respond as the wave crashes in mid lane.
All right, how are they going to do these lane assignments? How do they handle it? Red Bull Baron power play still active for another 30 seconds. As Lion moves to defend, Ben pushing the bottom side, wants to try to crash that wave into the tier 3 turret. Viper still firing with these Mystic Shots, just trying to get any sort of harass that he can. Nice double binding. Saint forced into stasis, immediately On over the wall, creating pressure. Tempered Fate going to be sidestepped by everybody on the Lion team. They stay alive for now, but it was a big chunk out of Saint's health bar that's causing Lion to have to retreat. The Baron Enchanted Cannon minion doing plenty of damage to the tier 2 turret here in the mid lane. They will lose the tier 2. BLG's gold lead up to just about 5,000 here as the Baron expires.
The Baron, as you say, is now gone, so this siege not going to be quite as strong anymore. So BLG will go back, spend their money, and see what else they can now find. But 2 minutes now until that dragon. I don't think there's much more that BLG can really get unless they find a pick. But this is where Line, this is your silver line. You held on to most of your base. BLG haven't cracked the game open, and you have a potential Ocean Soul available. Your main carries are fully online. Saint and Berserker hit like a truck. Like you saw how much damage Saint did tonight when that depth charge landed. So if you can get those fights in your favor, this could be you pushing us to game number 4.
But I feel like for a lot of NA fans watching right now, the flashbacks to game 1 are palpable. Berserker set up to potentially carry in a big team fight, but the lines collapse. He doesn't deal the damage. They end up losing, and it loses them the entire game. This time around, he has a chance at redemption. He's got that 100% crit. He's got that Infinity Edge. He's got the armor penetration. If Berserker's positioning, like you said earlier, leads him to be able to free fire, he can cut through BLG, but he's got Bin and Knight and Shun to deal with.
But it's been Berserker, you guys have been telling me, is the man that Lion have been able to rely on in these fights, the man who stepped up for them time and again as these series trudged on for them in playoffs, and now on an international stage has to show that he can do it once more, going up against his Korean AD carry himself in the bottom lane, with Viper having the home crown of Daejeon behind him. For he grew up in this city. Now it's time for Berserker to try and push Lion forward once more.
30 seconds on the clock until what'll be the Ocean Soul for Lion spawns. If they don't want to try to fight for it, BLG can get it, and then it'll just be 3-3. We'll have to get a soul after that. But I'm curious what Lion is going to do here, because yes, you feel like you've scaled. You've got these powerful end-game champions, and we're at the end-game state. Back at 20 minutes, I said if you get to 40 minutes into the game and you're 3,000 gold apart, you're going to feel pretty comfortable. It's getting closer and closer, my friend, but it is control over the map still in BLG's hands as the Drake is about to spawn.
So they've sent Saint to the top lane. They want to try and get that tower, get him his Void Staff, and then call it a day. It looks like the reset coming through. That dragon is gone though. Creeps, I assume? Yeah, we'll kill the tower. So it looks like that's the call, Flowers. Like, look, we don't need to take this right now. If we lost this, maybe that's a potential Baron immediately afterwards. So get these items completed. There's 5 items for Saint. So and if he can get that Death Stance for Dokla as well, level 18. Yeah. Like, you are having these moments here.
Dokla, with the Death Stance, I feel like the Zehen will be relevant in the team fight, right? For a game that Dokla has not been able to find any footing in thus far. Over on the other side, though, Knight with the Death Cap fully completed on his Ahri. This is very scary as well. Viper also with 4 fully completed items working on his next, trying to head towards that Guardian Angel. This is it's another one of those games, Tag, that I feel like it's just going to come down to one big fight, because although it's not dead even like game number 1, the scaling that we've been talking about for Lion makes it feel like it could go either way.
I mean, if you get a big team fight win for Lion, you can definitely end the game. Like, you've so much damage on towards these turrets, you can rip through the structures. But Lion are playing this very patiently. Like, you can see they spotted on, but wait a second.
They're going in after Shun. Inspired pulls the trigger on the paranoia as Bin then has to flash away from a potential follow-up dredge line from Isles. Lions see the chance to maybe make the pick. Instead, they're just going to get the flash from Bin's Renekton. That's a big summoner spell, though. That removes so much of Renekton's threat in an upcoming team fight.
But 2 big ultimates for Lion were used on the Hunt and that paranoia. So Lion not feeling as confident to just step up into this one. BLG using Knight with that mobility to face check the Baron and make sure Lion haven't turned over towards it. But you can still see, like, both teams know that this game is standing on a knife's edge. One false move could make everything crumble down around you. And I was about to say, Lion have been playing it patient. They spotted on in River. They don't go for the immediate all-in because they know that BLG probably have numerous members there. Lion are taking it slow. They spotted Bin on bot lane. Now they're taking position.
Critically, Guardian Angel now purchased for Viper. So that's double GAs on the BLG side. Shun and Viper both with that ability to resurrect. Triple GA, as Bin has also purchased his. Guardian Angel now also available for Berserker. It's 4 GAs on the map. It's Lion starting up the Baron. Dokla and Inspired both down to about half HP. Dokla goes over the wall, trying to interfere with Shun, who goes in, tries to get something back, wants to be able to find some sort of a steal. The Baron down to 2,500. Bins now into the pit too, as Dokla's going to be forced into the resurrection. Inspired secures the Baron, but BLG is still fighting. Shun goes back over the wall. Lion has surrounded Bin. They knock him into the resurrection, and Knight is killed off first. The GAs are popping all over the place as Bin comes back to life, and now Inspired's going to be in some danger. He's cut down with a slice and dice, but it costs Bin's life. Inspired has lost his own life alongside Dokla, but they've killed 3 on BLG. It's only Viper and Shun still alive. Shun losing his own Guardian Angel in that fight. God bless it, Tagged. I have no idea whose Guardian Angel was popping when, where, and why, but there were so many GAs there in the fight.
All you need to know is that if Shun doesn't have one, and that's the TP, they want to try and find Shun in his own jungle.
Saint trying to cut him off here. The Twin Fangs do so much damage. Shun wants to try to sidestep it. The Vault Breaker over the wall, but Saint's ready here with a flash. A little bit more damage does it. Saint goes on a rampage.
Saint finds the pick, but unfortunately for Lion, these waves are in the worst possible position, but with the Baron, they may be able to change it as immediately Dokla goes over the wall to interrupt any sort of Shun entrance. Shun has to flash in, but they turn and burn onto the buy. As soon as she's in the GA, there is no smite available. But the position here for BLG is so difficult. Viper doing what he can over the wall to get the damage that he can. Knight has to retreat because you got that immediate ult from Isles to keep him out of the fight. With the Baron going over and these resurrections desynced, it's Line who can then turn on towards Bin. Shun gets over the wall. Knight tries to go in to help out his counterpart in the solo lane, but there's just not enough in the tank, and this was the damage we talked about. This was the late game that was promised, and it's Lion who go 3 for 2 with Baron in the fight.
And Berserker is all smiles, so let's go ahead and take stock. No Guardian Angel on Bin, no Guardian Angel on Shun. Guardian Angel still up on both AD carries, no Guardian Angel on Inspired. Okay, Death Dance completed now for Dokla as well. Berserker 12-4 on Sivir in his career. 10.1 KDA, knows how to pilot this champion, and now has Mercurial Scimitar alongside that GA. He is true Season 16, 80 carry, full build, 7 items.
Yeah, man wants to go 12-0-4 on the scoreboard instead for this one as he steps up with the rest of his team. Dokla needs to TP in his line, do control, and dictate where BLG can enter in towards this river. Dragon 10 seconds away. Line in a great spot for the front to back. Viper trying to TP to bot lane just to reposition behind his team.
It's an Ocean Soul fight. It's 3-3 on the Drakes. This one must be the soul for one of the 2 squads here. Lion with aggro on the Drake right now, but they're not trying to do a lot of DPS here just yet. True Shot Barrage flies through. Paranoia already going to be popped here as Dokla's in the middle of the pit, trying to find an angle here. Shun's going to be your first target. He tries to get away through the wall here with a Vault Breaker. Tempered Fate down on the Drake, trying to buy a little bit more time as Dokla's about to die, and Knight finds the kill. Lion still looking to fight for the objective. They take the soul, but BLG's still looking to take the fight. Inspired has already fallen. Bin getting himself away just barely. And yet again, it is BLG finding the fight, the ace for nothing. Billy Gaming will take this push.
BLG's team fight is insane. 5 for nothing when it all seemed in favor of Line, and they will just rush through the base.
When it comes down to it, when all the chips are on the table, when it all comes down to one final fight, it's BLG again and again, and now for a 3rd time again, proving their superiority. They will clean sweep Lion 3-0.
In what an absurd fashion. It looked like Lion had turned the corner. They'd found the Baron. They'd found the fight. But somehow, Shun sneaks away. And it's BLG who find the key members in the fight.
What a fight from Lion. But what a show of team fighting from BLG. Analyst Desk, take it away.
Oh man, it's just a story of small details here. Game after game after game for Lion. It's BLG taking the 3-0. Expectedly so, I want to say. But what a fight. What a statement from Lion, especially after the first series they played earlier this week. I love the resilience here.
I know no one is going to go back and look at this series. They're just going to see the scoreline and be like, oh, this was a 3-0. Especially in this game. After they got that late Baron, I was like, okay, it's Berserker time. Like, he knows this Sivir. We've got this. We did not have it. We lost it.
Okay, what happened here? What happened? Because we get the soul, but then what?
Yeah, so I think a lot of effort was spent on trying to stall out the soul. Dokla ends up getting picked off here by Knight, doesn't get a chance to do anything else. And then here, Berserker ends up getting caught out, goes to the GA, and the response after he resurrects just doesn't give him a chance to do anything. That Bard's done, just ends his life.
Also, Bin finally kind of has the team fight that I think BLG really, really wanted out of him, where he's just absolutely unkillable. We kept looking at the score lines. At one point, he was 3K up, despite the fact that I think he was 1-2-0, and then Dokla was 0-2-1.
Yeah.
He was absolutely monstrous in lane, and in that fight, he was just unkillable.
And that's the thing, and that's what I appreciate from Lion is the fact that with this Renekton as Bin, you want to be looking for those flanks, and I do appreciate the fact that Lion didn't let BLG get in their face. This is the thing that they identified the most coming into this series. But at the end of the day, when you have to defend either the soul or track the Renekton, and the fact that BLG is going to collapse onto you, you cannot be everywhere at once.
The most frustrating part and the most impressive part for me is we had a fight where the Bard ulti was a little early, where they weren't quite able to get value from it. We had a fight where Dokla was kind of able to keep Bin out of the fight. The next fight, instant adaptation for BLG. Bin is exactly where he needs to be. The Bard play is even better than it was in the previous fight, and there's no quarter, there's no chance for any kind of response. And that's like 5 minutes of gameplay. The Sivir is as scary as she can possibly be. You give the enemy team soul, but BLG are so clutch, so consistent at recognizing what went wrong in the previous fight and adapting in the follow-up fight that it just sometimes feels like it's impossible to beat this team.
It just feels like they're a level above, and despite the fact the games are competitive within them, still wasn't a Nexus take for Lion. I think that the positive is that they're still in the tournament, so they can kind of reflect on this and make adjustments, but BLG just looks so scary because even when you think you have an edge, you have an advantage, you have a way to challenge, they still win the game.
Yeah, and we saw this from them in the LPL as well, right? Where even despite the I would say WE snafu. Putting that aside, I think their in-game adaptations, and again, they're just their coordination. They're always talking through how they want to approach these fights, even when their map movements and macro might be a little bit shaky as the game goes on. So yeah, it's a really tough loss for Lion, I think, but in fairness, based on the Frutia series, I did not expect them to look this good.
Also, level up.
Yeah.
In the Furia series, 2 out of 5 players were playing League of Legends. We're up to 4 out of 5. Like, if they can get, I was on the same page as the rest of the team. Sorry, bro, but it was a bad day for you. Like, this is a team that can actually contest. Those were games of League of Legends.
Yeah.
Remember, we saw a slaughter yesterday. That was not a slaughter.
Player of the series here, guys. We have to honor Shun once again. It's hard, right? Because I feel like every team member from BLG took turns into carrying this game, but at the end of the day, it's a jungle diff once again.
Yeah, I think so much coming into this tournament was focused on the solo lanes, but Shun has just been ever-present, linking up with On, finding the big plays and being this consistent threat, and also playing on the limit so often. I feel like his health bar just sometimes yo-yos in these fights, but he's still trying to look at that angle to get on top of Berserker or Satan and shut them down.
Yeah, and I think like it's also almost, again, because this was a really big team win for BLG, in my opinion. I feel like every player took turns stepping up and then had a little bit of snafus, but I mean, Shun is such an engine for this team, and honestly, his coordination and his ability to find plays in the side lane, especially that one we just saw, was really good.
What I think is exciting is that in the next round, we're going to see BLG versus Hono Alive. We're going to see Viper against his former team, defending his team here at his hometown in Daejeon. But the better news is that LCS is not out. We will see Lion again, and Shox is standing by with Dokla backstage for the Verizon post-game interview.
Best of 5 versus BLG, but just not enough. And it seemed like you guys often had the right idea. You definitely had the fight in you. So where do you think you left it on the Rift today?
Well, we left it all out on the Rift today, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. It feels really hard to process. Like game 1, we just lost after one team fight. Game 2, I felt like we were in a winning position as well, but we just got out-executed in the team fights. In game 3, it was going to be hard because I was getting kind of stomped in lane. So that one, maybe we had a chance, but it was very slim, at least from my point of view. But it's nice that we're like close enough to like, you know, a team fight determines these games. But, you know, we're right there. I think just need to settle in, calm down, I think, and then we should be okay for a rematch.
Yeah, I see you like going through all the moments in your head because you're right. It often came down to like singular decisions. It is also fair to say though that teams like BLG, this is what they thrive at, right? Yeah. So is that a specific working point for, you know, going through the lower bracket, maybe facing these big dogs again?
Well, we knew today was going to be hard, win or lose, but this is a good experience, I think, and just take that, just really settle in. I think the theme of this series, at least, is like we get overexcited and we commit too much in the fight, or we're not prepared to fight when they are. And I think that's typically been a strength of ours, at least in NA. So just need to get back to that. And then I think it could go either way. I mean, if we get out team fought, then, you know, well played, but we just need to give ourselves a fighting chance for sure.
Yeah, we do see sometimes videos coming out of the Lion Camp that you guys are very honest with each other. You really tell it the way it is. So how, in your experience, have you bounced back from things like this, knowing that Team Secret Wales is up next, and then, as said, some of these huge teams possibly?
Yeah, so I mean, next opponent is Team Secret Wales. I mean, they got a pretty good upset against LoL Esports, so it's going to be, you know, difficult opponent to prep for, but should be slightly easier than BLG, I'm sure. So,
who knows, really?
I mean, yeah, you don't know, but we'll take our chances. So just prepare for that series and then try to fix our mistakes here today, and I think we'll have a good shot.
Okay, I'm looking forward to your video for today. Yeah, on socials.
Yeah.
You got something special for us?
Let's see. I mean, maybe I just recap the games and give my point of view on it. Yeah.
Right. Check out Douglas socials for sure.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart. He still doesn't die! You cannot step the finger and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He passed it well as the Arcane Storm doing so much work in Genji! They are just going to ace them!
All right, it's your funeral. Hey, kid, your bear's got better instincts than most parents. This is salvation. A moment of silence for the recently departed.
Welcome to Arcane, now live in Shanghai. It's your time to step into the rare Arcane world. This is absolutely the wildest Arcane carnival you will ever experience. Follow at Immersive Arcane on X for the latest show update.
The bass drum again 분위기에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 짠 싸울리고 건배 오늘 밤은 one take 되돌릴 수 없게 my friend. You know we got no time for hesitate. Then now take that red pills. Feel like living in the mattress. 맞아 즐겨 춤을 추는 객기 yelling. 뿌리는 champagne. Let us get funky. So what you gonna do? 숨 죽여야 생존 가능했던 부박 풀 수 있는 건 오직 너만의 move. 스피커를 뛰어넘는 목청의 볼륨. To the left, to the right. 끈이들은 좀 더 흔들어봐. To the left, to the right. 목소리는 더 높였어. You know where 쓰고 질러봐. 목이 터지도록 contest. Keep your mind, that's right. Just spin around. 어지러운 밤이 먼저 지쳐 집에 갈 때까지. Using through in the morning, windows down in the night. We know all the warnings. Eyes can't understand why we don't speak through the lines. Baby, I'll take you on for a ride. Get high, get wild. Shut up and drive. Can we just shut up and drive? Unzone and box of pockets. That unzone and moody bomb. We can talk for the night. Give me something to make me leave it all behind. My heart is racing for you on this road. Don't touch her, that's how pull it down. 너에게 손을 다시 얹고. Oh baby, can't you see? Oh my God, you know what? I'll just drive. Oh my God, you know what? Like 우리 맨날 봐. 너와 함께 걸어. Oh my God, you know what? Like can't you see my beaming lights? Yeah, it cuts through. Baby, we're on the highway now. Yeah, this is our life. Cartier, Louis, Village, Westside, Sardi, 따라하지마. License required LA.
I'm here with Furious Tattoo ahead of an epic clash versus T1. Now Tattoo, you are in the lower bracket, so it's a very important match. But how does the team and you feel overall about playing the world champs?
I mean, we felt that the last game against Lions, everyone was like super nervous because we knew that like we had a lot of expectations, yeah, about the match against Lion. So in the game, every time that like something goes wrong, we were like super mad with each other, and like everyone was feeling so nervous. So that's not how we did it like in the last MSI, in the entire tournament in Brazil.
Yeah.
Like we enjoy a lot playing the game together. We're a team that like we joke a lot in the game. So we're gonna just like face the match with a smile in the face and like enjoying the moments, because that's the way that we play better. We know that like T1 is a super strong team, and we need to play like a 9 or 10 to win. But we're looking for that 9 and looking for that 10. So we're gonna enjoy a lot.
Yeah, what is it like for you as a competitor to play a team of the stature of T1, right? Because I feel like on the one hand, it's a dream matchup, but on the other hand, it's the hardest thing ever.
Yeah, exactly. It kind of goes both ways. For me, it's a dream to play against Faker, like Nabil 5 and MSI. It's amazing. So if I win against him, we'll be like, woo.
Life complete.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm really excited.
Ok, obrigada e boa sorte.
Exactly, muito obrigado.
Oh, so lovely talking to Tatsu. Good vibes.
Excellent,
Good
excellent
vibes.
vibes.
Yeah.
I love it. But I like that he says, hey, we need the 9 or a 10 today. A win would be incredible. Playing the best of 5 is an honor. And it is a tall task for these guys. But there's a lot we saw in that series, despite the fact that it was an 0-3, that kind of gives hope for this team as we look ahead.
Yeah, and I also like what he told you about just being able to play loose and be a lot more vibes-based, right? Because he was like, you know, we started getting angry with each other. That's not usually what happens. That's what, so we want to have like a better performance by playing freer.
Yes, I think one thing that really showed in that match versus Lion was that they have some of the right ideas, but then when it comes to the Barons, the most important moments in the game, they looked a little disheveled. There was a comment from Tut saying there that, yeah, well, in the scrims, we never get to those times, Ox. So yeah, honestly, how are you supposed to practice it?
I think it's so difficult as well going up against T1, not being practiced in the area, because they're a team where you can win early. You can win mid-game, but it'll come down to those big moments around those neutral objectives. We call it T1 Baron for a reason.
Yeah.
And if you misstep there, the game is theirs.
Yeah, and late game has always been the hardest part of League of Legends to practice because people are so quick to FF scrims. Whether you're scrimming internationally against the LPL, domestically, whatever, it is a really tricky nut to crack, and you're already behind in terms of the arm race of late game preparation against a team like T1, who all 5 players know exactly where they need to be. But I'm optimistic that as they've had more time to scrim, as they've had more time to see what everyone else is doing, that they are going to be able to level up a bit today.
Emily, what have we learned about this match versus BLG from T1? Because T1 came out of the play-in stage with all everything going great, right? How do you view them now?
I mean, I think they should still be considered like one of the favorites at this tournament, especially for all of the stuff we said Furia could have trouble with, like the late game team fights, like the Baron. I think a few draft adjustments for them would go a long way. I'm sure they already know this as well. But yeah, like I think for this particular matchup, just make sure you're getting on the same page, right? Your expected favorites. Play stuff you're familiar with. I think they should be coming into this with more than enough confidence.
What I've always found really impressive with T1 is their ability, because things haven't always been smooth sailing. They'll go away and go, okay, this wasn't working, this was wrong, our draft approach wasn't really correct, and they'll adjust. We've often seen that favor them at Worlds, and they often ramp up over the course of the tournament. So, you know, even though they had a great run at play-ins, they lost against BLG, and the expectation is they will learn from that, take away from it, and next time they face them, they'll have leveled up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we all kind of expect that of them because this is the lower bracket, but it almost feels like for them it's just business as usual because they're gonna come back. They haven't really played a Brazilian team that often, only one other time, and so it is really also about pride for the Brazilian side, and I don't want to devaluate to that because I want to give them a fighting chance. We're gonna have to see a lot from them.
We absolutely are. And look, for T1, the perfect situation is you've refined your bread and butters, you don't have to show anything new, and no matter what you draft, it's all going to be smooth sailing. But as we've seen across the entirety of this tournament, you cannot underestimate a team, no matter what their region says, no matter what their nameplates say. You can drop games to anybody here. It's been a very close bracket stage, even in some of these 3-0s. And so I think, yeah, pride on the line for the side of Furia because you might be able to do it.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see how the jungle matchup goes because this year so far we've seen Ona struggle a little bit, especially when his lanes have been in a weak spot. But Tatu has been the engine for this team. Even in that loss that they had, he was trying to make plays happen and get them into a favorable position.
All eyes on the jungle and some on the cast because for the first time at MSI 2026, we've got Jat. He's with Medic.
Woo, Jat!
Yeah, woo, Jat!
Hey, thanks for the welcome, Shocks. I am so excited to be out of my hotel room.
Yes.
I got off the plane and I died faster than K-Corp did. Like, it was insane. Instantly out of the tournament. But luckily for me, it is also double elimination. So I have recovered the one time. Hopefully I don't get sick again.
Casey unfortunately didn't have that ability to recover. Yes. Welcome everyone to Mind the Gap with Medic and Jat. We are here for the 50th episode of the podcast. I don't know what number you're on right
28.
now. It's great to be here for T1 versus Furia. And it's likely to be a banger of a series because although I think a lot of people will count Furia out going into this best of 5, there's still a lot we haven't seen from this team in my estimation.
There really is. The expectations for this team were the highest expectations have been for a Brazilian team since I don't even know how long. The Brazilian fans would be better at telling me that, but it's as long as I can remember. And then with how they then got swept by Lion, there was a lot of immediate community blowback. And then as their lower bracket opponent, they face the back-to-back-to-back defending world champion who has already 3-0'd Team Liquid twice, 3-0'd KC once, went to 5 games against BLG. It's kind of hard to be in this situation, so we'll see how they respond.
It is hard, but this is what MSI is all about. At Worlds, I think sometimes you get a slightly easier route through. You know, you're playing those best of 3s. It's not quite as challenging. MSI is the do-or-die tournament. It is the, you either show up or you shut up and you go home. And for Furia, today is the day to show up. T1 are not infallible. And Furia did manage to gain some leads versus Lion in the early games, in the first couple of games of that series. It was just their mid-game that really let them down. And that is a worry when you play up against T1.
Absolutely, and I do believe a lot of what Furia said for the reasons that their mid-game seemed so strange against Lion, a lot of it was just getting a little bit too excited, pressuring themselves a little bit too much because the expectations were so high. So in a weird way, I'm going to see how good their mental game is because on one hand, when you walk out on stage against T1 in Korea, the aura is incredible and a lot of teams just wilt your way. But on the other hand, you're such remarkable underdogs. Sometimes you can use that to take the pressure off of yourself.
Yeah, Furia obviously under cats rather than underdogs with the Panther as their logo. But I agree with the sentiment there, Jat, as Oriana is picked first here for T1. They get rid of Vi, Poppy, and Akali, and Furia removed Bard, Nocturne, and Ziggs. Some targeted bans towards the T1 players there, as Casio is the lock in response for the CBLOL representatives.
And then immediately Lee Sin locked in as well for Tatu. It's his second He only played Lee Sin twice in the entire spring split, but it's also just an incredibly powerful meta pick. And the Cassio, even though we did see them flex it to the bot lane, I think it's a good matchup into the Orianna, so I'm pretty sure it's going to stay mid.
I agree with you, and I think getting the lead early, getting Tatu something he has agency on is so important for this team. They talked about it on the desk. He is the engine. He's the wheelhouse. He is the conductor. Whatever other superlatives you want to use to describe him, he is the guy that makes this team tick, and he needs to be the player in the early game that really stops T1 from exploding out of the gates. T1 alongside the Orianna are going to lock in a Jace and a Camille.
Man, this Camille support for, I'd say, the top teams of the tournament just seems like such a powerful card in draft. Like, we were talking a little bit about this earlier today in terms of mage bot lanes, which I think Furia should definitely ban Mel, and then we'll see what Paze ends up trying to pair with this Camille. I don't know, it just feels like such a weapon for them because it's so hard for supports to just pick up Camille, but it's so lethal in the hands of a player like Keria.
And Keria has shown us over the years that he is very good at picking up a new style of support very quickly. Like think about the Ashe, even played Kalista support for a while, right? MF support is something that he was known for, and now obviously moving into playing things like the Shen, like the Camille, that can have that more impact around the map. You say they should get rid of some of those mages in the bot side. Furia have already removed the Ziggs, but they'll put the Neferi on the bench alongside that. T1 likely looking at making sure that this Jace in the top side has a couple of easier matchups. Depends on how scared they are of Guigo, because like Guigo as well, although he used to play a little bit more aggressively, has been more of a tank player for this Furia lineup recently.
Definitely, and it's pretty interesting to me if they end up letting Mel through.
Agreed.
But that would also mean that they have something prepared, which would then make me kind of confident that they're playing into it, because at least they would have thought it. It's such an obvious angle for one of their bans.
I mean, I think Tristana is the obvious pick that we've already seen being used earlier today by Berserker. I love the idea of, okay, you can play from range, but we're going to close that gap immediately. The Rel is there for the follow-up or even the initial engage as well, and Rebuttal isn't doing a huge amount of work for Mel in that matchup. If you're on top of Mel, she is incredibly squishy and very easy to kill. The problem is when she can stand at range and stop your initiation.
I mean, Pace just looks so absolutely unstoppable on it.
It's true.
But instead they throw 2 bans towards Owner's champion pool. So another thing that I think, one of the reasons that these teams have been playing mage bot lanes so early in Fearless is I think the things you want to put with it are rather specific. Since you're going, generally speaking, double AP for your mid-bot carries, you need a lot of AD damage from your other positions. That's why it's almost always played with Jace in an ideal situation. They already have the Jace. The other thing they need is a high damage AD jungler, which maybe they think they're denying a bit with the Wukong and the Neferi bans, but to me, they like Xin is still open. So, I don't know. They're clearly letting it through, and Tristana is probably the pick that they're going to play into Mel, if I had to guess.
Yeah,
and that's even if Paze goes for it, now that it's almost too obvious that they would pick it, that they might go a different direction.
I mean, Syndra kind of does what Tristana wants to do in the bot lane, but also has the Scatter the Weak, which can interrupt the rocket jump forward from the Trist. And so I wouldn't be surprised, as you say, if T1 just flex a little bit, say, okay, we still want a mage bot, but Syndra fulfills that role very well. We will see it locked in. That will be going down to Paze in the bot lane most likely. And alongside that, a Trundle. So another physical damage, not the highest output, but can still do quite a lot of work, and especially into the Scion.
But specifically, it's because of the Scion. The Scion would actually be a very big problem in this game, because generally mage bot lanes have low sustained damage, but now they have the Subjugate to remove a significant portion of Scion's tankiness. So I do like what T1 has done here. And I mean, I don't really think that they might just flex the Cassio bot. Yeah, they're flexing the Cassio bot once again, which is just, I get it. They like the Cassio bot. They have a little bit of 8A damage. Guigo's probably going to go with Death's Dance Scion once again. I think they're trying to play some mind games here for sure against T1. I don't really think that Ryze is a good matchup into the Orianna. It can play well in side lanes if it gets ahead, but Faker should be able to get push in that lane early. But at least Furia is very confident with their draft strategy once again. They had a good showing on the Cassio bot lane in Game 2 against Lion, and they've clearly come in with a plan.
I think IU actually ended up 10-2 in that game, even though they did lose it. Had some really good positioning on that Cassio. The problem is, you haven't really upset the apple cart against T1 at all. You're trusting your own style, which I think is a good idea, but we're not seeing anything from those counter picks that I look at and say, oh, they've actually really got a winning bot. Or, oh, they've really got a winning mid. And when you're giving Faker his Orianna, you're always going to be a little bit concerned. It is the first time we've seen Pays on the Syndra ever, as far as I can tell.
Wow.
But obviously you expect him as a bot lane mage player to be able to pilot the Syndra pretty well.
Yeah, with the way that he's been able to play Ziggs and Mel, I would imagine he'd be very proficient on the Syndra. It is going to be the most vulnerable
never mind,
of the
never
three
mind.
mages.
Oh no, I'm looking at Faker now. Oh, sorry, Jack.
That's fine.
Touched you in the face.
It's going to be the most vulnerable of the three mages, but I have confidence he'll be able to do it just because of his mage skill that's already been displayed.
I totally agree with you. For Furia, you want to get out of the gates swinging here. Otherwise, the teeth of that Pantheon will very quickly be taken out of your attack. Have a look at where the junglers are starting. Looks like it's going to be top side for both. Vision placed down. Tatu able to clear it out with that passive from the Lee Sin. And Furia will just have that ward around their Razor Beaks to make sure a delayed invade can't come down from Ona.
Yeah, definitely not. We'll see if Tatu can get anything going early game here, because as we mentioned before, Furia very dependent on their mid jungle to see if they can get things rolling. This is very much the style of team composition that they would have played throughout their split in the CBLOL to qualify here for MSI.
Jojo trading Aftershock there with Carrier, who is running the Hail of Blades on the Camille for that extra damage. The adaptive defenses on the Camille, very strong when you are trading in like this. But having a mage bot does, even out that damage a little bit. So sometimes you get a physical damage shield, and actually you wanted a magic damage shield, but I don't expect to see Carrier and Jojo actually spending a huge amount of time down towards this bottom lane in the early game. It looks like Tatu's going to do a 3-camp reset, get himself a longsword as Carrier goes in, hits 2 in the air.
Yep.
And Pays, he took a Noxious Blast, and because of that can't go any further forward. Jojo is going to get 2 off a minion dying just out of range of the camera. And in the end, it was a good engage from Carrier, but doesn't gain them too much.
Dude, is crazy. This is like such a classic mage matchup that you would see mid lane, a Syndra versus Cassio, and they're just in the bottom lane now. And with these Camille lanes, they kind of lane until level 2 or 3, and then they're just gone.
They really
so I think what we just saw in the bot lane, until a jungler goes bot, will be the last actual true laning that we see.
I see also a chasm of experience differential between these players. Faker with 333 international games to Tuts only having 13. It's to be expected. T1 so often have been a dominant force, and for Furia, MSI last year was their first international as a organization. But, we'll see if they can do better than a 0-6 here, which I think is where everyone expects them to sit after their loss to Lion.
Dude, 333 international games is such an unfathomably large number.
Yeah. He could play one every day for a year, taking a month worth of holiday. As we see a massive engage down towards the bottom side. Jojo having to flash away. The pillar not catching him out on the wrong side. But with a flash chomp, Ona will get it. Takes a tower shot though as Tatu looks for the trade. Will get a 1-for-1. Carrier trying to retreat. A Noxious Blast catches him out as Are You low on mana, can't land the Twin Fangs. But Tatu follows up for the double.
Huge play there for Furia and a very aggressive invade there by T1. So the thing with Syndra, if you're comparing it to Cassiopeia, the cooldowns are just very long. So once they got that first kill, they had nothing left, and Tatu could just continue to chase and pick up extra kills.
Great Sonic Wave from Tatu to find that connection, be in the right place at the right time. Now has the lead, and we talked about how he needed to be the catalyst for this team. Him off to a 200 gold lead, almost 300 gold lead, is going to be massive for Furia. Jojo and Carrier now out on the map, looking to see if mid lane perhaps is their next point of contest between these two teams. I expect to see resets from Tatu. He's going to go back and get himself a pickaxe and another longsword to just the Phage coming out from Ona.
Yeah, so Owner will be set back a little bit, and here comes Carrier just swooping into the bot lane.
Ayu has to flash, but Carrier, Precision Protocol into a Dark Sphere is enough. I think Ayu just assumed he was safe with the flash, double flash from the T1 bot lane to secure that kill.
Really slim margins there as he was just getting that wave shoved in before retreating. Had his teleport up as well. We're going to see this original play one more time. And Jojo being level 2, Carrier is very confident taking this and then they chain it. But now, Pays is completely out of spells.
Yeah.
So Owner flashes in, takes damage from a turret, essentially sacrificing his own life. And we're going to come out to another fight.
Jordan getting hit here by Tatu in the flash in from Guigo, enough to get Tatu on a killing spree on this Lee Sin. 3-0 now, being top, being bot, being everywhere on the map. 5-1 all-time on this pick.
Just insane start for Tatu, but I think more crucially, getting Doran dead while he has no TP is going to set up Guigo for a lot of success on the Scion. If this lane stays even and Jace isn't able to stack up those incremental advantages, then the Scion can become rather unstoppable.
Jojo going in for the Shadowing Strike. Aftershock is going to time out on him. Carrier deciding the hookshot wall dive did not need to hit. Or didn't. If he did go for it, he'd be a little bit too deep into the fight. Well, really, all eyes on Tatu for this early game for Furia. Even between the two teams in terms of gold, laning leads have been built for Pays predominantly on the T1 side, about 300 gold ahead because of that kill and because of that extra wave that he's managed to pick up. Tuts now, though, with the Realm Warp, can start to move around the map. The risk of Pays and Carrier using those double flashes bot means they are a little bit more susceptible to a long-range gank from the Rise. Ona coming around the side here. Tuts might have to burn a flash of his own as Shockwave is going to pull him back. A good pillar. Tuts tries to flash the wall, manages to escape, and even with Carrier coming in, the tactical sweep does not clear up Tuts.
Little plays like that seem somewhat inconsequential in the moment, but the fact that he was able to stay alive, very important in terms of not falling behind the pace of the game too much against this Orianna. Faker already accumulating small advantages in that lane. If Toots would have died there and the kill would have gone over to Faker, it might have put the lane out of reach, but flashless Cassio under the turret. Carrier's gonna look to be annoying at the very least.
Yeah, just keep him around if you can. Jojo has just recalled, opened up through mid as well though, so it's going to be about 10 seconds before he can come here. Tatu, about 5 seconds ahead of his support, has started up the Drake. Carrier spotted out with a Noxious Blast. Twin Fangs starting to put their venom into the back of that Camille support, who jumps away. The miasma grounding, not quite there in time, but he's got no flash and no place to go, nowhere to call home as Carrier feels the sting of the Twin Fangs.
This is another one of those games for T1, I feel like. Every time, I'm going to generalize a little bit here, Betty. Medius.
Wow, I know we both miss him, man, but come on.
Yeah. He's not even going to watch this series. Like, he's just, I hate him. So, Owner going for dive up top.
Subjugate here is going to do a huge amount of work. Guigo tries with the Decimating Smash, but gets knocked out of it. Great play by T1, perfectly executed dive.
With the Dragon going over, it was pretty easy for Owner to set up that play. You'd like to see, likely, Guigo to just give the turret away there. Tatu getting pushed off Raptors by Carry as well. That's the thing, you're trying to cross-map against T1, but they're so knowledgeable about all the possible plays you can make that Carry is just always going to be there to at least make it difficult for you.
And timing-wise, it's really bad for Tatu because his Krugs were up and his red buff were up, which is why Jojo is now trying to come across to make sure that Owner can't take all of that topside jungle. Tatu was hoping he could sneak in and steal a couple of camps because you know Owner, after getting the kill in top, is going to be doing the same. Thankfully, Jojo able to save that red buff for his jungler, but lane leads now being garnered for T1 across the map.
But I think the point I was making before is Jojo's actually looking to maybe contest this as a level 4 rel because Tatu is on a cliff. So Tatu would love to fight.
Tatu goes in. Jojo here as well. TP from Guigo as well as Carrier looks great. The Shockwave's going to land on 2 though, and you just can't give Faker this Orianna. The Shockwave pulls them back and Pays secures the second. Guigo now in for a world of hurt. He's in the belly of the beast and he can't find a way out. A double for Pays as T1 assert their dominance on the Rift.
Man, that is rough for Tatu. He had his power spike, so he really wanted to go in for a fight there, but they were just outnumbered at the time. Guigo wasn't even there with a Scion yet. Everyone on T1 was sitting and waiting to burst out the Lee Sin. And before I could even make the point that the game is close against T1 until it's not, the game is no longer close. Look at the way they lock up both Jojo and Tatu with the Shockwave, and just like that, T1 have 5 people there before the fight starts.
It's a numbers fight. Right? You have 3, they have 5 immediately, and then Guigo comes in late. The Rise isn't able to join either, effectively, as Guigo is looking for Doran up towards this top lane. Doran trying to trade back. He has got Owner waiting in the wings, and there's the Subjugate. Guigo, he has to flash over the pillar in the end. Every time Furia seem to find an inch, T1 take a mile.
T1's kind of off to the races right now. I see Pays down bot lane with 3 kills on the Syndra. Talk about the mage bot infestation. We've crossed out a lot of them by this point. You can tell a lot of these casters were around in 2018 when these were common mage bots. You can even add Orianna there. You never know.
We could add Garen in there.
That was an old
He
perk
was my
special.
favorite bot lane mage.
Oh
The Garen Yuumi days.
That was 2019.
That's
no?
true. Yeah, I mean, sure.
Post mage bot infestation. There was the bruiser. It was the Yuumi infestation.
Yeah, it's true. We also haven't seen Swain bot yet, which is we did see that a little bit. I think that was 2019 as well.
Zoe bot?
Zoe bot would be interesting.
We're just getting started, unfortunately.
Yeah. I think part of the thing with the mage bot is you need someone that after level 3 is just safe, right? You don't need to get them through any further portion of the game, as we see a bit of an invade down towards this bottom tri-bush, but T1 able to safely protect Pays and Keria.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that makes the mage bot so fitting for competitive right now. Well, there's a couple of things. It's the fact that they can be self-sufficient because of their insane wave clear. It's the fact that they do then have kill threat when they come bot because of the burst-reliant kits. Yep. But then also, like, the 2-item power spike just comes so fast with the Proto Belt and the increased income from the role quest that even if you're going even, you're going to have windows where you're stronger than the other lane.
Yeah. You also scale incredibly well. 7 items is a lot of items to be able to pick up in a game of League of Legends.
Even for a mage.
Yeah,
apparently.
even for a
Gold
mage.
is good.
Yeah, gold is always good. Used to be, when you talked about mages, it was all, oh, they scale off levels most effectively, but obviously an extra item in your inventory is never anything to be sniffed at, as T1 have garnered about a 2.6k gold lead, which means they are starting to pick up some of those extra items in their inventory. Doran actually going for the Serpent's Fang first here on the Jace. Not something we too commonly see, but it does make sense.
Yep.
Into the Sign, into the Lee, into the Rise, all of them going to have those shields as Keria dashes away from Tatu, who once again can't find purchase on that Camille. Hayes has to flash away from the Noxious Blast. Tatu goes in with the Dragon's Edge kick, knocks Keria back, who flashes the wall. Tatu's trying to flash the chase. Owner there to try and protect his support, but he can't do it. And now Owner's on the wrong side of the wall, and those fangs are sinking in. RU takes it 2-0 in favor of Furia.
Furia's got hands, but you can see they know how dire the game state actually is, even after picking those 2 kills up. The very passionate Furia still a little bit subdued. So nice play there. Outplayed them for sure, but if you look at the map state, it's still very much in T1's favor.
Yeah, still 1,000 gold lead for Doran on the top side, which is not where you want to be if you're Furia. That Jace poke is going to do a lot of work later on. It's something we haven't talked too significantly about as of yet, is the amount of poke actually that T1 have. With the Syndra, with the Jace, you can, from quite long range, do a lot of damage around these objectives.
Yeah, watching this one more time, you can just see Keria gets caught a little bit in the river. Tatu gets behind him, kicks him back straight into the Rel stun and the Rise Realm Warp, so not many places for Keria to run, and then very timely war jump from Tatu, which prevents Owner from getting the extra health from the kill.
And Tatu 4-1 now on this Lee Sin as Doran trying to flash in front.
Hey!
But it's called Unstoppable Onslaught for a reason, my dude. Can't get in front of that one in time. And Tatu will start up the Drake knowing the enemy jungler is on the top side. Tatu, such a decorated player from the CBLOL. Twice champion, twice finals MVP. Has won the Rookie of the Year as well.
Yeah. I mean, he is really the hope of this region for now and for the foreseeable future, because he's already this good and he's still 20 years old. That Rookie of the Year was last year in the LTA South before they renamed back to the CBLOL. And even in situations like this where the team isn't doing amazingly, he's probably not even that happy about this game because he died on that big Eclipse power spike, but he's having a great game against one of the best teams in the world. So really impressive.
I think that's the thing with Furia. Like, you do see these really impressive moments. Hands-wise, they are up there. Not quite at the level of the best, but they can definitely hold their own. It's just the mid-game macro that can often struggle. And when you're against a team of the caliber of T1, as another Dragon's Edge comes in, but a great buffer from Keria with that hookshot wall dive. When you're against the caliber of T1, like, you do just start to see this slow drain of resources. Like, Faker is 1,000 gold up with 3 assists, but he's got 30 more farm. Top lane is 1,300 gold ahead because he's got 24 more CS and a couple of kills and the plates. And it just becomes so hard for you to find ways back into the game. Your chances move from 50% to 40 to 30 to 10 to 5, and you're looking for desperation plays rather than something that you can premeditate.
For sure, and everything has to be defensive right now. So T1's completely pushed them out of their own jungle, and they're kind of corralled under this turret. T1's threatening a dive. If they get a stun or have the right angle, they would go for it.
Yeah, Shockwave was just used on Tuts there. Takes him down to about half HP, but doesn't find as much of an advantage as T1 wanted. Furia will all back away, other than with effective health bars, as Doran is able to take that top lane tier 1. First tower of the game going over to T1. For Furia, at least they've got 2 dragons, but it feels like we've transitioned from the point of the game where T1 play for gold into the point of the game where they're willing to take a fight at any neutral objective you want to take a fight at.
For sure. Once they have the right items that they're really confident they're going to be able to win a fight, I feel like 3 minutes from now, since they're also already taking control of the jungle and they're moving Jace bot lane to get even more pressure, they're just going to continue to stack these small advantages.
You can see in the Coinbase gold grind just how far ahead Dorman's been able to get. 700 gold from those kills, but a lot more from the minions and from those tower plates. And now with that first turret complete, Rift Herald is on the map, and I feel like where T1 want to form the next battle lines as Jojo goes forward, crashes down, does get a good two-man stun. Dragon's Rage kick lands a double knockup, but there's no one here to follow up really for Furia. Tatu jumps back in, Pillar comes out, Unstoppable also onto the backline, but the rest of Furia just can't get into the fight. Guigo is done for, so deep in. Furia have to retreat as T1 take 2 more.
Another bunch of turret gold will go over to Doran after the fight as well, clearing that mid turret. And then the Rift Herald, all the advantages going in the favor of T1 after a really nice fight. The little things that T1 does in team fights is always so on point. I really do think team fighting is amongst all the other things they're good at, the true strength of T1's game.
Yeah, agreed. We'll have another look at it. It's Jojo just getting a little bit caught out. The willingness of Kerio and Ona just to immediately go in for the engage as well.
Absolutely. And once Jojo's down, it's probably time to retreat, but then Tatu does get a good amount of damage down. And then, honestly, there's a decent angle onto Faker here. They get the stun, and watch Doran, though. He just steps right in front of him, catches that Lee Sin Q, guarantees that Faker has no chance of dying. Then they can very easily finish off the Scion.
And even if that Sonic Wave hits Faker, I think he's dead before he lands, or after taking down Faker. There's too much gold on the rest of the map. Hayes at 2 items, Faker almost there. Ona has his Triforce complete, and Doran's only 6 stacks away from a Mana Mune becoming a Mura Mana. Now with the Rift Herald and 90 seconds on the next Drake, you can kind of plan out how T1 want to play these next few moments. Get the waves pushed in, use Rift Herald for pressure around the Drake. You don't even have to do that because you're so far ahead that you can just use the Rift Herald as a 5-man push through a lane as well.
I think at this point, you're kind of wondering how much T1 wants to flex or not.
Sure.
Because I think there's a very high chance they win this game whether or not they flex. And like, no in T1, I do think that there's an element of kind of wanting to put on a show, so...
I agree with you. I think Game 2 is T1's flex game.
It's true.
It tends to be where they're like, okay, guys, time for, you know, the pikes, time for a little bit of this fun.
They're doing Syndra, though, in Game 1. First Syndra of the tournament for
It's
Pays.
true. T1 flex very often, let's be honest.
They do.
As they are currently flexing a 5,000 gold lead over the CBLOL representatives, and Furia very much on the back foot. They do scale to Furia. You've got 2 items on a Cassio. You've got a Ryze who is building up towards that Seraph's Embrace, but in terms of physical damage, we have none. The Eclipse for the Lee Sin, kind of all you've got.
I mean, I saw TL won against KC with a comp kind of similar to this. Like, to me, if you're running a mage bot lane, I don't think it works well with tank top.
Agreed.
I think you need to play just a more finicky composition, like the thing that T1 has here, where you have that Jace to really pump physical damage in the top lane.
I think you can also AD mid if you're going to tank top, right? If you grab a Yone or you bring out the Tristana mid or something, then I think that's a possibility. But then you only have 2 damage sources, or 2 big damage sources, as opposed to the 3 that you do really like. Furia are not going to contest the Dragon, which means we don't have to see that Rift Herald play for the pressure in any of the lanes. T1 will just secure it. Their first Dragon of the game. A long way before we see the Soul, and I doubt we'll get to that point of the game if we continue on this trajectory.
Yeah, I think it would be a massive accomplishment by Furia if they make T1 get the Soul to be.
Yeah, agreed.
So, I mean, at this stage of the game, if you're Furia, all you're really trying to do is make the game hard. Because if we flipped the nameplates, we would not be confident that Furia would be able to close out this game. We're very confident because it's T1, but like we've seen time and time again at this MSI that 5,000 gold lead is not a guaranteed win. With the way bounties have been this season, you can see Pays an additional 481 gold. That's like an 800 gold kill. I'm actually a little surprised that objective bounties aren't on. That's probably because of the value the system gives to Drakes and the fact that Furia has 2 Drakes already. But one good fight, a good pick with a numbers advantage, could bring them back in this game. So Furia needs to remain vigilant and look for their opportunities.
Yeah, they'll be searching for them, and they have the tools at their disposal to do it. A good Lee Sin kick into a Magnet Storm. You've got Petrifying Gaze there. You have flank possibilities with the Realm Warp as well. So there are still ways for Furia to get back into the game. They are becoming increasingly rarer, I would say. And T1, as you say, a team that have shown us consistently at international level that they can close out leads from this sort of position.
Yep.
At least against, I mean, even against all levels of teams. To be honest, there's a reason they're 3-time back-to-back world champions.
They have the greatest shot caller in the history of League of Legends in Faker, the greatest support in the history of League of Legends, who's on an engaged champion. You know, they have the tools.
They do. They do have the tools.
One would say.
It's very true. They're not looking for a wrench or for a hammer, right? They're like, oh, man, I have the 5/8 socket wrench ready to go for this situation, you know? So the Realm Warp comes in from Tuts, and Kerio and Faker force him away. Rifthold has been channeled as we see a good kickback onto Doran. Decimating Smash not going to connect with the knock-up at least. Owner is coming in from the side, and now with the pillar, Doran able to walk away. Pays charging in. The Herald gets rid of the Decimating Smash. Tatu down to half HP. Guigo the same as he flashes away. The Unleashed Power won't be enough to kill him off. Tuts still looking for more as Owner almost eats an overload. T1 forced to be slightly more on the back foot than they expected with Doran getting caught out first, but can still step forward as Furia have backed away slightly.
Yeah, 3 ultimates used on both sides, flashes of both top laners, and nobody dies. Anytime you can trade 50-50 like that as a team that's down 6,000 gold, you're going to take it. So I like the look that they got onto Doran there. Unfortunate for Fury that they couldn't quite get enough damage to finish him off.
It's a bit of a struggle for them to find that damage. Still only the Eclipse completed on Tatu after he had that 4-1 start.
Jeez.
Has yet been able to really impact the map any
Isn't that crazy? It was like he was the first one in the game to get his legendary item. And
They're
now
not
Pays
called
is,
legendary items anymore, are they? Are they still called legendary?
It was Mythic.
Yeah, oh,
before,
it was
so
Mythic. You're right. Yeah, maybe they're still legendary items. Oh, Owners just steals away red, by the way. Anyway, sorry, that was pedantic for me.
Is it
rather.
legendary?
It might be legendary.
It must be legendary.
He was the first to complete an item.
Yeah.
Yeah?
A major item.
A major item,
Which
sure.
I think is termed, if I'm wrong, I'm going to get ripped apart here. So I hope Chad is spamming the correct name for this, as they're going for Keria, actually.
Yeah, but Keria's sidestep's good enough just to walk away from this. Not much for Furia to play around as the shockwave goes down. Faker trying to chase out Tuts. Good flash and kickback onto Pays, and with the Fangs coming in, Pays will fall. Tadu trying to survive, but Keria and Owner take him out. A 1-for-1 exchange. Guigo does use his teleport to join the fight a little bit too late.
That was the biggest shutdown in the entire game, though, so they do get a large chunk of gold over themselves, and the map is just going to reset after that one. We did mention Syndra's lower mobility. They're able to punish it a little bit right there.
You are right there. They're still called legendary items.
Yes, but it's also a very uncommon thing for casters to say, especially in Europe.
That's why I was confused.
Yeah, you just call them like big purchases.
Just the first major item.
Yeah, okay.
Right? So we see, yeah, so great play. Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, back, gets the kick onto Pays, and then there's not much Pays can do in that situation with the miasma already down.
Yeah, really nice alley-oop right there into the Casio. You can still see that they need a bigger play than that, as he ended up trading his life back. And you know, he's got his second legendary item completed right now in the Centered Sky. He'd love to have that before 22 minutes with the pace that he was on, considering Pays has 3 already with the Crypt Bloom completed.
Yeah, one of the benefits that Pays gets is the fact that there are always minions in his wave. Whereas for Tatu, there are rarely camps in his jungle at the moment. They've been stolen away a lot by Owner and by the rest of T1. He's done a good job keeping up with Owner, but Owner on the Trundle actually doesn't need that 3rd, 4th item as much as the Lee Sin would like it, as Jojo does find a little bit of a flank here. Owner's going to spot him out with the Oracle's Alteration. Shadowing Strike looking for the stun. Jojo beginning to walk away, but Guigo and Tatu are here. Decimating Smash dodged by Owner. Sonic Wave from Tatu. This is just for the disengage. Goes back in, looks for the safeguard kick, but it's pulled out with the shockwave. Ayu from the side. Tuts looking for the Realm Warp as well, as Owner maybe has gone a little bit too deep. Rune Prison on Owner. Decimating Smash there for the follow-up. Owner locked up in the midst of Furia, but he just walks out. This Panther has no teeth. Owner able to walk out with a well-timed subjugate.
And they're just buying time. Doran this entire time is pushing bot lane and lining his wallet with even more gold.
I thought he was done for. I thought he was dead, but the subjugate, the Spirit Visage, so much healing.
Right before this fight, I was looking to see if anyone on the side of Furia had any type of healing reduction, because if the Trundle with the Spirit Visage is able to ult the Scion, he's nearly unkillable. And that was actually what happened. It was 4, maybe 5 members of Furia wailing on him, and they still couldn't kill him through the healing from that Scion subjugate he had. So that really hurts Furia, because it's a good look to try and get that kill, but they just didn't have the tools to take down the Trundle.
Proactivity, 10 out of 10. DPS, not enough out of 10.
Yeah.
It wasn't 0 out of 10. There was some BPS there.
Damages per second, especially pre-mitigation damage per second was really high.
Really high.
Yeah.
Sadly, mitigation exists, as does healing for Owner. For Furia, I like it. You've got to try and make the plays. We've talked about the vanishingly rare opportunities for them to get back into this game, and they saw a window. They jumped through it. They landed safely, but without the prize that they were looking for, as Keria goes with a flash onto Tutsi. Owner there as well with a shockwave across the wall. Tutsi's going to flash the wall, but the ignite enough to kill him. Alongside that Subjugate, and now Tatu, Jojo, and IU are on the run. I think T1 will just back away for their prize in the Baron. It's 25 minutes in, a little bit late for them to start this.
It is. They're thinking about T1 Baron. This is probably the lowest Baron damage I've seen from a T1 comp like this century.
True.
It's actually incredibly slow, which is one of the reasons they're just looking for pick after pick right here. Cinder, Orianna, Trundle, Jace. Very slow Baron killers, so they're just going to take that kill onto Rise, redeploy on the map, and continue to stack those small gold advantages.
Importantly, didn't kill the enemy jungler either, and so Sonic Wave resonating strike into a smite is a lot of damage.
But has that ever stopped a T1 Baron before? Like, ooh, they might steal it. Like, Owner doesn't care. He doesn't see enemy junglers.
That is very true. I will say, I think there was an expectation around T1 Barons a couple of years ago that they were a little bit more flippy than they are now. I think they've worked really hard on their Barons, and I think they're a lot more controlled into when they take them, which is why we see, as you very well mentioned, them not just going to force it. They're like, we have low DPS, the jungler's up, we're not going to go for it. I think as a team, their Baron setups tend to be pretty good, and with a 9,000 gold lead, you have the luxury of making a few mistakes. You can be a little bit lax, but they're still going through the numbers. They're still doing their due diligence here.
Yeah, I mean, they're the best team around Baron in the entire world.
Oh, shockwave onto Tatu. There's the pillar. He has to flash.
Interrupts him out of his safeguard with the Trundle pillar. Really awesome. And now
there's vision.
They're
the owner doesn't
the
spot.
Baron again.
Okay, Tatu is still around. Now they spot the vision.
Okay.
Owner's going to continue clubbing that Baron as quickly as he can. 12,000 on it. Tatu low. About 800 HP for him to play with here. Doran trying to keep Jojo from poking his nose into the pit. Tuts is coming from a topside flank, whereas Guigo is coming from the bottom side. A pincer movement, a possibility here, but Guigo has been turned on. Subjugate coming out from Owner. Guigo's just going to back away. They know that Sion not as tanky as they want. Good stop overall from Furia, and now Doran, he's on the wrong side of dodge. The charge comes in from Guigo. Doran has to flash. Another summoner burnt by Furia.
Really nice delay there by Furia, specifically Trundle being able to eat the Subjugate and not die with the amount of CC that T1 has is pretty impressive.
Not burn summoners either. He just walked out. They didn't need to flash. It was well done all round. Still a 9,000 gold lead, 41. They are still massively in the lead.
Man, I'm giving away a lot of confidence for a team that's down 9,000 gold. You know, maybe there's a little bit of like, maybe T1 won't get a sweep this time.
Okay.
I think they're gonna probably get another sweep, but it's still T1, so it's always a good time.
It is, it is. And for Furia as well, I think they are showing us some of those signs that it's why coming into this tournament they were bigged up in the way they were, right? They know when to find these picks. They know when to back away from a play. They understand, hey, we can take this fight a little bit slower because as soon as the Subjugate's used, we do need to get out, and we'll position in a way that allows us to get our tank out. They do still make mistakes, obviously, and they made quite a few this game, but they don't go down without a fight.
They really don't. They're doing what they need to do. They're making this game hard for T1 and hoping that they can catch T1 in a mistake. But this could be the Furia mistake.
Tatu the one caught, Dragon's Rage kick out.
Nicely done.
Yeah, no Shockwave, no Hexagol made him left. Shadowing Strike from Jojo. He'll look just to dash out with the crash down if he needs that shield. That's 2 ultimates down for 1.
Yeah, doesn't panic in that situation, knows he has to kick the Camille away so that he can escape, does that. They're getting pushed in the bottom lane as well with TP up, so they're keeping what they need to keep on this map.
That's some pays damage though. 3 items on IU.
Yeah.
On the Cassio. Will heal up through those Twin Fangs as well if he's allowed time to use them in a fight, but often Snakes are one-bite wonders, and I wonder if IU might be the same if T1 decide that he should be deceased.
Yeah, a lot of small individual gold advantages across the board. There's the big one up top with Thorin, 3.3 thousand. Faker only up about 700, so the Rise, if he can get to that actualizer, might have a little bit of power in the team fights, and interesting that they're the ones teleporting into the
Faker
Baron.
has no TP, and he showed on the bot wave, so I think Fury are just saying, hey, we'll take a 4v5 if we have to.
We're gonna try.
They have great Baron damage.
They do.
Jojo looking for the flank. Vision control for Furia. Faker's already on his way towards that mid lane tier 2, so he's almost there. Shadowing Strike onto Owner. Good accelerated block, shock blast. Doran hits Tatu, and I think because of that, Furia will realize that a sneaky Baron play might not be on, at least for the moment.
Yeah, probably best that they didn't even start it. Didn't need to necessarily draw T1 in a little bit, but T1 doesn't overcommit anywhere, and now T1 has priority on the mid wave, so Doran's going to probably grab that Crystalline Overgrowth.
Oh, doesn't even step for it.
Want to step for it?
A little bit fearful of Guigo. Doran doesn't have flash. Perhaps was wondering, you know, an unstoppable onslaught into a safeguard Dragon's Rage would put him in the back of the enemy team. Not where you want to be. Drake is up. It will be T1's third. Ocean Soul on the horizon now. The LCK number 2 seed as Jojo steps forward. The heal comes out, but look at the damage from T1. Shockwave and unleashed power enough to dismount the Rel.
Woo. You can see Cinder also fully ascended right now. Those 120 stacks, so full power on Pays. He's probably going Death Cap next to make that even more lethal. Third Dragon completed for T1, and you know, we did mention when they were on 0 Dragons that it would actually be impressive if Fury is able to make it to 10. I do understand that seems like crazy cope.
Yeah.
Which it is, but it's what we've got left. Like,
exactly.
There's a chance, and I'm a little early on this story, but I'm kind of excited about it. If T1, since they have immediately gone to the lower bracket, does what many would expect them to do, they will have beaten, and currently all in 3-0, Team Liquid twice, KC once. They would then beat Furia. They then play G2. And then if they win that, they play the winner of Team Secret Wells versus Lion, which if, you know, NA does us proud, would be Lion, as I has to flash away.
Flashes away from the
But that would essentially mean they would get to beat the number 1 and 2 seeds from NA and EU and the number 1 seed from the CBLOL in the same tournament. It's not good.
No, it's not good for us. Very good for T1 and their fans. Unstoppable onslaught onto Doran, who does have his flashback and will utilize it to get away. Sonic Wave does hit Doran as he walks away, but Tatu not in range to follow up on it. So as well, are you having to flash earlier on while you were in your middle of your very depressing story to listen to as an EU fan, dude?
T1 is the greatest team of all time, though. There's no shame in this.
They really are. Owner steps forward. Flash shockwave from Owner. The Magnet Storm catches him out for now. Tatu tries to dodge away and will manage to survive to fight another day. All of Fury get out of the flash shockwave combination.
Wow, nobody dies, but it does not stop this T1 push. With the grubs, everyone on Fury has to run back to base, so T1 is able to completely break open the base.
Getting that inhibitor down is huge for them, gives them that mid lane prior always, and that allows them now to look towards that Baron. If that is their key objective. TP coming behind. Guigo. Unstoppable onslaught available. Tatu forced to dash away with the safeguard. Jojo being kept at bay by Pays, and Guigo's in the middle of 4 right now. Needs the rest of his team really to be able to catch up. Carrier dives in with a Hexagon to made him. Guigo down to half HP. Toots getting forced away by the enemy support, and Owner's there to help out his bot lane. Faker kills Guigo, and in the end, it was try and try again for Furia, but T1 were having none of it.
The team fight spacing there for T1 was very nice as Pays just easily escapes the clutches of Jojo.
If they had a little bit more damage, it would be enough, as Carrier does fall. Faker's going to TP in. It's all on Tatu and Ayu to try and defend, but I think that hope has long since passed. A 12,000 gold lead. T1 don't even need the Baron to close it out. Tatu comes out, hits the Sonic Wave onto Faker. Ayu gets locked against the pillar, and a good double dodge of the Petrifying Gaze. Still some damage coming out from Ayu, but Owner very happy to tank it up. T1 looking for the kills on the fountain. They'll take Tatu, and for dessert, they'll take the Nexus. 1-0, T1.
Not very surprising that T1's able to take down game 1. A little surprising, I think, that Furia was able to make it so difficult for them, but analysts, what do you think?
Well, I think I saw a little bit of T1 playing with their food, perhaps? A little bit, because the gold lead was big, and I know that Furia put up a little bit of a fight. But yeah, Sovereign, right? Like, what can you say?
I think Tatu tried really hard on the lead in, made some great plays, and that was good to see, but it felt like team-wide, T1 had control for pretty much all the game.
It was
tough.
It was a slaughter. Playing with your food. I think also just being careful, dotting your I's, crossing your T's, taking their time. Could it have been faster? Maybe, but maybe they just really felt like they didn't want to risk anything.
It's MSI after all. But I want to talk about the mages in the bot lane. I want to show of hands who loves them. Who loves them?
Oh, nice. Wow.
I'm not sure because, we played HLE and whatever. But so tell me, why do you love it? And tell me when it works, when it doesn't work, using examples from this game.
So I'll say, I remember when this happened in 2018.
Yeah.
And I loved it. Some of my favorite AD carry players, actually Songyun on Freak of Freaks. I loved him because he played like Ryze and all this other stuff. But so many AD carries were like, no, I don't want to play Mage's bot. But I think they're really, really strong. And I also think, especially with itemization, with how frequently we see AD pretty much perma in the jungle, it's so, so strong right now.
I think my concern for this game, both teams had Mage's bot, but I think it was very different because on the side of T1, you have that AD carry, sort of not AD carry like a marksman, but a carry threat who does 80 damage to the top side. You also have great setup with the Camille, and the lane matchup is good because you kind of keep the Cassiopeia at bay with a Syndra Stun. On the other side, though, you have a tank in the top lane. The only AD is that Lee Sin. Both Ryze and Cassiopeia don't build their magic pen until 4th item. You're into a Trundle who built Spirit Visage early and then drains the Scion stats. It felt so hard to cut through Owner as a result. And also both your mages are sort of shorter range and are dealing with Trundle Pillar, with the Syndra Stun, with the Shockwave. It felt even if this game was even, Fury would be on the back foot in team fights, and obviously it wasn't even.
Yeah, I think mages are incredibly strong right now. To your point, I don't think you get to undermine the fundamental rules of drafting. You still need some split damage, but on average, they're stronger on one item. Much more important point in the game. And AD carries, they'll outclass. Most of them have to wait till 4 items. And in that in-between time, they're doing absolutely nothing. So quite frankly, while not all of the mages I'm excited about, even the Cassio I'm a little skeptical about, the Seraphine didn't look good. The Ziggs, the Mel, the Syndra, even the Vel'Koz we saw from Viper, all look like fantastic options.
I also think it's easier to slot in defensive items for mages. In AD carry, you want your 4-core crit. With a mage, you can grab a Zhonya's 3rd item if you really need it.
Yeah. I have one small stat. That has nothing to do with Mage's bot, but it does have to do with the mage.
Okay.
Faker's Orianna.
Yes.
Second most played. He's played it 122 times.
Wow.
He's 89 and 33 on it. 73% win rate going into this game. So he's now 90 and 33 on it.
Wow. Okay.
I added up every single most played champion of all of Furia. It's at 187.
That's one champion?
The most played champion that even comes close is JoJo because he's been playing for longer, 55 on the Rakan. But that's just how many games this man has on this champion. You do not give him this champion.
We already knew it was one-sided. Don't add the numbers in, Emily. That's ruthless. That's ruthless.
Even worse. But they're like, we want to see him at his best because then if we beat him, we've beaten him at his best, right? That's how it works.
At least it's fearless.
Don't give
So at least they get value. It's now gone for the series.
They're playing the long call.
That is very true. One thing on the mage's bot lane.
Yes.
Because a lot of people are going to ask, why don't we see them more? And this is a great opportunity to remind the world, the reason we don't see more interesting things in bot lane is because AD carries are pound for pound the biggest crybabies on the face of the planet.
Yes.
Just
2018, legendary EU AD carry Reckless. When it was time to play mages, did he rise to the challenge? Yes, right off of the playing roster and right back onto the bench. Literally benched himself. And Pays, this is why I love Pays, has been so proactive in playing mages in solo queue, even if we didn't see them on stage. AD carries need to shut up and play what's good. Riot has gift wrapped a win for you, and you're saying no because they didn't go, woo, here comes the airplane, before they did it.
All right. Moving on from the...
No, I don't want to move on. Does anybody else have something to say about ADCs?
I mean,
I have a lot. I don't think we have time.
I'm an ADC main, and I started by playing LeBlanc bot lane with my friend Leona.
I also don't think people should play LeBlanc bot lane, but I respect that you were innovative.
It was season 2. She was OP, and one of my close friends was a Leona main. Shout out to Morgan if she's listening.
Shout out Morgan.
Tatu. I did appreciate, we saw those first clips here. I did appreciate the fact that he was trying, right? He was trying to get IU ahead. I did like some of their early moves around the bot lane. But yeah, this was just, look at that Jace damage. I know some of it is just coming from consistently sustained damage in team fights, but yeah.
And we've seen a lot of times, I mean, in the LCK, where Scion goes up against a Jace, just weathers the storm, it's more useful in team fights. or can just outscale, or sometimes even solo kill the Jace. But I think T1 did a good job picking up the Trundle to make Sound's life, Guigo's life uncomfortable, and also getting Doran to the point where he can just fire these shock blasts out on repeat and do so much damage.
And when it comes to drafting, it was one of the points that we were a little worried, not worried really, but we saw some tendencies in the BLG series that didn't land that well, so this was a good showing.
Much better Trundle angle.
Yeah.
Kind of the picture perfect. They lock Sion, you get Trundle. I will say, I think no matter what happens in this series, no matter how good the drafts look from T1, we're going to come back to this question next time they play one of the favorites at this tournament. This does not absolve the sins. This does not leave those question marks answered, but it is good that we did see some much more stable drafting from them today.
So when they play G2?
Yeah.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Yeah, sure. Whatever. Anyways, yeah, for T1 versus Furia, there we see the selection for match 2 as well, for game 2 as well. Any adaptations you can see from the Furia side, Emily?
I mean, it's tough, right? It's just really, really tough. I was going to say one interesting thing is how, if teams want to look at it, T1 are one of the few teams that actually prioritize blue side. And because of those Barons, right, it gives you that kind of Baron control. So I'm not surprised to see that they picked blue side. And sometimes I see teams, if they think they're in a deficit, go for counter pick. So maybe Furia just want to get first pick instead of finding something to counter what T1 has.
Sounds logical to me. Let's see if the Panther can roar a little louder when we come back.
Tatu goes in. Jojo here as well. TP from Guigo as well as Carrier looks great. The Shockwave's going to land on 2 though. And you just can't give Faker this Orianna. The Shockwave pulls them back and pays. Secures the second. Guigo now in for a world of hurt. Tatu goes in with the Dragon's kick. Knocks Carrier back, who flashes the wall. Tatu's trying to flash the chase. Owner there to try and protect his support, but he can't do it. And now Owner's on the wrong side of the wall, and those fangs are sinking in. Off HP, Toots getting forced away by the enemy support, and Owner's there to help out his bot lane.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Can't you see? Oh my God, you know what? I'll just try it. Oh my God, you know what? Like, 우리 맨날 봐. 너와 함께 가라. Oh my God, you know what? Like, can't you see my beaming lights? Yeah, it cuts through. Baby, we're on the highway now. Yeah, this is our life. Cartier, Louis, Village, Westside, Sardine, 따라하지마. License required LAX to ICM back in July. Take up team sound, I don't go back, no rewind. 나만 보여, pedal to the metal till the yellow lines blur. I'm speeding through time and it doesn't matter where we go. It doesn't matter where we go. The hottest racing fire on this road. From 내 기분에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 찬사 올리고 건배 Girl on flow 바쁜 세상을 견제 When the beat goes 태도는 못 칠 건데 Ay, 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 look at my layback 물의 시간에 쫓기지 않게 This night gonna be crazy 시덥잖은 인생 사는 제발 내일 얘기해 It's time to rock 쓰고 질러 넘치 보지 마 큰 시끄러운 사회가 준 고집병 빌딩 깊이 박혀버린 dance flow 위를 뚫고 닿길 바래 우리들의
It's about to go down. Bring it on. Come on. This is your time. This is your moment. This is your fight. Fight for your life.
Welcome back to MSI 2026, where even Tatu's Lee Sin was not able to garner enough of a lead versus T1 to take down Game 1 of the series. T1 currently 1-0 up. They've been against everyone but BLG dominant so far here at MSI.
And the good news for the traditionalist 80 carries, and probably for Dracos as well, is that 4 mages were actually played in that first game. So that's 4 champions that can't go bot lane in this game 2 of Fearless.
And how many mages are there on the roster of League of Legends?
45.
Yeah, probably a few.
Yeah.
I think we could go through all of Fearless with everyone playing a mage, and we'd probably get back to the top of it. As Vi and Poppy once again banned away by T1. Fury are going to remove the Nocturne, the Nautilus, and the Pike. Does mean Bard is on the table alongside Ziggs if T1 want to go in that direction. It will be Furia's first pick, though, as they had right of first selection.
Yep, and then T1 decided to take blue side after that. The Pike ban is looking to just slightly disrupt the Mel Pike if that's something that T1 was going to play later. And because they were first pick, they now get to permanently ban Bard from Keria this series. So can never be mad at that strategy against T1.
True. And Jojo has 100% win rate on it in spring. So it's not something that he's just picking to get it away from Keria.
He has his Bard card.
Yeah, I will say Keria probably has the most experience of everyone in the world of being good at Bard. Has a skin for it for a reason. Looks like T1 just going to lock in a safe, stable early jungler. Jarvan's so good at being out on the map early doors. Does want a little bit more CC alongside him, maybe a bit of dive. Can be a bit of a struggle if you're EQ ulting and then everyone else is on 3 screens away or in a different lane.
True. Yeah, I'm curious to see the strategy that T1 takes for draft for the rest of this series, because on one hand, you do just want to practice optimally drafting and trying to pick the right matches, but on the other hand, you do want to, T1 has to show so many cards as a result of going through the play-in, losing in the upper bracket of the first round of the bracket stage, and now going through the lower bracket. In fact, if they are to win this MSI, it'll mean they play 9 best-of-5s, which would be more best-of-5s than anyone's ever played at an international tournament ever, and it would also be the most games that anyone has had to play to ever win an MSI. Current record breaker would be RNG back in 2021 when we had double group stages. It's insanity, and T1 would still play more games than then. But my point being is they want to vary draft as much as possible to remain unpredictable later in the series, despite playing nearly every day.
I guess the other argument is do exactly the same drafts every game for the first best of 3. And then you have your pocket picks left after that, right? And you're just showing the same thing over and over again. But teams obviously will try and stop you from showing the things you've already shown because they know that you're good at those. And you are beating everyone 3-0 apart from BLG. People tend to get a whiff of what your priorities are.
Super standard so far, though, for T1 with Jarvan Rumble already locked in. And a pretty early Aatrox flex here. But good chance it does go to Guigo up in the top lane here.
Yeah, Guigo can play it. We have seen it a couple of times from Tatu as well. In fact, more recently we've seen it from Tatu than we have seen it from Guigo.
We have.
So still the option of putting it into the jungle. I think the flexibility of it, obviously, right now, very beneficial for Furia.
I mean, I guess if Tatu wants to just take the ball, though, Aatrox would be a champ that he'd be able to do that on.
Yeah. But you do lack CC. You've only got the Bard so far for crowd control. I mean, you have Infernal Chains on Aatrox, but to be honest, it's not true CC.
Upon further reflection, I do think it's going to be a jungler. I don't feel like you'd want to play that into Doran
Rumble.
Yeah.
Because you could look for something like Galio top into the Rumble. You could also go Ornn. Gigo has brought that out.
Yeah.
You could go really aggressive and try and play the Ambessa, which is something Gigo has played quite a lot this split. But for now, we'll move into our second phase of bans after Faker has locked in the Annie, most likely for himself. Akali and Lucian taken off the board. Fury are likely to try and stop Paze from getting his hands on anything that can absolutely dominate this Ezreal Bard bot lane.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This Champ Select music is also a vibe. That was a beat that was just going during the second ban phase. This is how it feels to draft against T1, even in Game 2 of a best of 5. Reminder that the loser of this series is eliminated from MSI. I saw a rather clever yet mean-spirited comment that T1 is making sure to give Furia the play-in experience, as they did to the NA and EU teams.
Yes.
All throughout play-in.
They do to a lot of teams, even further into tournaments. But yes, it's not been the easiest of experiences to face up against T1 unless you are from the LPL or the LCK, as Jin, the second ban from Furia. Caitlyn going to get locked in. Caitlyn, Elise, obviously a tried and true combination. We also looked at things like the Lux.
Yeah, I'm thinking Caitlyn Lux here for Pace carry. Have a little bit of fun with it if they'd like to. And now we're going to get to see if they go with the Ornn in the top lane. I think it makes the most sense with T1 already being locked in. It also puts Guigo right where he has been for most of the split, kind of weak side top, and then lets it play through the jungle. There it is.
Carrier 100% win rate on this Lux, this split. No real surprises there. The Caitlyn is also 100% win rate for T1. 7 games on it for Pace.
They win a lot.
It's just deadly. It's just a deadly bot side. It's a deadly top side. This Rumble is going to be able to print money as well. If he goes for the first strike into an Ornn, you just walk up to him, you flame spit, and it's like, aha! Usually burning money is a bad thing, but in this case, beneficial. And the owner really has the rule of the roost. Can go to any lane and there's crowd control for him. And alongside that, you have great burst, especially from bot side and from mid. Owner, he has a lot of options this game.
Yeah, they're not particularly easy to gank champions, but he has a lot of assistance from his laners to help the ganks happen.
Yeah.
I will say he's probably going to more likely play around the pressure of the bot lane. So I really want to look early on where the early wards fall, and if Furia is able to prevent like a very early turret dive or getting pushed off turret, because I do not think that the Ezreal Bard can really, stand against the Caitlyn Lux.
How do you outpush that?
Early.
You have so much that you have to struggle with. Lucent Singularity, you have the Piltover Peacemaker just for wave clear, you have the range advantage as well, and then you're always under threat of a light binding. Like, if you get caught with a light binding, it's an immediate snap trap underneath you. It's probably a snap trap just behind you as well.
Yep.
So as you try and walk away, you're going to get caught in that. You put down a Magical Journey as the Bard, well, there's a cupcake at the front of it, so you're going to take a Magical Journey back to the fountain quicker than you would have intended. Bot lane, definitely the key focus in our eyes at least. Good vision placed, though, towards the Razorbeak. Spots out owner on that side of the map. Looks like he is going to clear it from top to bot. Tuts trading with Faker, stunned up by the Disintegrate, and in the end they will both walk away from this one slightly less healthy than they were as they walked into lane.
I'm not sure if Faker got a glimpse of the Aatrox early on there. Has not spent his ward, so he's able to hold that.
Are you a Riftbound aficionado?
No, sir.
Oh, well, Vendetta comes out on the 31st
of July. I have a podcast partner
July.
who's really into it.
He really is. And he will be incredibly excited for the T1 collection that's coming out as well. You can grab your signature collection from T1, Faker's Galio, serialized. Alongside that, the new RE skin.
The crossover of, LoL Esports or League of Legends fan with Riftbound, I actually feel like is very high. Just...
Agreed. I think the IP is amazing, right? And so I think people... We're all kind of nerdy. I want to give you that one. I know your nerddom is golf.
Really?
Right? But we're all kind of nerdy.
And so, mine is gone.
Yeah, yours is golf. Golf.
Dude, I talk about formats passionately weekly.
True. Okay, maybe that's...
I feel like I have a little bit of a problem with my nerdism.
I think the transition from, say, Magic the Gathering or other card games has happened as we see T1's history so far at this MSI.
Yeah. Road of MSI for T1. Their Road 2 nearly let them beat HLE, but ended up putting them here as the second seed, which meant they got to beat Team Liquid and KC and play-in just for fun. And then lost first round of the knockouts, barely to BLG, which now puts them here in Fury. But this also means, since they are now in the lower bracket, they have to win a flurry of best of fives if they want to win their first MSI since 2017. If they are to win this entire tournament, they will need to win 8 total best of fives. Electrocute can't hurt you after you walk away from it, luckily. No Deathfire touch.
Yeah, no burn on the Annie, which is Not in keeping with her thematics, I guess, but...
I guess.
Yeah, unable to take down Toots. Toots forced away, as he will have to teleport back to the lane. Both the junglers on their final camps on their first jungle players. The Lucent Singularity clips RU, and you can see the push already coming out from that Caitlyn Lux bot lane. And we talked about push as possible dives, we talked about the pressure that Caitlyn Lux can put on, but it also just means you get camps a lot easier as the jungler. This Scuttle Crab, I doubt there will be a contest from Furia. In fact, the recall's already happened from Tarsu.
Yeah, but I will say, I think Furia is actually completely okay with how this early game played out. It wasn't one of those 3 or 4 camp from Jarvan into invading Gromp and Blue, because the potential actually would have been there. Aatrox started top side, Path bot side. They could have tried to force some stuff in the jungle early, but instead they just kind of both full cleared away. Although, I mean, that's really going to mess up the tempo of Owner. He's still yet to base or buy.
Yeah, I mean, the other option is it means that Owner just ganks you.
It could, but
He's not going to do it. He's going to reset. I think that's smart. Might lose his Gromp for it. It was well played by Tartu, waiting for the recall from Jojo, sorry, waiting for the recall almost to it's finished, but the Gromp not quite up yet means that Tartu will just get the vision in and then go back towards his Krugs to go for his second clear.
Yeah, can't really risk it based on where the Rumble Ornn is. I think he actually could have finished it in time, but then he'd be worried about getting chased down. So Tatu makes the conservative play on Aatrox, knows he has the full clear, knows his camps are up, is just going to continue to cycle games.
It's also the opposite for Tatu, right? His wave is pushed up in topside, his wave is pushed up in mid. The reaction speed for T1 is so much more rapid than Furia can develop for him, so he would prefer just to be like, okay, you can have all of your camps, I'll have all of my camps, that's fine by me. As Toots once again is below half HP in the mid lane.
Faker playing this Annie very aggressively, not wanting Toots to have any ability to roam and bail out any of the side lanes that are getting permanently pushed in. So even though the score is still 0-0 and the game hasn't broken, T1 is pressuring very heavily in lanes.
Yeah, you can see that from the gold leads. 250 in the mid lane, 360 in the bot lane, and even another 140 for carrier. So it's a collective 500 gold lead for that bot side of the map. Owner out on it. Jojo here as well. Cosmic Binding doesn't connect as Tartu. I mean, I really doubt he's going to start this. Probably just looking for a little bit of vision, but he might just start it up straight away. He's pontificating. He's taking a moment to think about it. Now he dashes the wall.
Okay. See if he can try and make something happen bot lane. So difficult to do anything against the Caitlyn Lux.
Unless they step too far forward. And with Tuts coming down as well, like, I think Kerio and Pays have enough information that they realize there's a possibility they're going to get ganked. Equalizer down as well from Doran, who did go for the Deathfire Touch instead of the first strike on this Rumble.
Yeah, it still has his red potion from his masteries as well. So anytime you try to all-in him, he's going to have a very powerful punch. So T1 playing with a lot of respect, but also a lot of efficiency right now.
Yeah.
They don't need to make anything crazy happen because they are organically winning all of their matchups pretty substantially 6 minutes in.
Yeah, and if you take this Drake, if Furia take a you believe you can win it because you have push in the lanes and you have been able to garner these small advantages, and then in a minute 50 you go to Grubs, you already have push in all the lanes. Yeah. If you have Grubs on top of that, it's just going to accelerate that push forward. It looks like T1 have backed away from the Dragon as Jojo comes in with a magical journey. Cosmic Binding doesn't hit onto Keria. Joe forced to walk away. And unable to find any connection there on the Bard. Yep. Not using the Keria skin either. We've seen a lot of players into Keria when they play the Bard use that T1 skin.
I can respect it. It's a good skin. Hopefully you're not going to throw Keria off his game by reminding him that he's...
Yeah, but I wonder if you bolster him by reminding him that he has a skin. Like, he can look at it and be like, yes, that day when I won that skin.
Until we have data that using the skin doesn't just result in a T1 win, or not using the skin doesn't just result in a T1 win, I don't think we can make any conclusions. Turns he's just winning too much.
There's a statistician out there that can compare all of the Bards against Keria.
True.
Win percentage with the Keria skin, without the Keria skin, and then we can draw some insubstantial conclusions off that. You know? Lies, damn lies, and statistics, I believe, is the quote. As Toots gets a little bit of vision around the Infernal Drake, and T1 just continue the pressure that they have across the map. Ego here, forward slow by Doran. Has gone for the Swifties first to make sure he can get the chase. Build over Peacemaker will stop the base from Jojo. And Carrier is out on the map with that Aether Wisp Faker.
Oh.
Tibber's not as wide. Perhaps on
Buddy.
a diet recently.
Yep. Just got fancy feet on the Ahri there. Second Tibbers of the game for Faker. He'd used it previously before Owner had started the Drake. That's actually probably one of the reasons Owner did pull off that Drake, because Ahri was in fog and in theory could have done something. And T1 doesn't need to take any risks right now with how quickly FaZe and Carrier are getting plates down in the bot lane. So the more they can just hold the game in this state, the more sure their victory is going to be.
Disintegrate onto Tuts. Jojo looking for the chase, but Cosmic Bind is not going to do too much more. The Tibbers does die, but look at the bot side. Like Carrier and Owner teaming up to steal away this blue buff. True Shot Barrage will come out. Owner there with the smite. Jojo, it's just short of being hit by a flag and drag combination, but still objectives going over to T1. Not playing for the grubs though. Instead just playing for the towers and those tower plates, whereas Tatu has actually started up the grubs himself.
Yeah, it's there's got to be, we need to make a term for taking grubs when your team has absolutely no chance of hitting a turret.
Sure.
Like there's got to be a name for that. Like, are they
Ripley's Believe It or Not? It's like there's no benefit to taking the grubs, but people do it anyway.
It's true. It's more to deny the other team from getting the grubs.
Final spike onto RU. He's going to flash away from the Cataclysm. Owner now needs to flag and drag, but with the TP behind him, Furia with the World Ender. Tatu looking to clip Owner's wings and will do so. T1 make an aggressive move, and Furia very willing to pounce.
Okay, I mean, and he's got the grubs, so he's got experience for himself for that level 7 versus level 6 collapse, but they should be able to get the Drake as well. Will be a little tricky. Ayu is in base, so Carrier FaZe are going to think about fighting this.
Faker trying to step forward, flashes away from the Spirit Rush and the Charm. Jojo forcing Carrier away, but Tatu is able to take that Drake, uses the Blast Cone. Now Faker without flash in the mid lane could be susceptible to a gank. That Spirit Rush obviously a much shorter cooldown. Charm does connect, but no more follow-up for Furia.
We'll get a replay of that to see how Furia was able to get such a nice angle onto Owner. It didn't really feel like there was any way that T1 could have retaliated to that play.
I mean, I feel it was Owner went in with the Cataclysm, because they final sparked onto Ryu.
Yeah.
Owner Cataclysms in, Ryu flashes the wall.
Just didn't have enough damage to finish.
He's too deep, yeah. And he's trying to keep, you know, the rush of blood from his head. But instead, he went under.
Well, they're sure going to get the turret.
True.
But we may, don't want to jinx it, this may be another game 2 T1.
It could be. Very much could be. Final spark onto Ryu. We'll call that one the penultimate spark, because it didn't actually end up killing him off, but it was close enough to a final one, as Owner standing in the wings means that this tower is pretty much forfeit for Furia. T1's still doing what they want to do. A minor blip as Owner looks to make Jojo a bit of a minor blip on the chart of this game as well. A small increase in gold, but instead he just backs away. Call of the Forge God from Gigo. We'll get the knockup, looking for the Brittle as well, but with the Flame Spitter coming out, he has to flash away. Doran just dies to the tower! I think he had vision on Tatu coming around the corner and knew there was no way out for him.
So he just makes sure to not give over any additional assist gold.
Yeah.
Technically saves money, really, if you think about it. Doran math.
Yeah. Ooh, final. The light binding coming out immediately. Snapchat there as well. Tatu, still the ace in the hole will get vision. I thought perhaps he would have escaped, but the ace in the hole from FaZe chases him. It's Doran math like Guy math, where you go into a golf shop, it's like, yeah, but my driver is quite old.
Yeah, it's just a perversion of math. It's like, well, I needed to die, otherwise they'd get more gold.
Oh, we call it Bouse math.
Yeah, Bouse math.
Yeah, because you can get gold from the towers and such as well. Tempered Fate Carrier flashes it. Wisely so, with Tuts on his way across. Gold lead for Tatu once again, but he's the only one with one, alongside Gigo, but I mean, an Ornn being 200 gold up isn't too substantial. The advantage for T1, though, a little bit more sizable. 1.7 thousand the lead for FaZe, who already has his Hex Optics, and Carrier already has his Shurelias.
Currently, the number for the gold difference of T1 is the same as the number of the gold difference for FaZe.
Yeah. Which
is, considering the champion and the player that FaZe is, not good for Furia.
No, it's also in his name. He always gets pazed. So he's going to dodge to the side of Jojo here. Heal has to be used. It's a 4v2. Final spark clips his heels, and now Tatu needs to deal with Owner. Toots trying to go in with the Spirit Rush, will get one and manages to get away with the second charge. World Ender out from Tatu, running away from his teammates though, as perhaps he can dash across the wall in time. Dark Englaive, it's the Q3. Does he have the Umbo dash? He manages just in time.
Okay, could have actually been a lot worse for Furia there. It did feel like Faker might have missed his stun on his Tibbers again. We'll have to see it one more time. Thought for sure he'd be able to secure the kill on the Ahri, but that 1,800 gold lead does grow to a 2,100 gold lead for Paze as he continues to pelt Guigo under the turret.
Like hailstones just constantly on the rocky exterior of the Ornn, who went for the Kaenic Rukon first. So doesn't have a huge amount of armor to be dealing with this Caitlyn. And because they've already got the bot lane tower, having Caitlyn up in top makes sense. There's a Rift Herald up in a minute 40, likely to move Paze into mid lane because the next objective you want to play around is that dragon. Jojo goes for the engage, knowing Keria has no flash.
True, so they're really trying to lock him down. Can't get the angle for the stun, and Paze just is doing a lot more damage than they'd expect so far. No way to dodge. Perfectly angled Lux ultimate right there up against the wall. And then they actually end up, watch how low they get him here, and I'm trying to pay attention to Faker. I think it was perfectly flashed there by the Ahri, so couldn't get the Tibbers stunned.
And then Gigo comes in and just has to walk away immediately afterwards. Still that 2,000 gold lead, still all of it sitting in the pockets of Paze as Jojo with the good magical journey manages to get himself away. Paze 13-1 on this Caitlyn, undefeated in spring, 7-0. Almost 1,000 DPM. Damage per minute. That is
career average.
That is very high. Usually you see those numbers sitting around the 500 to 700 range, even for good AD carries. But it also shows how much T1 play around this Caitlyn and how much they facilitate him to get so far ahead in the game. As the Call of the Forge God is invested.
No flash.
Keria with a light binding, as you say, no flash. And there's the follow-up True Shot Barrage. Straight through Keria's heart. Dies for the second time this game.
Nicely played there by Furia, keeping this game close. They also do have the one Drake. If only Paze wasn't connected via mouse and keyboard to this game, they'd have a much higher chance of winning. But, I mean, because they've killed Keria, they're going to get their second Drake here.
And the gold lead between IU and Paze does shrink. And it's down to only 1.3k as Toots forced out by Tibbers and co. And we'll continue to chase. Faker flashes the Incinerate, not quite wide enough to connect on that Ahri.
Ooh, does burn the ultimate, though. We'll get some free time on this turret. You can see Paze. I thought Paze was going to run up there to collect more plates, but he's going to hold this mid prio now. They've camped the Caitlyn in the mid lane to try and get permanent mid push. I've been glazing Paze a lot here.
I mean, he's very good.
This is a great start to the game for Furia. Like a 1,000 gold deficit with an Ornn composition and 2 Drakes is a very good game state to be in.
TP behind as well. Just wide on the Tempered Fate, but Toots is here. The charm flashed by Paze, and this is what Furia have been doing really well, as you say. They constantly find ways to burn those summoners, to get picks, to look for the engage, and here's Tatu for a little bit more. Can't land the second part of the Darkened Blade, but with the Cataclysm coming out, Oda might be done for. True Shot Barrage, almost! They're all so low, Furia can taste it, but they just can't quite get it down.
I mean, just a great look, though, overall from Furia, getting Paze's flash, pushing him out of the fight, and then also making everyone on T1 reset, giving them time to push out their own mid lane, move top. Like, they're setting up the map in a good state to continue to make these plays, and now, with no flash on Paze, they might be able to get him on the next attempt.
Keria's flash is back up, but no flashes on Faker or Owner either. No Cataclysm too, so it's going to be able to get some plates for himself on the top side, and that is predominantly where the lead is for Furia. You can see Tatu 1,000 gold ahead, Gigo as well, 400. Rift Herald has spawned. Doran has teleport currently in the bot side. Gigo has his as well. TP in from the Ornn, who started to put those masterworked items at least into his own inventory. At level 13, can't put them into others. A run out from Doran. So he's not going to invest the summoner spell TP to get here very rapidly, but still will be here in time.
We'll see who decides to pull the trigger on this fight, because it feels like when Owner has gone in, the fights have been turned fairly well by Furia, but if they find the right angle, this Ornn's, like, at this stage in the game, Guigo's really difficult to move off of space because the Rumble Annie can't really threaten him with burst, and I don't feel like the Caitlyn has that level of damage yet.
Yeah, no armor penetration on the Caitlyn either as Shirelius comes out. Faker looking for the chase. Arcane shift away from IU. 4,000 on the Herald, down to 2. Equalizer on the backline. The final spark there for the follow-up, and it's Ona who manages to secure the Herald, and now Furia are running for the hills. Guigo having to flash the wall as T1 are able to force the CB LoL off that turret immediately. Put the Rift Herald down, look for the charge in. Still, we've got a Drake up in 2 minutes, and Furia still have ways back into this game.
Probably breaking this mid turret right now, though, which is just going to be so good for T1. Such a clutch smite there by Owner, taking it and not falling. So Pays just going to continue to try and accelerate that. Gold lead was around 2,000 for him, went down to about 1,300, back to 2,000 again. Watching this one more time, really nice equalizer into Final Spark combo, which makes Furia not want to do a full engage here because their carries and jungler are already too low. So it was really all about if you could land the smite. They don't, and it turns into a big win for T1.
And it's one of those tough ones where, like, you're looking at Q3, Darkin Blade 3 smite for the Aatrox, or you're looking at Dragon Strike smite for the Jarvan, right? Both of them do a relatively equivalent amount of damages, as we see Carrier's record on this Lux. 17 wins on it. Currently undefeated this split, and win the coin-based gold grind as well, as Tatu and Jojo try and grind out some kills. Very even between the two junglers. A 700 gold lead for Tatu as Carrier does step forward. Caught out with the Cosmic Binding just on the edge of the wall, and Carrier flashes. Shirelius gets himself out, called to the Forge God. Doesn't find his mark. The True Shot Barrage as well. Steps to the side. Nicely done from Carrier to survive with his life, but still seeing some signs of life from Furia too.
Yeah, it's all the defense that T1 has to play here. Carrier really on the back foot, which means he's not then looking to pressure the mid lane with the Lux, forcing flashes of his own. So he's really having to play on the back foot as Tatu is looking top lane onto Faker.
Tatu's on his way across, as you say. Toots going in with the Spirit Rush. Tibbers doesn't connect. Spirit Rush away from it. Toots, the charm, the flash away. TP coming in as T1 try to defend. Their enigmatic mid laner, Equalizer down, flash. Flame Spitter are not enough, but the final spark again won't quite take him. It's the upgraded Chainmail Spacers. A far side alteration finds the ace and the Ari in the hole. A Cataclysm down from Owner as Jojo tries to get out with the Mikhails. The heal not enough. Jojo goes down, a double in the end for Pays. From mid to top, back to mid, T1 find fights across the rift.
What a beautiful sequence there by T1, and if that's not just indicative of how things are just set up on a silver platter for Pays with the way this team often plays. Faker up top lane, burns flash alt. Doran burns flash alt. Carrier burns alt. What does Pays do? Press R. 300 gold. Congratulations.
Hey, he also pressed his Farsight alteration.
True.
It could have been Doran's Farsight. There's two of them. There's two of them. We'll see where Pace begins to move, because at the start, Faker has to burn this flash. Furia then begin to realize they don't want to take an extended play.
Yeah, and I mean, it is definitely a part of a longer play. Like, the fact that they have mid lane push already, like, Pays can move up here because they've been able to push the lane early, and then he obviously just pops down his trinket, presses R. A really insane play would have been Jojo flashing in front of Pays to catch the bullet and dying himself. But it would have been, it would have looked cool.
It would have looked really cool, man.
And it would have denied a little bit of gold.
Get down, Mr. Ari.
From Pays, who's about to complete his Infinity Edge 21 minutes into the game.
And sometimes things just go that way. Like Toots, you have the chainmailed laces, gives you that magic damage shield. You survive through the final spark and you think you're out, but the positioning, as you say, from Pays enough. And now a 3,500 gold lead for T1. 2.2 of that sitting on their AD carry. Next objective up is the Baron. If T1 want to play around it, they're already trying to garner control towards this top side. They did also manage to get a Drake, so there's a long time until we see a possible soul for Furia. They've been delayed at least by 5 minutes.
What are the chances Pays gets a pentakill in this game? I feel like it's kind of lining up that way with how accelerated he is.
He is the Penta Prince as well. I think he's at 15 so far throughout his career, if I remember the numbers correctly. Is the call of the Forge God praying
Did he just
to the gods to try and find their mark, but Doran with the fancy feet just dodges to the side. It's Doran! He survives the scrap shield in the end. He will go forward. Doran delays and delays and delays and delays, and now Owner and Pays want to make this play. Instead, now Pays backs away. The rest of Furia on their way across, and Annie pushing in the top lane means T1 is still getting something out of the time spent bots.
Sometimes League's just not fair. You can dodge so many point-blank skill shots, still die, and still have your team not be able to get a meaningful cross-map. The timing just wasn't quite there for T1. They half-shifted everyone over after this, but I mean, it's the strangest Doran highlight because he literally dies and T1 gets nothing. But like, just look at this, man. He completely dodges the Q, gets Charm, sidesteps the Ornhorn, completely dodges the EQ dash from Guigo, and then the Charm comes up again, is able to just sidestep that too, and then he dies. So
yeah, I mean, but you see it, and you just you think he's getting out.
The
problem
really
is, it's pretty hard to get away from that combination of
T1 Baron, Infinity Edge completed. With the trap line.
On the Baron. Trap line down, as you say. Lucent binding, light binding coming out as well with the Lucent Singularity onto IU. It looks like T1 are going to pull off it for a second as Pays begins to chip away at those health bars. They'll pull off even further. Toots goes in. There's the Charm. Dodges away with the Spirit Rush 2. Tempered Fate goes between the uprights, but Gigo goes forward. Pays backing away. And now with the Equalizer dying, the battle lines have been drawn. Owner jumps over them. The Call of the Forge God coming out as well as Gigo is so low. Owner down to half HP. A magical journey out for Gigo gets him to safety, but the re-engage from Owner is enough onto Toots. Tartu having to dash across the wall as well, but Pays is flashing forward as he wants more blood for the Blood God. In the end, T1 will just take 2. They'll take the Baron alongside it, which they started up to start the fight. Jojo might look for something special across the wall, but IU being kept at bay by Pays and Carrier. Magical journey into the light binding as Pays hits the Piltover Peacemaker, and peace has been made. An ace in the hole blocked by IU. A piece at what cost for Furia as T1 take the Baron, take a 5,000 gold lead.
Beautiful control by T1 right here. They're doing this fight because Pays completed his Infinity Edge, and they're going to win an extended fight with Lethal Tempo Caitlyn. It gets a little bit scary right here when they're able to land the knockup, but you can see the Mikhails comes through immediately for Carrier. He can just reposition Pays' Caitlyn, and that gives Owner the ability to just go for the re-engage, and at this point, all the engage has been spent. Pays is still at 3/4 health, and he can kind of just walk up and hit whoever he wants. Everyone gets caught in the pit. T1 is able to do a re-engage. Just a really beautiful fight for T1. I don't see much more that Furia could do to make that a positive situation. So a really good idea for T1 to just start that Baron.
Yeah, I think the only way Furia can really win out there is by being 5,000 gold further into this game, right? Like if their damage sticks a little bit more, if Ego is a little tankier, perhaps it's enough. But now T1 with this Red Bull Baron power play are pushing up through the bottom lane. Owner trying to make sure that Furia don't have 2 lanes to play through, because Toots is currently playing through 2 of them. Cosmic Binding as he cataclysms, but with a flang and drag, he should be able to get to his defensive line. Tempered Fate out. Toots coming across as well. T1, so a few little skirmishes as the Charm doesn't connect. Teleport out as well as Toots dashes across the wall, but Tartu is done for. Doran stepping forward onto IU. Won't be able to take the kill, but a final spark, the final breath that IU breathes. As Furia, they thought they'd found Owner, but the rest of T1 are just always there to respond.
They definitely got to try something, but Owner was just able to buy so much time. And against T1, every second counts. So Pays also went for a little bit of extra gold. We'll see if he can get out of this one.
I'm pretty sure he's going to.
He's going to walk away.
There's the Brittle. A little bit of a slow, but the Cosmic Binding already used to stop the rest of T1 getting here as quickly as they could. Light Binding wide, but Pays' damages absolutely absurd. 3 items complete with the Phantom Dancer, Hex Optics, and the IE. Now can back away. They've broken the inhibitor line. It's a 7k lead at 26 minutes. And although it hasn't been rapid, it has felt like T1 have been in control for most of this game.
They really have, and it's been all about the bottom lane. I mean, you can see a 7,700 gold lead now for T1, but that is almost all concentrated on this Caitlyn. Working towards his last Whisper now. Potentially soul point for Furia if they can kill this fast enough, but Owner would be able to just fly in with his Cataclysm
Spots
Pays
it with
is
his
the man to
flag.
watch.
Traps going down. As you say, Pays the man to watch on the back line. Equalizer on that front line. Forcing Gigo away. Good smite from Tatu. Will secure it. Charm onto Owner, but already Gigo is just burned to a crisp. Jojo takes a kill, but T1 now can step up as 4. They'll chase the bot lane of Furia down towards their usual home, and they will make it into a tomb. Jojo able to escape. IU does not do the same. An ace in the hole for Jojo. No stand to save him as T1 clean up the fight.
I mean, Pays gets the 2 auto attacks onto Jojo, says, I'm going to put you away, deal with you later. Walks up the lane, finishes off the Ezreal, ults the Bard in the back, picks up both kills for himself, and they might just walk it in.
And although Furia have shown signs of life at this series, you've got to do more than that to take a game off the champs. T1 just ripping through the base of Furia. Tuts and Tatu back up for what would be a final stand, but so far their final stands perhaps not needed as of yet. A Atiba behind.
Oh, here it goes.
Here we go. What can you pull? What magic you got? What rabbit coming out of that hat? At the moment, Gigo just running away more rabbit-like than the rest. Court of the Forge God coming in. They'll look for Carrier, Faker, and Pays. They land the knock of a Molten Shield onto Pays. But Gigo is just by himself, man. Jojo trying to chase up with the Temper Fate. Gigo now having to retreat. The Equalizer on the back line as well, forcing Furia away. And even with the charm landing onto Owner, Baker has had enough of this game. Flash Tibbers onto Jojo. He'll flash away. Pays goes legendary. Add one more to his name. As Tuts, IU, and Tatu can do nothing while T1 push through bot side.
That would have been the pentakill angle, but Doran took the kill on the Bard. So now I feel like they're just going to use the super minion wave and try and end the game.
Carrier flashing forward with that Lucent Singularity. Pays tanking the tower, because why not? You might as well. The second Nexus tower should be pretty done for. Raised to the ground by T1. As although Furia raised the hopes of the CB LoL for a little while, T1 put them back into the ground. A 10K lead in 29 minutes. T1 will take us to match point.
Pays is shut down at the end to end his perfect scoreline, but that's just a formality. It didn't look fair. Pays' Caitlyn Lux just doesn't look fair. Analyst desk, how do you deal with that?
I don't think you do, Jad. It's really, really difficult. Let's dive straight into it, right? We've got some all-stars here with Keria on this Lux, Pays on this Caitlyn, just so oppressive, and we kind of saw it coming when Lux was locked in, right, Ox?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen different flavors of T1 with the major spot, the engage supports, but this has been the classic during the regular season of playing hard, strong 2v2s, playing Kate Lux, and even before Pays was on the roster, this was a classic for them. And I think Lux is a champion that is hard to execute on in pro play, very skill set reliant, but also so squishy and vulnerable. And yet Carrier just did not seem stoppable in this game.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, the one game Carrier lost on Lux when it was paired with Caitlyn is to his current bot lane partner, Pays.
So that's what you need.
That's
Furia
fun.
just need Pays on their side.
Start bidding. Start the bidding. Get him over there. Get him into the CP law. That's absolutely what they need. And the craziest part is, I feel like Pays should have had like 9 deaths this game. Yeah. He was so clean on dodging so many key skill shots, so many crucial skill shots across the entire game. I thought he was dead at least 50 times.
And the same thing maybe for Keria in our HyperX reflex replay, dodging everything that was thrown at him to escape. And I think it must have been a very frustrating game for Furia to play.
Yeah. And this wasn't even the only time we saw Furia try to make one of these trap plays, but yeah, he's gonna dodge the Ornal, he's gonna dodge the Ezreal ult.
He's like, not today.
And it's the fact that he walks up to that brush and starts walking back immediately, like aware of the risk, and escaping on that much HP. It must be so frustrating for Furia, constantly not able to kill this Lux throughout this game.
Yeah, it just feels bad. Like, I've been in that game in like solo queue, and it just feels awful.
And I will say, Ox, sometimes in the LCK broadcast, you guys like to bring up the T1 circus. And sometimes I'm annoyed. I'm like, we are wiping away perfectly legitimate criticisms for T1 right now with this T1 circus talk. This was the T1 circus. I will take nothing from this game. They were so dominant. Was it goofy? Were they having a little bit of fun with it? Maybe making some unnecessary plays, unnecessary risks, taking their time? Yeah, but
You know,
they've earned that
to
right.
me, this isn't full-blown circus. This is like an opening act, right? We've seen much more craziness from T1. I'm worried about
we got the contortionist, the lion tamer a little bit, but we're not under the crazy stuff
I need you
yet.
to name the exact part of the circus.
I think the high ropes.
Tight ropes?
Yeah.
High ropes?
The
Tight ropes?
Yeah.
Okay, before
Trapeze.
Yeah.
So we've learned
is the
that
main
no one
event.
here can name every circus
We
act.
are going to visit a circus before our next show so that we
we'll
have
get
all
on that.
these
I think my
references.
circus knowledge is limited. I need
Yes.
to build on that. That's
Don't
my
worry,
bad.
our
Sorry,
region
T1.
knows it very, very well.
Yeah.
But to move on, there was something that I noticed that was off the rift that could be an intimidation factor, and I want to pull up this image of Owner during the pick and ban and the bling he was wearing. Can we CSI MSI enhance, please? Because is that a panther or is it not? Enhance, please. One more time. Is it? Or is it? I
think it's a tiger.
Is it a tiger,
It is a
or a
tiger.
panther?
It's a tiger.
All right.
Ah.
All right. We've confirmed. Not a bling-based intimidation tactic,
No.
just regular bling. This is a normal mogging from Owner to the opposition, not a team-specific
targeted.
mogging.
Yeah.
We have confirmed.
Yes.
This is also the classic Owner look with the jacket over the shoulders and the necklace there. So, you know, not specifically to rub it in on Furia.
Normal aura,
intimidating.
not targeted
Thank
aura.
you, Detective Shock.
Thank
No
you.
that
problem.
investigation.
Apparently he wears it a lot, is what you said, right? But I only noticed it
more
in
than a
this
few times.
in this instant. Yeah, well, then for Furia. The good thing is Tatu got a picture with Faker.
That is
Okay.
good. And look, ultimately, it's playing out kind of as we expected.
That's a great picture.
That's a fantastic
And you know
picture.
what? Whether or not you get a game, that might be difficult, but a picture with Faker, you can hold on to that forever.
Sure.
Yeah.
Very true. Look, I think Furia still has a lot to be proud of. I still think, regardless of what happens in the series, this is the best team I've ever seen come out of the CBLOL. But this tournament is brutal. It is incredibly hard. I think if we had seen another series against Lion, I would have loved to see them against a team like G2. There's a lot of teams you can go up against where I think you're actually going to be able to pull off that dub. But I think a solid performance, some good moments against T1 is still a good look for them in this tournament.
How can we dare to dream then for some better showings? Because they were quick on the draw in the early games. In both these games, they actually did have the one up a little bit. But versus T1, it's just one of those teams where it's extremely hard to keep that going.
I think one of the problems is that so often when you're playing these really strong teams, an approach has been to kind of drag them into the mud, make it messy, and T1, they're already in the mud. They're down the
T1
road
were there first.
Let's go.
They're like, you're just getting to the mud? Because I want to highlight
We're
that
already
game.
here.
It looks so one-sided. The only person on the side of T1 with a significant gold lead is Pace.
Pace,
Admittedly, it's a
yeah,
4K gold
yeah.
lead. Every other role, it's like 500, 600 gold difference. And even when Pace wasn't involved in the fight, T1 were still winning. They're just that much better individually. They're that much more coordinated. The footwork was cleaner, dodging the skill shots. So it's hard to kind of craft or theory craft the path to success. There's just a big gap between these two teams, and I just don't think today is the day.
Yeah.
We got to stay honest, but we still got some time. Doran, though,
All right.
also a classic moment.
I was going to say, here's one window in, right?
Yeah.
Furia selecting last pick. Maybe they have something absolutely insane that somehow they're well practiced on that T1 hasn't seen. I don't see it happening, but if you're talking about, okay, where can they find footing? Where can they find a window? That is one window.
That is the window.
Yeah.
That is tough.
That's
Nobody
it.
believes
It's
it.
It's a
tough.
very small window.
And I will.
T1 are still picking blue side, so they're still going to have excellent Baron control. They're still going to have all the mechanical differences that you already pointed out, Dracos.
And here's my pitch for the next breakdown. We could just have Ox sing Legends Never Die over the top of a bunch of clips of T1 dying and really try to convince the people at home that somehow T1 lost the next game. That's the best angle I have. Because at this
You're on
point,
it.
laughing through the
Karaoke
pain
time.
or the joy if you're a T1 fan, I think is the best way to handle this.
true.
If I'm wrong, though, if Furia win a game, we're back in there.
Yeah, we're back.
We're
We're
back
so
in there.
back.
I'm
We're so
ready.
back.
Noribang, very popular in Korea.
It
so,
is.
you know,
Warm
I'm
up,
not very good at it,
warm
but
up
I'll try.
those, pipes.
Speaking of, we'll see if Tatu can make it happen, or if all the plays he made will be running through his head, running through his head, running through his head. We'll be right back.
I love you.
told you I was done with basic browsers.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Red Bull gives you wings.
With my new phone company, Menace Mobile, our pricing structure will be so confusing, it can only be described as evil.
That isn't evil. It's just typical phone company stuff. Besides, people just switch to Verizon.
With their new Simplicity plan, there's just one plan and one price.
What now?
And it's only $30 for a single line.
$30! So you're all choosing Verizon.
Traitors!
Introducing the Simplicity plan, $30 for a single line.
Can you hear me now?
Red Bull gives you wings.
아나운서 준비생 유상민이라고 합니다. 감사합니다.
시험부를 이렇게 멋지게 써주셨길래 제가 오늘 한번 모셔봤습니다. 자, 스포츠캐스터가 꿈이시라면 지금 경기 상황 어떤가요?
지금 현재 T1이 2대 0으로 앞서고 있는 가운데 여기 수많은 팬들이 대전의 큰 함성을 채워주고 있습니다.
좋습니다. 그렇다면 이 기세를 담아서 가위바위보 앞쪽에 계신 분과 한번 해볼까요? 자, 준비되셨나요?
예!
시작 한번 해볼까요?
시작하겠습니다.
준비되셨죠? 가위바위보 가보겠습니다. 가위바위보! 와! 이기셨습니다. 티셔츠 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그리고 가위바위보 한번 해보도록 할게요. 가위바위보! 바위보! 이기셨습니다. 티셔츠 드리도록 하겠습니다. 축하드립니다. 자, 이렇게 이기셨는데 승리 소감 들어봐야겠죠?
승리 소감 1년이나 2년 뒤에 꼭 제가 e스포츠 캐스터가 돼서 성캐 옆에 있겠습니다. 감사합니다.
여러분, 이렇게 많은 분들 앞에서 용기를 낸 캐스터님께 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 자, 그렇다면 우리 3세트에도 즐길 준비 됐나요? 자, 함성을 모아주세요. 그러면 3세트도 다 같이 응원 부탁드립니다.
And we're back for MSI 2026 and what could be the last game before we take a break and then come back on Wednesday.
True.
End up our playoff phase, I guess.
Yeah. 4 days of double best of fives of what we're just finishing experiencing. Then 1 day off for those of you who aren't tracking the schedule. Then we'll have 2 best of fives when we come back.
Yes,
then the
on
final
Wednesday.
4 days will all only be 1 best of fives because there's this massive lower bracket that needs to play out, as well as the upper bracket finals. So it's going to be a nice finish to this MSI.
Yeah, and it kind of, everything calms down a little bit as well. Like, it gets more exciting because we get near the end of the tournament, but it gets less double best of 5 days, which means if you're European, I think we're starting at 10 a.m. European time, which is quite nice for them. You don't have to have that 5 a.m. start.
It'll be 5 hours later than MSI has been starting for double best of 5 days on the single best of 5 days.
Exactly, exactly. So let's get into round 3 of this best of 5. For Furia, you gotta find an extra gear, some secret pocket pick that no one ever expected, and a few more 1,000 gold per minute if you are going to be able to take down T1, who have been dominant in these first 2 games. Furia selected second pick. T1 chose to be on blue side. So we're going to get the Poppy Band away and the Sivir removed by T1, and then a Ziggs and a Nocturne taken away by Furia.
See if they can find the perfect Nasus angle for Tatu. It's pick and hope for Furia if they're trying to take down T1. That last game was just destruction by Pays and Carrier. Even if Faker was not able to land that many stuns, even if Doran was, dying to a couple ganks, didn't matter. Pays was just inevitable that game.
Yeah, and it's not that T1 didn't make mistakes. It's just they got Pays into a position where Furia needed 5 people to kill him, and he was never on their screen. He was always so far away. Mel is the final ban from Furia, and Bessa the final ban from T1. They will have first pick. Where are they going to go?
Yeah, all business. T1 wants to get through to the next stage of MSI. They want to dispatch Furia by a very standard first pick, especially with the 480 junglers that are already gone. Can't even have a solid counter pick. Although I will say, depending on, there is one NA jungler that would just slam Shen when he sees Vi jungler, and I really actually love that counter pick.
I do like Shen into Vi.
If they're trying to really outdraft them somehow. And Senna I also love. With the current mage bots that have already been denied, question would be, has Pays picked up the Vel'Koz in the 2 days since he's lost to it in the Senna Vel'Koz matchup?
I mean, possibly, but you could also even look towards, you could go Ashe Seraphine bot lane, you could go Kalista Renata if you just wanted to be aggressive.
Man.
If you want to play wave clear into wave clear, we are falling further down the list of wave clearing mages, but like Pays and Carrier can just be aggressive.
I gotta say though, Vi Vel'Koz sounds like a pretty nasty combo.
It does.
Like the R reaches so far from the Vel'Koz.
Yeah. Should we just do only line ultimates? Malphite, Vi, Vel'Koz, Varus.
Varus is good. Flex pick as well if they'd like it to be.
Play up into Gigo's Nart if you want it for Doran, or you can always just put it down towards that bottom side. Likely to be, I mean, lethality we have still seen quite a lot of, and when you've got a Vi who is locking someone down for you at the end of your piercing arrow, lethality does make sense.
Yeah, it also allows him to outrange the Senna for the vast majority of the game. So T1 just very quickly locking in their second pick as well with the Talia for Faker, which always been a great Faker pick, and a small bust before the tournament means a lot of more mages have picked it up.
I'm wondering where Furia decided to go. Mid lane is the obvious pick. But do you want to just play something like the Victor into it? You don't really, you're always going to be caught out by the Vi, which is very strong in these situations. But there is the Nasus. The dogs have been let out by Furia, something we've seen from Tatu once this split. You already talked about it. Went 100% win rate on it.
Yeah, pre-champ select, we're like, what could they do?
Yeah, bring out something cool.
What hasn't T1 experienced? All the other, us little regions have experienced this. Griffin over in North America, Skewmond over in the LEC, and this was the qualifying pick for Tatu in Game 4 of their CB LoL Finals. Not an incredible angle. I do feel like it's a little bit forced. So as Griffin hasn't revealed the main reasons he has this pick, but we can kind of logic it out. Like, Nasus is good if you need to come into him, but also if you don't necessarily have enough damage to kill him, and there's already a lot of damage in this T1 comp and a lot of ability to kite back. So I think it's pretty good into the Vi. The other two picks, I feel like he just kind of wants to play Nasus.
I also think Nasus really shines when it's lower CC, because he can just continue to run at you. He doesn't just get stunned as he's walking towards you, and it's a bit like just kite the Garen idea. You just kite the Nasus, don't let him get close enough for a siphoning strike, but we're keeping a track on those stacks for Tatu on the Nasus.
Yeah, other thing is it's really good with stuff like Senna and Seraphine, things that can just channel through the Nasus to empower him more as he's trying to walk at you. So they have good conditions with their own team comp.
They do. Nico taken away by Furia to try and deny a little bit of that CC. T1 looking, well, they banned the Akali. They could continue to ban mid laners so that Faker has an easier matchup in mid. I will say this Varus We have seen it from Doran, but we haven't seen it from Pays in Spring. Not that he can't play it, obviously. Very experienced Varus player, but most of the time, or at least the 2 times that T1 have played it in Spring, it has gone into Doran's hands.
You can really see how Tatu already is such a big part of this team. His pick is already locked in, but he's the main player that I see talking during the draft here for Furia. So they're still in it, still trying to make magic happen despite being down 2-0 in the series to T1. Aurora being locked in as well. Still decent in the matchup into the Taliyah.
Pretty solid. The ability to dodge away with that weirding, not get caught out with the seismic shove is really nice. You can buffer it, so you dash back on it. And then if you see a Vi running towards your backline, you go across the veil and you try and jump onto their backline and you get some damage down.
Alternatively, flex pick. Send an assist bot. Tatu saving his jungler for 5. That's why he's still talking. He's like, we haven't picked my jungler yet.
I mean, it's very possible. I'm going to say it's not probable.
I see.
As we do see the Kalista Renata locked in for the bot side. We talked about the aggression.
That's tough.
Into the center. I don't think you want to play Nasa's support into Kalista Renata, dude.
No, I don't think you do.
No.
It will be Nasa's carry, actually.
Senna support, okay.
Senna Seraphine, though, just really sit back, have even more stuff to shoot through the Nasus. There we go. It's a classic scaling lane. There's a lot of scaling on Furia. The way that you beat Nasus, as I've heard, is you invade it. I don't see how they stop him from being invaded. The Senna Seraphine against the Kalista Renata does look hard.
Topside too. Like Varus can get pressure onto the Nara. Even mid, early game, the Taliyah, I think gets pushed into the Aurora before you get that a few points into your queue as the Aurora. But we'll see that mid lane as for T1. Yeah, get rid of those camps for the Nasus. Make sure that he can't get his siphoning strike stacks up. And if you are denying him those, that is a huge amount of his damage gone. Do have to be aware of the Wither. A massive slow at rank 5 and an attack speed slow on the Kalista.
It's an I mean, Pays is playing Kalista because he wants to play Kalista.
Sure.
I think that's as complex as this is going to be. Yeah. They're up 2-0 in the series. They're going for their 4th 3-0 of MSI going back to the Plains. And I think they're going to do it, Medic. Although I give this Furia draft 5 stars. For how are you going to go out? Are you going to go out with casual, normal meta drafts? Or are you going to go out swinging?
Yeah, go out on our terms. Go out on their terms. As you say, 4 top-tier Nasus games in Spring. Griffin 3 times, Skewmond once. CBLOL not included in these statistics because it's...
Someone's got to talk to Benji on Games of Legends
Games of Legends, because there is a 5th, obviously, with Tatu having played it in their finals. It's the 2nd time we've ever seen Nasus jungle ever internationally. Last time was Season 3 Worlds. MSK Kaigu lost to Samsung Ozone. Dandy was playing.
Meteos would have played it later in the tournament if they just would have banned Kassadin.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he would have made it through that best of 3 quarterfinal, and he would have continued onwards. Unfortunately, he did not.
Sad times.
Sad times.
Sad times, yeah. Oh.
I can barely remember it. It's not a big deal.
Gigo just looking for a little bit of experience up towards the top side. Realizes he's on the wrong side of this matchup. Exhaust as well for Doran. So if Gigo ever does get on top of him, it is hard for the Gnar to continue to trade through that blighted quiver. Bot side is where my eyes predominantly will be, I think, as Kerio and Pays on this Kalista Renata will be looking to harass down IU and Jojo as much as possible.
Yep. And you can see Tatu already pathing away from his bottom lane. So starting on his blue side, it's going to mean IU and Jojo just need to make sure they don't take that much poke here. Otherwise, they'll be pretty vulnerable to a 3v2 dive that Tatu wouldn't be able to cover.
Pays in that last game, the 5th most DPM ever in an international.
And, you know, he was really close to passing T1 Pays for 2nd as well, which is pretty nice that he has 2 spots on the top 5 leaderboard. I do remember that sneaky game, by the way, for those NA fans that happen to be watching live. That was just an insane game. Caitlyn into Mystics Kog'Maw, quarterfinals Worlds 2017. He ends up getting crit 5 times in a row by a 50% crit Kog'Maw, dies in the last team fight, they lose the game. go to 5 games, don't make it to semis. Not a big deal. Barely remember it once again. But shout out to Sneaky, rank 1.
Yeah, shout out to Sneaky. Still sitting on top of the leaderboards, which is it's a feat in and of itself because we now have 6 full item AD carries with the boots alongside it. So you would assume DPM would rise, although the later you get into a game, DPM does fall a little bit as Tuts tries to put some damage into Faker, who does have to burn a flash in response.
There's not as many 60-minute games anymore.
Yeah.
So it kind of balances out the DPM.
But there is also the later you get into the game, the more damage you have inherently, but the less you actually see your opponents. Because you often only saw them at a neutral objective as we have a bit of a flank here onto RU and Jojo.
They're on their own.
Yeah, Owner on the way. Hey, stepping forward, Carrier with the tank handshake, has the bailout still, will put it on himself, trying to come back, won't come back in time, first blood over to Fury, and they'll get a ton of damage onto Owner as well, but RU did fall, and Jojo doesn't have enough in the tank to take down that Vi.
Advantage Furia, that's exactly the play that they knew they were going to have to outplay when the Nasus paths away from them. They need to make sure the Tatu can get his stacks in the jungle, so they're always going to have to win in this 2v1 dive. They're going to lose the wave, which hurts, but I mean, watching this right here, just so much damage goes down onto Keria. Not really able to get, did the bailout run off before he died there?
He dies to the tower shot during the bailout, I believe.
Yeah.
So they couldn't quite get the kill in time. But also interesting, Pace had a couple of extra spears into RU. Maybe the rend was a little bit early, couldn't quite see. But for the moment, Pace still has that gold lead at the center. Just trying to stack up, get towards that static shiver. Flank now from Keria as Pace steps forward. Handshake again. Keria does get the double root. Almost gets hit with the beat drop, but is able to walk away from it. Tatu on this side of the map is going to turn his attentions back to his Gromp. Has 84 stacks on that siphoning strike. As Gigo walks out of Doran's range.
Not going to help him that much, though. Just going to have to go back to base, teleport back. Losing in CS pretty substantially in both top and bot lane. That is to be expected, really, with their current setup. Nasus cannot help you early unless the other laner really runs it down or takes a really crazy trade and stays in an aggressive spot.
Keria, loyalty program for the slow. Handshake goes wide. Are you trying to trade back onto him? Another beat drop. Quite landing there for Jojo, and as you say, like Tatu's just pathing up towards the top side. Owner with his assist ahead in gold. Mid lane relatively even. Tuts did a good job of burning Faker's flash early doors, but again, you don't have the jungler to punish that, which is part of the issue. Tuts actually has to be a little bit more safe in that lane than Faker does, because there's the threat of a Vi coming in from the side as Paige steps forward. And Keria puts an auto attack in alongside the damage from Paige. Faker on his way across. I feel a Weaver's Wall and a dive is about to materialize.
Yeah, they're thinking about it, but I mean, Tuts is behind them waiting for the counter gank, and Nasus is kind of waiting to counter.
There's the Weaver's Wall. Good double beat drop. Handshake onto Ayu. Keria goes into the bailout, but they don't get him back in time, so Ayu makes it a 1-for-1 so far. Tuts coming in from the side as well, goes between worlds, and Faker is on the wrong side of that tower. Furia get 2-for-1 on the bottom side.
Plus 12 at the end there for Tatu onto Faker. Ends up hitting him with the cane to get the kill. And that's the second dive in a row that hasn't been quite that clean for T1. But the cleanest part about it is the fact that Pace still picked up both these kills. So he's going to be a little bit off to the races on the Callista here. But you can see Furia is ready for this one. Tatu doesn't go too far away so that when Faker moves in, they can just flash on him. And when the dive does end, T1 is not able to go for a redive. Nice Aurora over the top and smacks him down to make it a 2-for-1 in favor of Furia.
Tatu also getting the Scuttle Crab on the respawn down towards this bottom side. 135 stacks now on that Nasus. Drake going to be begun by Owner and by T1. They do still have the push in that bot lane because Paze has got those 2 kills. Already has the Berserker Greaves, which are massive on Callista. So important you get those early because the movement speed enhances your attack speed alongside the attack speed that you're getting from the Berserker Greaves, so you're just attacking and dancing a lot quicker.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing for all this in Fury is the fact that Senna's CS is getting doubled right now.
Keria, though, caught out, does still have flash here. Fate's call, just in time. Called out to the bottom lane. He managed to survive at about 100 HP.
I couldn't quite catch when Paze hit 6, but it wouldn't surprise me
off the wave
if he was on the wave as he got it right before he was able to save Carrier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let it get quite so close. But comes in clutch there with the save, and looks like they're actually shifting around this Kalista Renata temporarily. They're deploying out mid lane right now. 7 minutes into the game.
Grob's up in 30 seconds. Might just be a play around that front. Carrier still only just ticked over to level 5, so we're not going to have a hostile takeover available for the fight, but it might just be an attempted deny on Tatu on these Razor Beaks as well. If T1 can get the timer on them, it allows them subsequent invades.
Oh, trying to take his red buff as well. Yeah, I mean, Sen is trapped under the turret, really denied in this game, so trying to deny the rest of the map here is what T1's doing.
Second strike going out. Ona should have the smite. Gets it between worlds we go. Gigo, though, with the nod, knocks back Carrier. Carrier still has that flash. The Dawning Shadow flashed away from Ona, dies. In the midst of Furia, T1 still have a 4v4 here. The center's still down in that bottom lane, but a good wallop onto Doran. The bailout on him as well, but there's no one low enough for Doran to be brought back to life. Pay's gonna fall to a beat drop. And now the chase perhaps continues as Toots flashes the wall and sends Carrier to the afterlife. T1 overextend dramatically, and Furia are very happy to pounce.
And this is a 4v5 for Furia. Senna's pushing bottom lane by herself, and they're looking for more.
Faker forced away as well. As you say, Furia now with a 500 gold lead. No plate, unfortunately, for Ayu on the center, but we'll have another look at this. T1 hard forced this play.
They are really going for it right now, and Carrier just takes so much damage off the jump before Faker's even really able to join this fight. So now, with Carrier out of the fight, Sentinel's still able to support by coming over the top. And then Doran, brother, this is a 1v4 that he's walking into here. Bailout unable to save him, and they just... It is so hard to cut through an Alton Nasus who's next to a Seraphine and has the Senna shields from over the top.
200 sacks now for that Nasus. Usually we want, average of 240 about the 10-minute mark. He's close to that. Can go for another clear. There's only his wolves available to him, though. Has that protoplasm harness completed. The other stacker in the game is the Senna, and unfortunately for Ayu, hasn't really had anyone to stack on in the lane. 20 at the moment, or 19.
Yeah, we're not going to pay attention to Senna for a while, It's a supporting character in this game. The main character is the Nasus at the 207 with the protoplasm harness. I mean, oftentimes, the Nasus needs to complete this protoplasm harness before he can enter the game. The fact that he's already 1 kill, 3 assists, not behind the Vi in gold, but ahead of him in items and pace in the game.
Jojo looking to clear out a little bit of vision for Tatu if he wants to come down here. Gold lead still for Doran on the top side, even though stepped a little bit too greedily around that red buff play. Pays still a K ahead as well on his way towards that first item. Appears to be a static shiv, the direction that he is going. As Gigo, again, a supporting character in this game, you feel, on the Gnar. His job is to be there and slam some people into a wall. Perhaps land a subsequent wallop.
Yeah, this is a mid-jungle game.
Yeah.
Toots and Nasus right here. Tatu's Nasus, though, is, to me, the main character. If this guy continues to get going, throw the Wither down onto the Kalista and just go. Like, there's a lot of CC to slow him down, but he's just going to keep walking at you with the heals from the Senna Seraphine that are going to be coming in from behind.
Tatu jumps across the wall. Carrier there. No flash here, but they do have the Fate's Call. They'll use it early. Manages to land the handshake onto the backline. Dawning Shadow on Gigo, not enough. Tatu flashes over the hostile takeover, still gets the siphoning strike. There's the beast dropping around him. T1 are dropping like flies. Pays only has cleanse. No flash for him as they turn their attentions over to Jojo. Pays able to dance out of the back of it and cleanses away the Wither, and now with the Ren, the Nasus has been felled. T1 turn around the topside fight.
Wow, that was looking so good for Furia until it wasn't. Pays dancing around the Nasus at the back end of that fight. As long as he doesn't get withered, he's able to just kite him perfectly. They get the shutdown there and reestablish the goal lead for themselves.
It was so close, though.
Dude, I thought the Nasus was going to run through him.
So did I. I heard it in your voice. I could hear it. You were ready.
It just felt right.
Have a Baja Boys blast there on the top side.
You need to create these interesting situations. Like, if you can just get Nasus in the middle of the opponent, he's usually going to win. And that's what he finds with this blast cone onto Carrier. And especially after this, like if you full send it into a Nasus and don't kill the Nasus, again, he usually carries the fight. But it's just watch pace, right? Flashes back, and then Tatu can just never reach him. Even if Tatu's able to sidestep the Vault Breaker from Owner, he's just never reaching him the way Pace is able to keep space.
And that's what we talked about in draft. Nasus better when the enemy team does not have too much CC, because you want to walk at your opponents. And now, yes, the cleanse is down for Pace, the flash is down, and that's an opportunity for Furia to try and make a play, and they're going to try and do that around this Drake right now. Are you stepping forward? Gets the Celestial opposition off of Carrier. Tatu has that siphoning strike, has the smite. Faker goes in with the Weave as well. Between worlds goes one. Owner dives forward with the Vault Breaker and still manages to find the smite and then flashes out. The rest of T1 just a distraction as Doran will charge up the boat. Tanks the tower, misses the shot. Diego able to extricate himself on the top lane.
Still a big one for T1 getting the Drake at the tail end of that team fight, keeping pressure up around the map. And I need to speak collectively as the Americas right now. Like T1.
Sure. No, wait, you can't do that.
Why not?
LTL's in the dirt. LTA's in the dirt. You're the LCS now. You guys made a big deal about this.
It's North and South America. I'm putting CB LOL on our level despite us 3-0ing them.
Okay, wow. Okay, now you can say
because
whatever
we
you
can
want. I'm
all
not part of this, by the way.
That not only is T1 better than us with macro and team fighting, Owner also owns all our junglers with smiting.
That's true.
We just can't get a smite off of him. Like the games are in a good spot. Jose couldn't do it. And Spires loses spice to everyone. Tatu can't do it. It's just not fair. Like at least miss your smites.
I mean, I feel like if he did that, he wouldn't be Owner, you know?
I know.
There's a degree of practice and forethought.
But why can't missing smites be part of the circus? Like just included as one of the attractions.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. You've got the Ferris wheel over here. You've got
all this fun stuff.
Here. The problem is if you practice at the circus long enough, is with all those reaction games.
It's true.
Your smites are going to be on point. 320 stacks for the Nasus at the 15-minute mark, about 30 short of the average right now, but still in a solid position. IU sitting only at 33 and 1,000 gold lead for T1. Again, predominantly sitting on Pays, but alongside that, Owner and Doran have garnered themselves advantages. Jojo, unfortunately for Furia, has 3 of their kills, so he is 1,000 gold ahead himself. As we see the battle between Owner and Tatu, both sitting at 2-1-4. That extra gold coming out for Owner.
A lot of damage being put out by the Nasus, but this is really, you're channeling everything through him. They have to send a Seraphine. He needs to walk in front of them and just try and move up here, but there's a lot of CC and burst that he's got to be respectful of. Looking for a fight here.
Owner just holding on to that Vault Breaker. Doran on the top side, though, isolated by Toots. Dodges away from the chain of corruption. Cease and desist from Owner, but now he's in the middle of the enemy team as Toots is getting chased out by Doran, but he dashes, and with the Dawning Shadow, even the bailout can't save you. The economics of that fight entirely in Furia's favor.
Absolutely, and part of it is because Faker wasn't there. Faker split pushing this bot turret, trying to break the first brick of the game on the side of T1, but if you don't have the whole squad there, Nasus will be able to run through you.
The Rift Out picked up. Let's have another look at this. Owner does get the smite. You've got the rend as well, so it's a little bit easier of a combination to make.
Yeah, and you can see Pays and Carry down to the bottom side, not really able to get a safe entry here. And then if you go in on the Vi and the whole team isn't behind you, you are going to die very quickly against the Nasus. Doran did a lot of work on the outside of the fight, but just couldn't quite get past the Aurora.
Yeah, in that 1v1, it got very close very quickly. Faker, as you say, continues to push out the bot side. Now it's TP'd up towards top. Has a Blackfire torch first on this Talia. Hasn't really been involved in the game as much as his opposite man. Let's see. Toots actually sitting at 4-0-3 right now. 7 of the 11 kills he has been there for. Whereas Faker, 0-1-1. Ooh. EO, short of the gnaw, short of the wallop. Okay, Faker. Yeah, okay, Faker. Okay, you just, every now and again, Faker has to remind us.
Yeah.
That's what happened there.
Really tanky this game on the Talia. He's weirdly had like a pretty quiet series. The Oriana game, low kill participation. The Annie game was missing some stuns. Hasn't mattered.
No.
Right? This has really been the Pays show so far with that Caitlyn game, and could end up being on this Callista as well.
I will say it could matter in this game, right? We're 1,000 gold apart at 17 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes, there's 2 Drakes to nil, but there's 2 Grubs to Furia, so they have been able to get a little bit of an early neutral. I think the problem is, and something you actually brought up all the way back in game 1, is T1's team fighting tends to be top-notch.
Yeah.
Right? It is rare that you see them totally misplay a team fight. Skirmishers, on the other hand, they do misplay from time to time.
Yeah, and I also got to say, I think from gold deficits, T1 is the greatest team fighting team in the world, maybe, that I've ever seen. Like, they just find such remarkable angles, and the game is never over until you kill their Nexus. It's just incredible to watch. So no matter how far ahead you get, no matter how good your team composition looks, they'll find angles that you've never seen other teams find before.
We're looking at some angles right now as the Chain of Corruption goes down with that handshake. Tatu takes a chunk. TP coming in from Tuts as well. This is a 3rd Drake fight for both these teams. As Furia will gain control around the Dragon Pit for now, but there's a control ward in the back of the pit, and you can see Owner coming in from the bottom side as well.
Yeah.
Chain of Corruption available. Good damage from the Weirding from Tuts. Fate's Call used as well. The Weaver's Wall will split Furia in 2, but a great between worlds as they dive forward. The Encore, though, doing a huge amount of work as Ayu's able to kill off Carrier. Tatu trying to open up on Owner, but with Doran there, Tatu can't stay close enough. Gigo comes alive and finds a kill. And now it's all on Tatu and Tuts. The flash away is not going to be enough to save T1. Doran, though, turning it around. The Gnar, the wallop, Faker in from the side. Dreaded volley, not enough. Faker, the Drake is on Furia's side, and Faker, with the flash, gets out alive and now perhaps decides to come back in. He'll look for a steal, a threaded volley perhaps across the wall. I think it's not going to be enough. He went for the seismic shove. He couldn't quite get it. 3rd Drake to Furia, and what a close fight it was.
Smite just comes off cooldown at the end to give Tatu even more stacks. 423 after that fight. Brazil doing everything in their power to stay here in Korea at MSI. If they lose this game, they would be eliminated. These fights are crazy.
Yeah.
With how T1 tried to force their engage here. The Taliyah ultimate flies in, and I need to see again because it looked like Owner just full sends it on the other side of the Taliyah ultimate. So like on one side, you have Pays trying to deal with everything. It's a 2v3, but Owner flies into the other side. I actually feel like if T1 fully commits to the left side,
they just line up.
They probably just win the fight because of where that Faker ultimate came through. But then at the end here, it did look like Doran was going to dance on him right there, completely owning the Aurora, but Gigo hits Meganar, gets the stun into the wall, and the smack, plus the sidestep at the end by Tatu's Nasus.
The Drake, one more auto from the Dragon would have been enough. So close for Furia. Still only 1,600 gold between the two teams. 1.7k lead for Pays, but Tuts on this Aurora. 5-1-5 as the tower goes down in the mid lane, and Ayu's a little bit too deep. Owner dives in on the back line though with the Between Worlds. Tuts is doing a lot of work. Faker has no flash from that last fight, and here comes the cane. Tadu takes him. Doran and Payne's answer with one in response. In the end, a 2 for 2 as we see mid laners down on either side.
What? How did T1 get 2 there? It looked so disastrous from the start when Carrier just got blown up, and now this is a T1 Baron.
Yeah, this is a T1 moment right now. No vision, no wards for Jojo. Importantly, he only has the oracles. He can't put a ward over the wall because that Dreamcatcher has none for him. T1 have backed away. They've taken a moment. And
Furia's done their homework. They know what a T1 Baron is. They know specifically as well what Callista Vi can do to a Baron. But watch this one more time. They start because they're able to one-shot the Senna. As the turret dies, though, and then really it's just Tatu on Nasus is still looking pretty unstoppable.
Doran has so much damage, though. This is the thing.
This is true.
Like, Doran basically one-shots Tuts, who basically one-shots Faker. Tatu comes across to help clean them up.
Still working on Dusk and Dawn as well. Once he completes that, it's going to be pretty tricky. And a lot of people misconceive Nasus as this late-game hyperscaler. He's really a mid-game hyperscaler.
Agreed.
You get enough 80 carry damage multiplication, especially since they have 2 different sources. You can only wither the one. He will die.
Yeah. He's a little bit behind the curve in terms of where we've seen the average for stacks at this moment. 20 minutes, 5-3-5 is usually where you want to be, and so you can see he's 2 minutes short of that, and that's predominantly because Owner and T1 have been constantly invading his jungle and stealing away these camps, and when the fight's more bloody as well, you don't have as much time just to get the resets going and get the cycle through your jungle minions. Furia setting up towards this top side, looking for a bit of invade. There's a Scuttle Crowd coming up in less than 10 seconds time as Faker with the Weaver's Wall manages to find a way out of the fight. Tatu now, is it Scuttle Crab? Is it Baron? Doran has TP, he's in the bot side. Toots is going to answer with also has a TP of his own. Pace steps forward, Fate's call, they'll dive onto Ayu again. The charm through the encore still finds onto Pace. Toots did TP in, Tatu is low, and that ultimate about to expire. Fury of the stands, well, Fury for Furia it seems, as T1 close in on the fight and Pace continues to dance on the graves of his enemies.
That handshake over the wall from Keria as Gigo tried to finish off Pace. Pace is just dancing on them with this Kalista now. 8, 2, and 6. Desperation time for Furia.
Just looking for anything he can find. That Baron already down to 7k. Pace not even there. Makes the possibility of a steal a little bit easier, but I don't think they're going to be able to find it. He waited till it was much lower than 1.4k to land the smite. 800 I saw on it. T1 will secure their first Baron of the game at 23 minutes.
He doesn't miss. And look at the killer instinct here from T1 as Pace just flies up the right side as they're also able to peel Tatu. It's just so difficult for him to ever touch Kalista. Like, if we could somehow check like Nasus damage versus Nasus damage to Pace, it's like 15,000 and then like 6, because maybe he hit him with one part of his E. At this point as well, look at the Kalista. Handshake over the wall from Keria. Makes it so no one can actually get to Pace, as then he shreds the Baron afterwards and has QSS, just in case you do manage to get in range to wither him.
Yeah, dude's already got cleanse as well, so it's you wither him twice in a team fight, he is still getting out of there. Drake secure for T1, a Weaver's Wall coming out from Faker as he looks to separate Furia from this tier 2 in the bottom side, but Furia will be able to step forward and try and fight around it. It has not been clean from T1. Furia have made them fight for every step in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, T1 knew exactly what they wanted to do this game. They wanted to consistently dive bot lane. The dives were a little messy, but crucially, Pace kept getting the kills. And with Pace now having this massive item gap in the game, he's really pushing the pressure.
He's so accelerated, and you can see like the center sitting at 57 stacks. Like, he's so far behind where he wants to be in terms of state of the game as Toots tries to step forward, is caught by the chain of corruption and has to flash away between worlds. He goes, does survive. Encore and bailout exchange on either side, but Pace begins to step forward. Slammed against the wall. Pace is down. Pace is down. A good flash out from Owner, but he's still taken, and it has not been clean. And Furia are here to clean up. Faker flashes the wall, but you've got 4 members of Furia hoping that you fall. They'll make it sure. Furia with an ace.
And there goes every Baron buff that T1 was holding. Not to mention the gold lead is now only at 1,000. Still always difficult, but for the time being, the objective bounties also haven't fallen off yet, so Furia's got to get out on the map and kill some of those turrets. But watching this one more time, Pace just goes unbelievably deep. Like, he flies over the wall, and just not being able to secure that kill, he then realizes that Nasus is straight behind him, and a Mega Gnar would be waiting for him if he flashes over the side of the wall. So he kind of realizes that there's nowhere to go, and the shutdown ends up going over to Tatu's Nasus. Picks up another 12 stacks off of Doran on the way out, and then they finish off Faker for the ace.
I mean, just resilience continuing.
And the resilience of this Brazilian team, I do want to commend, because it is just unfair to have to play against T1 in the lower bracket this early on into the series. You can definitely criticize them, and the fans have, for losing to Lion. That was supposed to be their equal. They got 3-0 despite being in some good game states, but they are absolutely not letting T1 walk over them. So they're doing everything they can to fight to their last breath here against T1. They pull out a gambit here. They are gambling that the Senna Seraphine won't get steamrolled that much and will be able to scale into being this super enchanter team. and they've kind of gotten there. The Nasus is strong. They're to 2 or 3 items on everyone.
Tatu on the
and
chase.
he's just going to run Faker down.
Faker. The Rocket Belt doesn't give you much right now, but the Weaver's Wall, enough to get you out.
Whew.
Meanwhile, T1 are going to push through that mid lane. There's a tier 2 there for them. Should be able to secure it before anyone from Furia can really find their marks in that lane. In fact, deciding against it, didn't want to overstep. Instead, they'll go towards the top side and look for this tier 2. It's Tuts and Jojo on the defense, and they'll clear out the way pretty sharpish. Tuts already has 3 items complete. 7-2-7 on this Aurora. Obviously, a lot of our focus has been on Tatu, but Tuts has had an absolute blinder of a game.
Absolutely. He's landing big AoEs in all the fights that they win, but the eyes are going to continue to be drawn to Pays. I mean, he did keep his flash that last fight, and if T1 has a more controlled setup for this Soul fight, it'll probably be game deciding. Nasus won't really be able to run down T1 if T1 has Cloud Soul, and we can look at the Coinbase gold grind here. 1,700 more just kill gold than the Senate. That's not even counting the 1,500 gold lead he has from minions. He is just out-farming and outpacing in these team fights.
Ona collapsed on Faker, overextended. They'll leave Ona. Faker's going to try and TP away, and because Gigo does not have Mega on its way, has no CC. Faker TPs to the top side, and Tuts is going to try and react to clear out that wave before it gets towards the tier 2. Drake up in 45 seconds. Would be Soul, Cloud for T1. Furia still only nursing a single dragon so far this game.
Yeah, Waves are in a decent spot right now in terms of getting set up for this Drake for Furia. Nara would want to mark Doran from going in, and it's really just about not getting sectioned off by one of Faker's Talia ultimates. One problem is they just have no lockdown for this Kalista.
Yeah.
Kalista not known as being this like late game champion, but Pays Kalista with a 3,500 gold lead might be a different story.
Also with the protection the rest of the team provides him, right? He can dance around you because he knows Keria has the bailout, has the handshake, has the hostile takeover. Ona has the bolt breaker, the cease and desist. They can allow space for him to work in. And for Furia, they don't have incredible backline access. You have an Encore that can be cleansed and you can be QSS'd away. You have a Gnar jumping in. You have an Aurora going in with Between Worlds, which can be good, but it's usually not enough to one-shot the AD carry, especially the possibility of a bailout. Drake begun. Gigo going to pull it down towards the bottom side, stacking up his Gnar bar on it. Beat drop from Jojo, doesn't connect onto Keria, who's trying to sidestep, and there's the face call being used. The Weaver's Wall for a separation. Bolt breaker and cease and desist across the wall here by Ona, and T1 have done a great job of making sure Furia can't all group up, but here come the dogs. Tatu on the chase onto Doran, a bailout on him won't bring him back. There's no one low enough for him to get the assist on. Pays now stepping forward. The dive in from Gigo. Pays with the cleanse with a second. Ona there as well with the Guardian Angel on his shoulders will help keep Pays alive. So close to 1-for-1.
1-for-1, but T1's very low. I was wondering if they're going to start that Cloud Drake, but they're not going to with the TP coming back in. They're going to try and jump on him, though.
But it's Tuts. He has flashed the seismic shove. Doesn't connect the flash away. Weirding dashed away with the Vault Breaker. Furia will claim their prize. The Drake is theirs.
They'll live to fight at least one more Drake, as this game is very tense.
It's even.
It is.
We are 30 minutes in, and Furia are holding the world champions.
They must, and surely they outscale. Like, the Senna has 3 items now, Hex Optics. The Seraphine scaling is insane. Frozen Heart completed by Tatu against double 80 carries, 700 stacks. Pays did just complete yet another item. And I think the biggest thing that matters, I can list out all the champions, I can list out all the items, it's the nameplates. It's the fact that T1 has Owner, Faker, Keria, back-to-back-to-back world champions, and the most clutch team in League of Legends history. Let's see what they can do around this Baron.
Faker gets the seismic shove. There's the cease and desist immediately as well as Tuts tries to get out, but he's dead before he can dash away with that ultimate. And with another seismic shove, the red secured for T1. It's only the mid laner down. T1 previously in this game have been tentative around starting the Baron because the enemy jungler was up, or in this series at least, but Tatu doesn't have any easy access into this pit. No blast cone for him.
That's so much of Furia's damage, so T1's just going to keep sitting on this Baron until Furia has to walk into them.
There's a blast cone there for him now. It looks like Furia, though, have given it up. They'll say, okay, you can have the Baron.
you just give away the game if you walk into them there. There's
Yeah.
no way that they can do it intelligently. And if you give over the Nasus kill, they probably push in a 5v4 or 5v3 and take way too much of your base. The play here for Furia is just to withstand this Baron. We all know by this point that Baron gives much less than it did last year. It by no means ends the game. So at this point, keep collecting your stacks. Prioritize, to me, the Senna gold, because if he finishes Infinity Edge, that's when it doesn't really matter that he's been behind Pays this entire game. That's when the Senna can start two-hitting people. So Furia, I think smartly after suffering that death, decide to give the Baron away.
Agreed. The gold lead, inconsequential, like 2,000 across 5 players. It's 400 each. It's an extra longsword as Ona does step up. Tatu looking to try and control his own jungle, goes in with the oracles, and we'll just clear out some of this vision. No camps for him to find. Steps forward once again. Not yet level 16. He's about a minion away from it as a beat drop from Jojo. Doesn't find its mark. T1 will take the tier 2 on the top side. The Weavers will just fortunate for Furia that they got on the right side of that, because whoever had been in the jungle side would have been caught out. Furia now need to path down towards this mid lane to make sure that this turret doesn't fall either. The Red Bull bound power play, 2k so far as Tuts looks for the engage onto Keria, but remember, Fate's Call can always pull Keria out of a tricky situation. Doran continues to push in top, the wave in mid now coming forward with T1. Tatu
getting pulled back and forth.
TP out from Doran.
He thought he was cut off right there. Might have been by the Nasus. Somewhat crucially, Pays did burn the QSS on that last Nasus Wither. Still has the cleanse, and QSS will be back soon.
Keria not going for the Mikhails. I think 2 CC cleansing abilities is enough, which makes sense.
Yeah.
I think Bandle Pipes in the locket alongside the Morello is strong, and because he burnt the QSS, he now upgrades to a Mercurial, which means he gets that QSS cooldown back.
Refreshed it. Cheeky little bugger. Pays.
The Mercurial man, isn't he?
Yes, I see. That's good. That's good. You got a lot of those.
Oh, yeah, it's just words. Just to be honest, just words. Words put in the right order. Fury are trying to find a fight put in the right order to find them a win in this best of 5. They've pushed T1, and T1 on the other side have been messy.
How many games have we seen already this MSI where we think, T1, they might lose this one before they clutch up and win it. TP way down bot lane, and T1 just pushes up the front door.
In shadow there for the shield as well. They'll turn on to Ona. A 3-man charm immediately. Mercurialed away by Pays. Furia will lose their inhibitor. Gigo almost had the flank position. Tuts does. He's spotted. The Gnar back onto Faker, but now Gigo's behind enemy lines. A good hostile takeover as Faker's able to survive. Tatu exhausted. Shoved back with the seismic shove. And just like that, T1 flipped the switch. They flipped the story from what can Furia do to will T1 allow it. A handshake is all Furia will get out of this MSI as T1 are done. 3-0 on the day. Not as clean as they'd like, but still they remain victorious.
Still counts. 3-0 yet again for T1. So despite their loss in the upper bracket to BLG 3-2, this is now the 4th sweep that T1 has accomplished so far at MSI 2026 as they move on in that lower bracket.
And for Furia, I mean, there were some good signs. There were some good signs. I think, unfortunately for them, a couple of difficult matchups. As you say, Lion probably the one they went into thinking they had a better chance of winning. Against T1, though, they pushed them. Really did in this game 3.
They did, but the thing that remains true throughout this entire MSI is that Pays and Carrier are absolutely fearsome. They're still performing as the best bot lane in the world. They're the strength that T1 pivots around in all of these close games.
Furia take a bow. Looking forward to seeing them back at Worlds. If they can make it. We're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to break down that series and today, and then lead us into a day off.
Thank you very, very much. Yes, for Furia, of course, they would have expected a lot more from their foray into MSI, but as said, we'll see them hopefully again later on. We'll be able to talk a little bit more about their performance here and perhaps get an interview as well. But first, let's button up the best of 5. From T1's perspective, back to sweeping.
Well, something I will say,
Yeah?
Jay, because you talked about last game being a bit of a circus, that was light.
Yeah.
That was maybe just some juggling, maybe some flaming objects, maybe some sharp objects, nothing too crazy. This was aerial acrobatics, really high up, and then below them, there's panthers, there's flames, it's chaos, they're throwing knives at them, they're catching them, and somehow they made it out of it. Without a scratch, they made it through. So this is full-blown circus.
And maybe this is too far, but I do feel a little bit bad for Fury. Maybe they don't feel this way, but you saw it on their faces. It did feel like T1 weren't taking it super seriously at multiple points. And credit to them that they can come back with only Pays having a gold lead on their team, that they can play those fights super well. But this one, maybe because of the length of the game, maybe because we'd already seen two one-sided matchups, felt a bit rough. Hearts out to Furia. This is, you know, you want to be in these games where you feel like you can bring this series back, but a lot of this game did feel like T1 taking a lot of risks that, correct me if I'm wrong, I just don't think we would have seen them take at any other point this year.
Probably not. You also saw the cameras from Furia, right? Even if when they did win some of those skirmishes, which they did a few times, they just didn't look very happy on the cameras. I will say for the side of T1, probably, Emily, in any situation against any team, they're able to come back anyway, right? And I feel like for them, there's always a level of comfort when, as you say, they may only have one gold lead in its own pace, but often that's just enough anyway.
So I'll say if there was anything I'd want to glean out of this series, because we kind of talked about it, but I believe it was you, Dracos, who said, like, I'm not sure. I think the same criticisms that people were like casting at T1 after the BLG series are going to be exactly the same, especially considering this last game. However, I do think T1 as a whole, I do love when they play these super strong bot lanes with Pays and Keria. And if they are somehow able to bend the meta to their will as opposed to what we're seeing out of HLE, what we're seeing out of BLG, you saw shades of that. I did like one of the things we brought up for T1 in the BLG series, counterpick bot lane. We saw that going on a few times, which I also liked, especially with the Kate Lux. So yeah, if there was anything to glean, that would be my one thing.
I just think Pays is so crazy. He constantly will pick Kalista in spots where it seems illogical, and just with insane hands on the sticks makes it work.
Indeed, but we're gonna, in a second, head over to the Verizon post-game interview on stage. I don't know if it's ready already or if I was a little bit early. They're setting up, but we're gonna hear from Owner. That's amazing.
Oh, nice. Okay, talk to him about going up against the NASA.
Yeah, and about going up against G2 next, right?
Yeah.
Will it be asked?
How you feeling about that, Draco?
I feel deeply nervous at all times since that HLE series, but we'll have to see. It sounds like it's time
and
to
here we
hear
go
from
for the
Owner.
Verizon post-game interview on stage.
MSI 2026 bracket stage lower bracket round 1 match 2. T1 takes a 3-0 victory over Furia and make it to the next round. We are joined by T1's jungler, Owner. Congratulations! Thank you very much. Thank you. Owner, today's match was incredibly important. How does it feel to take a clean 3-0? Yeah, from now on, we had to win every single match ahead of us, and I'm really glad that we got a clean 3-0. The last series against BLG was a tough one. What was the biggest takeaway from that loss? There were a lot of mistakes in game-wise, and also our drafting could have been a lot better. So we had a lot of conversation around those issues, and I'm pretty sure that we can come back with a stronger performance. In Game 3, your opponent brought out the jungle Nasus. It's a pick that got a lot of attention after appearing in other regions. What was it like facing it yourself? It was even trickier than I expected. So definitely not an easy champion to play against. But we have so many fans here in the Daejeon Arena supporting you and T1 to keep the MSI journey going. What would you like to tell them? Honestly, we were underperforming a lot recently, and I know some of the fans are disappointed in us, but you know, T1 gets even stronger when we have no lives left. So we will make sure that we can work hard to take the win and show a strong performance. Everyone, please give it up one more time for Owner. And one more time, congratulations.
Yeah, Daejeon, not even worth asking about the next matchup, actually. It's just G2. It's.
I think this is an us thing. I don't
Yeah,
know
I
if
think
this
so
is
too. If I was on stage, I'd probably.
Jacques, we have guests, okay?
Yeah,
we can't just dive into our trauma
Well,
here
I
in
was
front of the
gonna say,
kids.
What do you mean? Let's take a look at the next bracket. Look.
I was glad that owner said we had in-game mistakes and draft, Ox. I'm not sure if you were also happy to hear that too, right? Because I do think there are things that they can take away even from this series where he was like, yeah, Jungle Nasus, a little bit more difficult than I thought it would be. I feel like a lot of people do feel that way until they actually face a Jungle Nasus in competitive play. But hopefully, again, like he said, this is a T1 team who either has been able to bend the meta to their will forcibly or just improve and adjust as time goes on. And so now they take on G2.
Yeah. Look at this bracket. So this would be the path for them, right? They are up against G2, then they're up against the winner of Lion TSW, which would be...
I mean, Hope.
Lion.
Lion.
No,
All right.
TSW. I'm a Berserker fanboy now. I've decided. I'm locking it in.
TSW took down the second LPL seed, you know?
True. And
That's not mentioning
they
who
were
it
so
was.
good.
Yeah.
And then they would go up against the loser of HLE BLG.
Yeah.
So
that is, I am looking forward to that matchup so much.
I wonder if you can draw on this
because
bracket.
I feel like, Woo! I'm drawing on it. If it's not
we
showing
could
up.
simulate it, but we'll see in the
I think these are two teams pre-tournament. We came in being like, these two look so good in this meta with the way they play, their willingness to play Mage's bot, the way they play through their strong solo laners. I'm so hyped for the HLE BLG matchup.
I agree, and these are two teams who play a very similar style of League of Legends, which makes it so thrilling, whoever actually is going to come out on top. But it also continues with T1 especially coming into the lower bracket. If they can just clean sweep their way up, they're the one team that bucks the trend. And we saw Pays, again, the only person consistently with the gold lead. This feels like the big thing that's going to highlight, or we're going to highlight in that lower bracket matchup, depending on who wins and who loses.
It's interesting talking about kind of how the tournament is going to progress. Harking back to our earlier discussion about mages, right? Are these future matches going to be decided by who is most proficient on dual wielding the styles, on making sure that they can have the oppressive bot lanes where you have traditional marksmen, but also the AP carries? Like, that seems like it's going to be one of the deciding factors, on top of being able to draft consistently in Fearless to make sure that you have all your bases covered in that regard.
I think Fearless really adds to it, because sometimes when we've had, you know, metas where it's been like Mage's bot, it's been just the Mage's bot, but because of Fearless, you burn through that pool pretty quickly. Unless you've prepared things like the Vel'Koz that can come out, you will have to go back to those traditional AD carries, or if you start with the AD carries, you go in a different direction. So I think having that ability to play such a wide range of picks, or different picks when the situation calls on it, is a massive advantage.
And as we talked about in our Mage discussion, it also depends on the overall draft, right? Because there's so much more to keep track of in Fearless as well, and you really have to pay attention to what your whole composition is, especially with HLE and BLG having such strong solo laners as well, which is another standout in adding the Mage's bot into the mix.
Yeah, I think Mage's bot are a big part of the problem, but I just think draft right now is really complicated, right?
Yeah.
Like, clearly range supports were supposed to fall back a bit. We saw a lot of nerfs, but still you're seeing pretty high presence in a lot of situations. The Lulu, the Seraphine. Bot is more complicated than it's ever been, and we have 2, 3 even top teams where solo laners getting good picks is really, really important.
And let's be real, teams did have some mishaps, unfortunate situations with draft, even before Fearless. There are a lot of big, high-stakes matches where we saw things come out. I remember with T1, a certain Jin Yumi combo that wasn't very convincing, but I think Fearless has added to the complexity, and even though it's been around for a while now, teams have started to adapt, it still does become challenging as you get deeper in the series, as we've seen from our best of 5s.
Yeah, I loved your read on that it's about the breadth of everything, because you have the mages and the traditional matchups, and how can you combine it? It's so interesting. I really love following that storyline or that aspect of MSI, but that will mean that we will say farewell to Furia, and Laura's currently backstage with Tatu in the Verizon post-game interview.
Tatu, thank you so much for joining me after this series. Must be pretty harsh to end this way, especially because of how close this last game was. So tell me about the preparation against T1, how the series went, that last game, that Nasus as well. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. For me, ending the MSI in this way is like pretty rough at all, because we dropped a lot of almost won games against Lion, So we get 0-3 there. We lose this game that was like almost impossible on my way. So ending the tournament 0-6 for me, it's like unbelievable. Just wondering now, like, to learn something about this and get ready to AWC. So maybe there we can do something better.
Yeah, because you're not going to have a lot of time to bounce back. What are your immediate takeaways, especially after going neck and neck, toe-to-toe like this? Again, the world champion, that's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, it's not easy, but the games was like, if you do something different, like we could win. I think we just throw away all the good options that we had in game. So Team 1 is an amazing team. They are like super players. They have Faker, they have Paisley. They are like amazing. But I think if we are like better, we could like get some games. At least this game 3, like, this was the easiest one.
What was the inspiration behind the Nasus? Why did you go for this champion?
Oh, we already used it in Brazil a lot of times. The CBLOL finals, the last game I played, it was in Nasus too. I think it's a good champion and we really know how to play around it. We kind of trolled a lot in this game on how to play around Nasus.
Yeah.
But it's fine, I think. It's so bad.
As close as it came, I feel like there's a lot of positive takeaways because, again, playing against a team like this, making them sweat the way you did, I really applaud all the fire you had, and I hope there's going to be a lot of great takeaways for you, especially going into EWC. Is there anything that you want to tell your fans and people who enjoyed watching you?
Just thank you all for the support. For me it's like pretty tough, pretty rough to end in this way. So just thank you all, guys. I hope we can do better for you in the WC and the next international tournaments.
You will do better, no doubt.
you.
Obrigada. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you so much, Lore, as well as we see them bow one last time at MSI. I see him being in two minds, right? Just like we were watching that game, because he knows that it was such a weird one, that third one, and he knows that at the same time they had specific instances in all those 3 games where if they made certain other decisions, perhaps it would have gone a little different. But it is T1 at the end of the day.
And you can sense the frustrations they didn't get that Nexus kill.
Yeah.
But I feel like if you just look at the score, it doesn't tell the full story because they really challenged a lot of these games. Like Game 3 in particular, they came in with a smart draft and they made T1 fight for it. And I think maybe if they'd played different teams, they would have come away with a better result ultimately. But I think it's, as they said, as Tadu said, a time to take away from this, to grow from this, and look forward to see what they can do next time around.
And shout out to him for doing a loser's interview.
Yeah.
It's always a hard thing to do, but I'm so glad that he gets to talk about that, you know. And we can hear he doesn't have all the immediate answers right now, and I think it's perfectly reasonable. You're feeling a little shell-shocked. For the second series in a row, you find these winnable games, and we've highlighted it, right? For better or for worse, history will remember the 3-0s and won't often give you the context of what could have been a one game, of what could have been an incredibly close series. But I also like the mentality he talked about. Look, bouncing back, looking ahead towards the next tournaments, looking ahead, even if he doesn't have those answers now, I'm sure he's going to be able to look back at this tournament with his team and find a ton of ways for this team to level up and only get stronger. Again, I still feel like this is one of the strongest representatives in the history of the CBLOL, and I can't wait to see what they look like at Worlds. I have no doubt they're going to qualify. They're going to be demons in the Swiss stage.
They will. Yeah, we have the Panther here too. There's some broadcast secrets for you. Can you see what is
Why are
actually...
you leaking our broadcast
We don't need
secrets?
them anymore. Do you see what's up with this?
It was spray painted.
It was spray painted.
We didn't buy a mangy panther. We spray painted a very normal panther. We're not trying to be...
What? It adds charm, adds character.
Yeah, it's
Poor
true.
guy.
Yeah, we'll keep him around for sure. We have a break day tomorrow.
True.
And then after that, we have TSW versus Lion and T1 versus G2. So TSW versus Lion, quick analysis, please.
I think
Quick
Lion
thoughts?
are getting better and better. I do think Team Secret Whales are the biggest surprise for me in the context of this tournament, but I feel like Lion overall, despite so many individual mistakes, always seem to have a competitive late game, and that is the thing against a team where you're close, or maybe even some people still underestimating Team Secret Whales, I think really makes a massive difference.
Yeah, for me, for Lion, what I want to see is them not get discouraged by today, right? Because I think that is the trickiest thing. They were in winning positions in all 3 of those games. they did not come away with a single Nexus kill. And so now you have to regroup and continue to try to have faith and trust in each other, because they did have good prep, they did have good game plans and drafts, and they even knew exactly how they wanted to execute it. It's just the minute parts of the execution wasn't there. So I want to make sure they don't get in their own heads, and that going into this matchup against Team Secret Whales, who we know are can be such a strong, especially mid-game team fighting team.
One little thing, I just want to copy-paste that for G2. I know we're going to talk about this second. Copy-paste. Don't mental collapse. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll keep it going. Copy-paste what Emily said. She said it very well. I couldn't have done better. So copy-paste, no mental collapse, G2. That's all I ask.
That is a good start. I do also think that T1, obviously coming into this as favorites, but are an easier stylistic matchup than HLE for G2, because I think you don't have to deal with Zeus at the top lane. I think Doran's laning has been weaker. I think that if you can be creative with the draft, I feel like T1's draft tree is still a little bit messy today, and just not having that overwhelming solo lane presence, I think will make it a more comfortable series for G2. They're still coming in as underdogs.
3-0, I hear you. 3-0 for G2. You heard it from Ox. 3-0.
Eyes just lit
Listen,
up.
I agree with you. I also think like Hansama on the mages, right? Is that going to be something we're going to see more and better of? Then we'll be... No? Perks is there too.
I feel like both
T1
teams,
Perks was there too.
Both teams are just going to be like, we don't want to play Mage's bot.
You think? I don't think that's true.
I think Guma's for sure going to play Mel Ziggs. Maybe he doesn't play past that, but I'm sorry. That Seraphine looked rough when he played that the other day. They were missing the combos. The timing on the ultis wasn't good. I'm going to just gloss over the Mage.
Yeah.
That doesn't give me optimism. I would be happy to be wrong, but he's not getting the Mage pass anytime soon.
Outside of Mel Camille,
yes.
I feel like T1 are going to want to go for like a hard 2v2. Yeah.
It's gonna be fun though.
We'll see.
Usually it's a banger.
It'll be a banger.
Usually. Thank you so much for joining me on the desk today. It was a lot of fun. I have to say, as always, we'll take a little break day, and so will you. If you're at home and you watch football, Belgium versus the USA tomorrow at 1 a.m. if you're in Europe, at 10 a.m. If you're here with us. But if you want to watch League of Legends, we'll be back on Wednesday at 5 a.m. CEST, 8 p.m. PDT for Lion versus Team Secret Whales, followed by G2 versus T1. We'll see you then!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2026. It's time for another day of double best of 5 international League of Legends competition. Firing back, Inspired looks for a little bit more, but he's going to be knocked out of the Guardian Angel. Now the dive right back onto Sane. Isles and Sane in some danger. Ben Griffin the kill onto Isles. BLG, they're so damn good!
나를 He shots time. Nice. 나를 coming behind. I'm coming.
Over here with the junglers, both on the front line, both down to about half HP. Dokla's already been killed by Ben. Inspired here with the Impale. Finds the kill into Viper, but a nice shockwave coming back from Knight to make sure Inspired falls too. Everybody on Lion trying to scatter, but no. Here, Sean's gonna be your first target. He tries to get away through the wall here with a Vault Breaker. Tempered Fate down onto the Drake, trying to buy a little bit more time as Dokla's about to die, and Knight finds the kill. Lion still looking to fight for the objective. They take the soul, but BLG's still looking to take the fight. Inspired has already fallen. Ben getting himself away just barely. And yet again, it is BLG proving their superiority. They will clean sweep Lion.
We go down to half HP. Toots getting forced away by the enemy support, and Ona's there to help out his bot lane. Good smite from Tatu will secure it. Charm onto Ona, but already Gigo is just burned to a crisp, and they will make it into a tomb. Jojo able to escape. IU does not do the same. An ace in the hole for Jojo is not going to be enough to save T1. Doran, though, turning it around. The Gnar, the wallop. Faker here from the side. Dreaded volley, not enough. Faker, the Drake is on Furious side. He's spotted. The Gnar back onto Faker, but now Gigo's behind enemy lines. A good hostile takeover as Faker's able to survive. Tatu exhausted. Shoved back with the seismic shove. And just like that, T1 flipped the switch. 3-0 on the day. Not as clean as they'd like, but still they remain victorious.